Didn't you send us two? Like, did they do two envelopes, like one to me and one to you?
Yeah, individual envelopes. To the same P.O. box. Real efficient. Guess it ain't their money, right? The sender's money. Alright, so I'm super close to putting it up on the Patreon.
Are we live?
We're live.
Nobody there yet?
Nobody sees yet. But you can still talk. Because it's a stream, it's a video that they get. Let the people know some of the stuff we're covering, whatever.
Good morning, everybody. Back from Baltimore. Rested a little bit. And pretty good clip of videos this week, as per usual. Including this gem from Art Adams, doing the micro homage to The Dark Knight Returns in here. There's a couple of things we'll point out. It's a very fun one. I actually liked his. I like this comic quite a bit.
Yeah,
this is a fun one to read.
I don't think it's the perfect use of his. You know, if you get a very finite, Art Adams thing, like I think slow burn is not the way to go.
That is true.
Do not slow burn this guy. Like use his chops.
It's funny too because with John Byrne doing the writing, it's a little bit of Legends preview.
Right.
It does. I was trying to figure out like the other stuff that Adams had done at DC because I think he did a couple of annuals. I feel like there might be another annual that he does.
I don't know that.
I know he does a little bit in that Wonder Woman annual, but I don't know. I was thinking there were 3 of them.
He does those couple coffee joints when they get a gang of people to like do a couple pages.
That's what he does in the Wonder Woman annual.
Yeah, so it's like Batman 500 or 600 or something. Detective Comics. Like he'll do 2-3 pages.
I don't know how we didn't do this comic. Because I definitely remember buying this within the last couple of years based on Art Adam conversations.
Right. So it's like Batman 500. Got the crew showing up.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Jabba's back. Hey, man, I saw you became the King Kayfaber again, man. Thanks so much for supporting the stuff, dude. We got a gang of good shit.
Rob in the house.
Been
having some fun back and forth with Rob regarding Frank Miller art.
Yeah, man.
Some bits and pieces out there. Yeah, we have some rarities today. We're going to look at a Black Panther comic.
By a Black Panther?
Yes, presumably. I actually don't know about that artist. He must have been a Black Panther. But it's a really interesting underground. Comes out of San Francisco, 1970. So, like, there's a lot of stuff in that book's going to be fun to talk about.
Man, you know the feds were so mad that people had access to, like, little offset presses and stuff.
Yeah, and they're, like, in the heart of the underground. I'm sure they were looking around being like, we could make one of these.
Totally.
And they did.
I'll show the people 2 of the big things.
A couple of big Jeff Darrow things we'll be looking at this week as well. Mentioned it in the weekly, of course. We're looking at Wizard 60, so pretty stacked week, man.
Dude gave us the big damn hard boiled, and as a consolation prize, which you can't be crying about. Oh my goodness, it's a whole fucking page of my comic.
Ooh, is that part of the consolation?
I have no idea how that got there, but the City of Fire print set that Jeff did with Mobius.
Yeah, those are exciting.
Dude, it's $2,000 worth of stuff right there.
Man. We also are going to look at a Steve Rude book we picked up from the dude himself at Baltimore. One of my bummers from Baltimore is didn't get to actually meet Steve Rude, but we were on opposite sides of the convention center, and when I passed the booth, it was off hours. He was not there. So unfortunately, we kind of had people come over from there, but we didn't get a chance to actually meet him. Have you ever met Steve Rude?
Little bits. Like because he was always at Pittsburgh Comic Con.
Oh, okay.
But he was intimidating.
Yes. Yeah, it would have been cool to say, hey, talk to some book people at the show. Jose Villarrubia, talked to him about his Corbin books. Ian Chalgren was there, so we talked to him about some projects that haven't been announced that he's working on that sound really good. Talked to John Flesk, and we've looked at a couple of Flesk publications in the past. The Al Williamson book And what was the other? I think we looked at another one too.
It was a Steve Rude.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like the Steve Rude artist edition type book. Super impressed with the quality of the books that Flesk has been putting out. So it was nice to actually talk some shop with him a little bit. And don't think that'll be the last time I talk to him. But kind of an amazing story, and awesome that people are interested in book design and good book production.
Right. Yeah, and he's just totally low-key. At any point, he can choose to make that a big operation, but he's just like he likes the hands-on.
Yes, that was a really interesting part, hearing some of the business stuff of what he's doing. I feel like the bookmakers, there's a certain profile.
Right.
You know, like they are kind of this down-to-earth, quieter group, at least the ones that I've talked to so far.
Right.
But I also feel like there may be a movement going on with them.
Look at how cool this is.
Yeah, that's really neat.
So, there's this guy who, mysterious figure that shows up at these Baltimore shows and just puts these Nintendo tapes in my hand. So he makes these bootleg joints. And, like, look at how cool that is, man. Black cartridge. Like that's the thumbnail, you know?
Does that play? Have you...
Yeah, absolutely. It's translated because it only came out in Japanese, but the fan community translated it.
Wow.
Yeah, like the two Deadpool joints run on the I played the ROMs of these. They run on the Ninja Gaiden engine, so it's a complete original game. But it's kind of the controls of Ninja Gaiden.
Listen, man, are you giving away an episode here?
Yeah. Like we'll chat it up. Gotta open these bitches, man. Open some of these bitches for me. But the Akira one, whenever I show that off on the Instagram, like I'll get like 7,000 hearts on it, like a crazy amount. So with that in mind,
It's super cool looking.
and I think I might go pure white background actually. Like that. This is sick as fuck because it has all the Nintendo games on one cartridge. All the Ninja Turtle Nintendo games on one cartridge. And it's just Mario with a bunch of fresh levels. But, well, I'll just save it. And then there's this one. Like it's like the naughty games that were on NES that just appeared in Asia.
I feel like that's a Mike Science
Right.
do.
Little 8-bit pixelated nipples. You know, it's like two red squares in the middle of a bunch of pink squares. I'm going to go white background because I'm going to capture my thumbnail directly from the video. Sometimes when you set up when we did that one episode where we were just showing off tools,
Yeah.
there wasn't one word in the thumbnail. It was just like the photo, and it's like with the right subject. I think that connects. So let's just take a look at some of these too, because this dude kind of goes all out with the production and stuff.
But dudes are chatty in the room this morning. I like that.
Yeah, man.
Everybody's awake.
Yeah. And there are some, Californians and stuff like that who are staying up late
Right.
to kick it with us, man. I saw the words 4 a.m. in the live stream. I guess we'll just keep these kind of open. Don't have to probably go through most. But I just want to see if there's something unique in some of these. Oh, see, this is fucking cool, man. Because the dude gets like those color parts.
Yeah, I remember getting a gold one at one point with the idea of doing an aphrodisiac kind of cartridge.
Ah, that's fun.
But it was like, it was shiny gold.
Oh yeah, that's Zelda, man.
Yeah.
Zelda gold.
Yeah, the color adds a lot.
It really does.
Hey, we were talking Coach Prime.
Oh yeah.
And
the game's at 10 p.m. I'm not going to be able to watch it.
Did you see that Liefeld had done prime time trading cards?
Yeah, in that weird
featuring
set.
Deion Sanders.
Yeah, totally. And you know, like Rob will jump on some bandwagons, man. And he's on the Coach Prime bandwagon.
I think everybody is. And you know, it's that classic thing too. Like half the people or more probably just want to see him lose, crash and burn.
Right. Yeah, they'll come out. They'll come out the second they lose.
Yeah, I think they're already out. They just aren't talking shit yet.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
They're watching closely.
Yeah. You know that's a teachable, that's a learnable thing, man. Because there's a chunk of our audience that is that. It ain't the King Kayfabers, but I don't even know if that's too much.
That doesn't seem like too much, right?
Yeah.
Very tasteful, considering this is a bootleg and could have been less tasteful.
Right.
Had you spoke to this dude? Was he there?
Yeah, he comes up to me before the show begins. It happens all the time, and I always kind of like forget that that's the show where it happens, but it's always the Friday before the show opens. The dude is punk rock as fuck. Like he's got like a holy ass hoodie and shit like that. Like just like, you know, totally nondescript, quiet, and just puts a bunch of new games in the hand. You know, he did it for like 3 years. But it's this time where I like kind of got a better understanding of like how it works, how his stuff works. I don't know that he has a table, you know, and that's going to be part of the conversation. Like I don't know. Oh yeah, like I usually do that.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions on what he does, and may not have all those answers here, but pretty wild.
Yeah.
There's a lot of professionalism on the packages that I feel like doesn't have to be there, and it's a guy going all out.
Yeah, and I do have some answers for that, which is what makes this video possible, I think.
That Deadpool setup's really cool.
Right, because it is like the aesthetic, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like he may or may not have even commissioned somebody to do that shit.
Does make me wonder if he's just the guy designing all of this stuff. Like, pretty good eye.
Yeah.
These boxes all look nice. Jabba, I think we have a video on that Toth Superman annual with Terry Austin on the inks. Pretty weird marriage there. This one is Action Comics #1. And I guess it's one based on this is after John Byrne relaunches Superman. Because there must have been Action Comic annuals.
I don't know about that.
No?
Yeah, I don't know that like a DC wasn't really like they would have all kinds of specials and things like that, but I don't know that they did annuals.
Well, either way, Action Comics annual #1 is the Art Adams one we'll be looking at later.
those in for me, Jimmy. Jimmy, you should plug in your phone over here, and I would plug in your iPad because
It's at 99. I'll switch out after this video. It should be fine.
okay.
Because this is at 99 too.
Okay, as long as that's the case.
Yeah, I keep waiting for it to hit 100. I think we did it.
But always feel free to plug in on the supercharge over there. All right, let me macho myself real quick. Okay. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Got a pretty odd one today, man. It's a little bit different than our typical comic book coverage, but that doesn't mean it's any less cool. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have nearly, if not, 1,500 videos that are live at this very moment. Good chance we talked about some of your favorite comics. Give the channel a search on that little magnifying glass on the front page of the channel. If we did not talk about your favorite comics yet, you have to let us know so that we could push those comics higher up on our to-read piles. We have a Patreon for the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and the King Kayfabers on our channel are able to get their hands on these videos before anybody else. It mitigates the kayfabe effect, which happens often whenever we talk about something a little bit rare or in limited supply. The biggest supporters on our channel get those materials before anybody else. So the subscription to the Patreon pretty much pays for itself. Without further ado, Jimmy and I have been to Baltimore Comic-Con recently, and a bulk of our videos are going to be from our bounty from that experience. And one of the wildest things that I have gotten over the years was from this dude on Fridays. These are Nintendo tapes, Nintendo cartridges. We called them tapes as kids. These are Nintendo cartridges that are sort of bootleg feels like a harsh term because it's so well crafted, but these are non-licensed, we'll call them, Nintendo cartridges that have been coming out over the past bunch of years. And the fella who slides these to me goes all out with the production. You know, very, very limited supply and very rigorous and hardcore, beautiful graphic design. Let's just crack some of these things open. But the way it works is on Fridays before the show opens, this dude, you know, I'll get a nudge as I'm putting my books up on the table or whatever, and he'll just whoosh, slide them out to me, man, and hook me up with the new ones. And the dude just goes freaking all out, and
they're just polished. Like, they look professional. Every element of these looks professional. It's very, very impressive as a bootleg.
So I think some of the first ones that he slid my way were the Deadpool joints, and the Deadpool ROM has been floating around for a while. It's the fan community that puts it together, and I don't think that he's a part of that aspect of the creation. I think he's pulling these ROMs off the net. But what these guys did was they took the Ninja Gaiden engine and made a really, really fun game that, you know, that any Marvel Deadpool fan would enjoy. If you remember the Marvel games that were on NES, the legendary X-Men game and the Avengers, not good. Not good. Now these games that are created by the fan community are often, they're dickheads, so they're very tough, very hard to beat. Like this Mario Adventures one, if it is like any other ROM hacks that I've played in the past, it's nearly impossible. There's whole Instagram channels where guys like master these fucking hard boards, and like you wouldn't last 2 seconds on any one of these.
That is funny.
But one of the fun things about
We're such assholes.
yeah. It's like you got to figure out the gimmick, and it's actually not even fun. But
see, this is the stuff that I talk about when I say how professional these packages look. Like the box art and all the little details, the fine print.
right,
It's amazing.
and each of these packages has a little something in it. So it'll have, you know, a manual that he creates himself, and he's actually just getting better and better with the production. What are we doing here? I feel like there were some parts that were upside down. So it's like, I mean, it's a comic for the manual. Pretty freaking dope.
It makes me wonder if he's doing all of this himself. It's definitely very graphic.
Yeah, for sure.
He must be an artist.
At least a graphic designer. And the way that it works, there, like the supply chain, there is a supply chain first off that is required to make this happen. So he designs the box and gets like one company to make the box. He supplies the ROM and, you know, the schematic or whatever for the shell. That's printed in China. Potentially this case thing is manufactured somewhere else. The sticker labels are a different resource to get that manufactured. So that's not part of the China thing. And then he gets the booklets made at a different place. So there's like 5 different businesses that he commissions to work on these things to create this, like, the, you know, the ultimate package. And, you know, you rarely see like a website or anything like this, you know?
I like to imagine all of these companies just going along with this stuff. I can remember having comics printed at like Kinko's and dudes being like, this is copyrighted material. We can't print this here.
Right.
It's like, it's me. The copyright is mine.
Right.
And somehow this dude's printing all over the place and apparently without problems.
Yeah, well, it's you know, did that Kinko's guy get laid the night before or break up with his girlfriend? Because that's usually what is the issue there. But see, it's all unique. And around that same time, or maybe it was like last year, it was Akira and Mario Adventures. So the Mario Adventures, once again, it's classic like Super Mario 3 engine, but all new boards. And that's a classic game. And that's one of those games that when you play it, you kind of wish that there was more to it, especially once you get further along and you really understand it, you really flow. Like that's where this one would come in. These were the pulls from this year, and once again on Friday, dude just like bumps you, and just comes with him. He's like some 8-bit titties, man. These are the I believe Japan only. But if you ever mess with emulators back in the day, and you grab like all the ROMs for Nintendo, like these would be a part of it because I think they got translated, and like Bubble Bath would be like a Tetris. There's a girl behind the bubbles, and so like as you Tetris, like you get to see a naked girl.
Funny.
Yeah,
I was hoping whenever you pulled that out, it might be like Mike Signs.
right.
You know, I know he did some adult games, but it must have been computer games. I think that he did primarily.
Let's see what kind of stuff we got here. So okay, that's real cool. So the manual is meant to look kind of Playboy-ish. We went black cartridge with this one. The Ninja Turtles joint is really rad because it takes all 4 NES games that Konami put out for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and puts them all onto one cartridge, because that's the world we live in now. It's Moore's Law. You know, you could fit more stuff in a very small footprint. So all 4 games are in there. So presumably there must be some kind of a new menu or something on the front end of this where you could choose the games, which is interesting. I just cracked these open now. I haven't popped them in.
Do you think they pulled that art out of like the artisan edition?
This is
Maybe
new stuff. Yeah, this is like I would bet you that this is a
recreation.
Yeah, it's probably like a cover for an IDW book or something. But that's not, you know, it's not, that might be Laird, but you know, that's not the OG team.
Makes for a very nice cover.
Yeah, just well constructed. Every piece of it is great. But once again, Jimmy, you know how it goes. as a creator of things, and then you have your like last pages for notes, just like those old games. As a creator,
How many people filled out notes in those books, I wonder?
depends on the game, dude. Little low score passwords, super important. The one thing, and I don't even remember this, but he's like, dude, the only difference is that I can't get like the brown cardboard box, like this inner part. He's like, it's white. So in true type A fashion, homeboy can't be happy with 100% of it. But the piece that whenever I show it off, it always does super well on like my Instagram and stuff.
Yeah, this is a beautiful.
It's showing off. I'm showing it to the King Kayfabers right now. Is the Akira cartridge. This is a game that I wanted to play as soon as I found out that it existed, and the fan community took a couple of years to put together an English translation, and that is what is in this shell. Beautiful black case, and it feels just like any old Nintendo tape. Actually, because of Moore's Law and things, there doesn't have to be a big old circuit board. So, it's something connected to, the little pins to make it work, but you don't need all the transistors and things. So it's a little lighter. But the way this game is played, it's like a barely even a text adventure. It's almost like a novel. It's almost like an adaptation of the comic, except you point and click to get to like the next thing. I don't think you die. I think it just is like choose the right thing to get to the next stage and just trial and error a whole bunch. But definitely super cool and near and dear to the cartoonist Kayfabe heart.
It makes me wonder if Tomo had any input in the original game design.
Right.
Because he seems so hands-on.
Absolutely. I think that because the Famicom was so popular, they had to do something, and it, certainly bound by the technology, because what they were trying to do was something that would be PC worthy on an 8-bit NES cartridge, and it just, it's not there. But super cool. Shouts to that dude. He remains reasonably anonymous. Once again, I don't know if he had a table at the show, but he's always there. And I think he makes a very, very limited amount of these, 50 or something, and slides them out however he slides them out. So you may or may not be able to find them, but they are definitely great additions to the comic book to the comic book collection over here, and certainly the Akira collection that I've accumulated over the years. So shouts to that dude. Look forward to seeing him next time in which game, because he always surprises me. Like just when I thought that he can't do anything cooler, he gives me a Nintendo tape with all the Ninja Turtles games on one cartridge. Pretty freaking rad. And if you're good to go, Jimmy, I'm good to go.
Yep.
Let me get this stuff out of here. I'll do a little cut.
Those Akira are probably valuable with the collectors in a small number.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing what people make.
And then they're like on Instagram there will be also the haters. Oh man, that's just the bootleg. That's just the bootleg, man. That ain't shit. Set this up also. Which I don't remember what the first stuff was on like the commercial last week. Did you do your stuff first on the commercial? I think so.
Yeah, I can't remember, probably.
Okay, so I'll pull out your books first. Remember to like, follow, and subscribe to the. Remember to like, follow, and remember to like, follow, and subscribe. My goodness, man. Remember to like, follow, and subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Hit the bell and make sure you choose all notifications, because we do have videos that we put out on the daily. More than 1,500 videos up there as we speak. Good chance we might have talked about some of your favorite comics. Take a look at the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Hit the magnifying glass. Give the channel a search for your favorite titles. And if we haven't talked about your faves, make sure you put something in the comments so that we put those comics a little bit higher on our to-read piles. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon get access to all of our videos before anybody else. They get access to this live stream recording session, and it's a good chance that the NES players out there have already scooped up the final copies of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collection, the Akira NES tapes, and so on and so forth. So subscribe to the channel, support the channel that way. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a healthy bibliography of the comics that we have out in the wild right now, but we're working on new stuff all the time. Jimmy, tell the people what's going on.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. This will be out in November, and you can pre-order it now at your local comic shop. So whenever you're in there pre-ordering Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus, tell them you want a copy of Street Angel Princess of Poverty. It is the other half of the Deadliest Girl Alive collection. Between these two collections, you'll have all the Street Angel comics that I've made up to this point, and it'll be similar size and should look good as a set next to Deadliest Girl Alive. I've been self-publishing lately, True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, 1986 zine, all about the greatest year in comics history, and the BW zine, celebrating the original black and white explosion from the 80s. These will be available to order on my website October 26th as kind of a fall Christmas holiday sale. So mark that on your calendar. I'll certainly be talking about it between now and then, but that'll be the way to get these if you haven't already. And Hulk Grand Design, out of print at the distribution level. So if your comic shop has a copy, pick it up now, because these things are going to be gone soon, and no guarantees when they'll be back again. We've seen a few shops that have these. If you're a retailer, share some pics, show them off, and I will certainly signal boost that. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics and you can download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics there.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is forthcoming. It is orderable now for your comic shop to get by October 18th. So put in your orders and pre-orders right at this moment, because we have a finite amount of copy of this first print run, and no telling when that second print run is going to be available. 504 pages, 140 pages of material that is not in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's a 10th anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop culture, and a great celebration of that culture. So make sure you get this put onto your bookshelf. It's the best book that I've ever made to date, and it will be a great addition to your bibliography. Not the only holiday effort coming out this year. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback will be hitting the shops in November. Collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works, a few of those volumes of which are currently out of print, so it'll be your chance to get all the comics in one fell swoop. The current focus is Red Room. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, and we have just completed the 4-issue run of the 3rd season of Red Room. It's called Crypto Killers, and it is the final run of Red Room. All 4 issues are out there. Each issue is completely self-contained, so if you see any random issue, scoop it up, give it a shot. This 3rd issue of Crypto Killers has a backup feature, though, called Latchkey Kids, which I retitled Switchblade Shorties in my current project status with it, which is a daily, let me try that again. The backup in issue 3 of Red Room Crypto Killers has a story called Latchkey Kids, which I retitled as Switchblade Shorties. Happens to be the daily comic strip that I'm working on, and I'm serializing it right now exclusively on my own Patreon, patreon.com/edpiscor. but I'm going to be releasing it to the wider public on January 1st of 2024. So there's the bibliographies. These are the things that we have out there forthcoming and in the wild. Support our books, keep the channel going, but there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
A plethora of ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, give the people the final marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Action Comics Annual 1, John Byrne, Art Adams, Dick Giordano. It looks good on my camera. Good if you are, Jimmy. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're a daily YouTube channel. Got nearly 1,500 videos up there as we speak. New videos all the time. Chances are we might have talked about some of your faves. There is a magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give that a search for your favorite titles. See if we talked about some of your faves. If we did, check out those episodes. If not, make sure you put something in the comments letting us know which titles we need to push higher on our to-read pile. We have a Patreon where you could support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Keep new videos coming to you all the time. The biggest supporters on the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else. They also have access to a live stream recording session as we are making these videos, completely taking the kayfabe effect out of the equation. And we kind of have exclusive episodes that we do in between videos as we record that only the King Kayfabers get to enjoy. Today, we're going to be taking a look at Art Adams' Superman and Batman in Action Comics Annual Number 1, written by John Byrne. Shouts to the Kayfaber who slid this to me in Baltimore. Said, I want to see that comic on the channel, and I'm going to sweeten the pot and get Art Adams to sign it for you. So, happy to oblige.
Yeah, this is long overdue, I think. We've looked at quite a bit of Art Adams over the years. I think of him mostly as Marvel stuff. So it's kind of cool to see him doing the big guns here at DC in the form of Batman and Superman. And Dick Giordano on inks, which is interesting too. I usually prefer an artist to ink themselves, but Dick Giordano has inked virtually everybody. So it's kind of cool to see what he brings, that level of experience, to a guy like Art Adams. I mean, Giordano did a lot of inking over another Adams, Neil Adams.
Right.
So, a couple of very distinct stylists, and the inker that maybe the glue that binds these two Adams together in DC and with Batman. So starting right off on the cover, I feel like you get to see Giordano really flexing some muscles that I don't always think of when I think of his style. And look at that color-hold background.
Yeah, man.
A lot of lines on there.
It's pretty fascinating to have this kind of tandem between Giordano and Adams, because it's mostly pen inkers who work on Art Adams' work. That's what he prefers. In fact, he doesn't even do dip pens. He's a micron guy. Dick Giordano, heck of a brush slinger. He may be using some pen here, but I do think that he's also bringing brush marks, because you never see lines this thick on almost any Art Adams works. And it's still, it's 1987. It's still pretty early in Art Adams' career. And there is some very interesting kind of anatomy stuff. The way these leg muscles are built and the kind of foreshortening on them.
Very stocky Batman
that
he's drawing in this version.
Yeah. And it starts off
like a Swamp Thing comic.
It's good though because let's start off high energy. Why not, right? One of the things that Art Adams would bring to the table was like little pop culture references that you just would never see done elsewhere, like little Mr. Peanut from the Planters joints. You have a town's mob chasing after a very bountiful and beautiful young lass through the bayous of this nondescript town. Her name's Skeeter. And we get to see a lot of Art Adams on display here in terms of texture with foliage, moss, boggy marsh kind of texture, and water. And you see where it holds up and you see where it kind of goes away. We talk a lot about, the great water textures in comics. Art Adams, at this stage, ain't one of them. You got levels of depth here. And perhaps even the Mignola influence, because we know that Mignola, Adams, and Steve Purcell kind of like lived in the same kind of apartment complex or something. Some of those lines, it's less Michael Golden and more Mike Mignola.
I'd be very curious to see this piece in black and white.
Yeah.
Because there's kind of like hatching on hatching to do background and maybe midground.
Right.
I'd be curious what that looks like if you remove the color.
Right. Yeah. Some pretty eye-opening things when we took a look at that Michael Golden Artist Edition. We have a video of that, and it gets pretty lost. But Giordano is a storyteller, so I don't doubt that he's paring Art Adams down a little bit in service of the story, which is not something that Adams would do himself. He draws the hell out of every panel.
So I enjoyed reading this comic this week.
Yeah.
However, at this point in the reading, I'm like, come on, man. I'm here for Batman and Superman, and we're getting this Swamp Thing like lead in.
Right. Yes.
A lot of build up.
This issue in particular, certainly with this girl, I see a lot of young Rob Liefeld isms. Like Rob is pulling from this era of Art Adams in a big giant way. But you're right, in terms of a Batman Superman story, it's a slow burn, no pun intended.
This is a nice bit of storytelling. We see our Skeeters moving from left to right, the way we read, typical motion in a comic book page, a Western comic book page. But she needs to misdirect that mob that's following her. So when she decides she needs to take them in a goose chase the other direction, now we see her moving from right to left, switching direction literally on the page as she's trying to misdirect her followers. I like that.
Isn't that a gorgeous design of that little hut?
Yeah, it looks good.
But then look at to this day, like Art Adams will do commissions and things, and then he'll do like, jungle texture with a Wolverine on top of Wendigo or something, and he gloriously kayfabes the foliage and stuff. And he's not there yet. Like, it's just these kind of like lines that guys like Liefeld and
will
just totally pervert.
We call it the screen door there. You know what's neat here, though, is big, thick black borders around these bottom panels that fade into the foliage at the top of the panel border, bleed out. And haven't seen that. Don't remember seeing that before. It's kind of a neat trick.
Right. So she jumps into the bog, and they imagine that she just kind of like swam away to another part of the town or the other side of the river. But it's enough to like stop these townspeople in their tracks. Little story fault there, I would say, because if it's so important to chase her with pitchforks and torches, maybe get a little wet.
That, or maybe have an alligator swim by in front of them, and they decide they're not gonna follow her into there.
There you go. That's a good note. Create a reason why these guys. It's not hot lava.
Right.
So look at this bottom tier of the girl's emoting face. Tell me you don't see New Mutants era Rob Liefeld in that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Even the storytelling of it, because there's no storytelling value really. It's literally talking heads and just different views of pan in, and it's really one of those storytelling mechanisms that's created because there's nothing more to tell on this page, and we need a page turn reveal. Little sloppy, but we got our page turn reveal. And her parents are some mummified corpses.
They're not giving away a lot either. I had not read on the front Cry Vampire.
Yeah. And
so like I'm this far in and still not sure what this story is.
Sure. Yeah, but at this point you certainly get the sense that this girl ain't all right.
No, for sure.
She's got some baggage, we'll say.
It's funny too to go from like this kind of a panel that's, I'll call it a little bit loose, to like suddenly the referenced Matchbox Corvette pulling in.
Yeah, not bad. And Art Adams will do that 3-point perspective. It's real fun seeing his originals, the way that he plots out his perspective grids. When there's any bit of perspective, he grids out the whole panel, in blue pencil, and then draws what he needs in there. Also, he's such a rigorous drawer, such a kind of accurate drawer in a lot of ways, that when he's drawing guns, you'll see just like perspective blocks like over top of his figures to make sure those guns are in perfect, proper perspective.
I feel like that's a swipe that Liefeld didn't include.
That's true. There's a lot of curvy guns. A lot of curvy guns. This is one of those fun pieces of the comic, because when this guy shows up, you think it's Superman, really. Superman in disguise.
Yeah, totally. Has the little curl in the head and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my first thought.
Showing up to this town, pretty nondescript. I thought that this panel with the 3-point perspective cafe was really, really sharp. Those stools look real uncomfortable. Maybe,
yeah, they do.
Maybe a little wider chair would do the trick. But this is classic, non-fucking photo traced comic book perspective that is really kind of missing in comics now, because people will go to like a Google SketchUp, diner sequence and just kind of trace it off and get everything all accurate. And I don't think anything here is really inaccurate, except those stool seats are a little bit.
Yeah, this is an amazing panel, and something we've seen in other Art Adams. Often it'll be maybe an apartment or something, but
yeah.
he will do this kind of great perspective on a room,
yes,
or on an establishing shot interior, and they're impressive.
Which is once again one of the pieces that the Image guys did not take from Art Adams.
For sure.
But there's something going down in this town. He knows it's sleepy little village, and even in the diner, he's looking for a hotel, and the lady's like ready to kind of spill the beans on a good place to stay. But then you have the cook who looks straight out of Nom. It's like that one dude from the Nom got a job in town. He's Rambo. I was in charge of $1 million equipment, and now I'm making scrambled eggs for people in this bullshit town.
Yeah, this is that classic trope, too, of something doesn't smell right in this town.
Right.
Don't tell the outsiders.
Yeah. So we're building it up, man.
How beautiful is this sky?
Yeah, great color on that,
yeah,
man.
props to the colorist.
Let's give shouts to that colorist.
It wasn't a name I recognized, but I really love it whenever you see a nice-looking sky like that. Yeah,
Petra Scotis.
Yeah, not a name I recognize, but here's another one of those 3-point perspective room shots.
And it has everything you need in there in, a kind of shitty little motel room setting. And at the end, it's revealed that it's Batman.
Right.
Who is the fella there. And the perspective on these buildings, man, you take the color away. That's some 6th grade art class perspective buildings right there.
By the way, another great piece of sky changing, because if you look at sunsets, this is what happens. You go from that great color to now we're into the purples, and the sun's gone down.
Yeah, man.
Sun's gone down, Batman's out.
Which is when Batman comes out. That's goddamn right.
So I turn the page here, Ed, and I go, ooh, that looks like a Dark Knight moment.
Yeah.
that big splash page. And we often, we're talking about color right now, and this is just all these purples and grays and blues, Batman not popping, but it's nighttime.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's supposed to pop there.
And he's a stealthy figure. You got the yellows of his gimmicks, and you got his Caucasian flesh face. So you see him. He's not really lost, but he is a stealthy character. I still chalk this up as storytelling, And notice also that it is dark out, and Art Adams is leaving that sky open for the colorist to inject those cool colors.
And we see the woman that our in disguise Bruce Wayne gave a lift to into town. She's dead now in this alley.
Yeah.
Just like Gotham.
She's a fashion criminal, too, with her outfit. Who is she?
She was there for a library convention.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. The faces of the townspeople, you notice that the cook, who was from Michael Golden's Nom comics early on, but this face, it's so cool because you could see Dick Giordano in that face and Art Adams. Both guys are in that jib.
Yeah, you definitely see bits of not Art Adams in some of the face inking.
Yeah.
And got to give that to Giordano, of course, but it is kind of funny to see that.
So the mob is coming for
both sides.
Yeah, for Batman. Yeah, it's like 300, right? You got that like a little close quarters, but it ain't 300. It's 1 versus 300, and he gets out of the mix with his little bat smoke pills or whatever. Not the last dead guy he's gonna happen upon. Oh no, this is like a flashback sequence. Yeah, he's been tracking this vampire stuff from Gotham to this sleepy little town, and now we're in Metropolis because Batman's going to need a little help. This Daily Planet, Art Adams lettered that right there. Yeah, that looks like his lettering in those Godzilla comics that he did with Alan Moore.
It's so weird seeing like these kinds of panels. You know, I think of like a Mazzucchelli or something doing those kind of silhouettes, and it's really just Art Adams doing Batman. You know, like you get all those different Batman shots, silhouette, skyline kind of stuff. Pretty cool. Crouched on top of things. You know, whether it's a building or a telephone pole here. You know, it's almost. I wonder if Byrne sees Art Adams is drawing this, and it's like you got to just put all the iconic Batman. You know, set him up for success in this. Totally.
This is one of my favorite panels of the comic. Just that crouch. The composition is great. That crouching Batman on top of the telephone pole, jacking into the telephone pole to like make his calls. But then you see these marks down here that are. It looks like Mario Hernandez marks the way he inks his hatching and stuff. Like
yeah, definitely not an Art Adams mark that you'll see when he inks himself.
And then his Superman is dope as hell.
This is the other part where I go, oh yeah, this is totally some reference to Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah, like when Miller established that,
it's
very sharp, and it really speaks to the icon that is Superman. Because like, you think DC gives a shit about selling Superman comics or selling merch with that amazing logo?
Yeah,
rings and shit. I seen dudes with rings with that.
Yeah, whenever I was probably in high school, I remember Fossil did a watch, maybe like a Death of Superman watch, but it was like pewter colored with that Superman insignia in the face, and I always thought it looked really cool.
Yeah. So now we're merging our story elements. We established that girl early on. Now she's found her hero. And storytelling wise, like we know that something is up with her because of that parental part. So I feel like there was a way that you could orient this story where you could get more drama out of this moment where she is being chased down. You don't kind of know how fucking weird she is. And then Batman's there to save the day.
Yeah, you're right. That would have been dramatic. Instead of Batman getting away from that crowd by himself, if he had a presumably innocent person that the crowd was pursuing that he has to rescue out of there, would have been a little bit more dramatic.
Yeah, almost literally the following page could be that one where we have her going back home and talking to her parents, and then that would show us that like Batman is he's in over his head, but it would at least create this kind of tension.
Interesting to see the Batman with no shadows version.
Yeah,
I feel like that's almost like a Barry Windsor Smith Batman black and white or something.
Right.
It's funny to see Batman without any blacks on him.
True. Now Superman shows up to the schmoz, and he's a voyeur, man. He's looking in people's bedrooms and stuff. And
I don't know how much we've seen of this version of Superman doing this stunt, but I feel like that opens up some possibilities.
It was inspiring, yeah, to me, man. I was like, man, I could come up with a million things because it would be people. It would be an extension of that Miracle Man. After issue 15, when it's like pure fascism and everybody, because like, this is almost Catholicism, where like not only can that guy up there like see everything you do, but he can like read your thoughts and shit. Like this dude is he's God.
Yeah, it's something I think you could have done some more interesting stuff. Like keep going down this road.
Totally.
I saw Body Double. This would be great. Going back to that Art Adams faces too, I feel like you see some Giordano on the Superman faces too. Like they're, I think, trying to keep that in somewhat model.
But there is caricature to it a lot. That's a big stern jaw.
That's a big jaw.
Shades of the mullet on some of that hair of it. You know, little budding mullet. Looks like you know, the turtle tail mullet that Theo Huxtable was running around with in the Cosby Show when we were kids.
Foreshadowing.
So now we have our Okefenokee, you know, Mayberry like cops.
There's so much with this story that, you know, like I hate to sit backseat drive or whatever, you know, and in hindsight you have all these ideas, but it's kind of a great concept, the idea of this little town that suddenly Batman and Superman show up. That seems like such a great potential for a fun story, and in a lot of ways it's downplayed. We don't really get that much from that angle, but man, it's amazing to think of, like, here we go, world's finest showing up in the middle of some quiet little town at night.
This is a cool little piece, man, where Superman is looking through the desk.
Yeah.
And sees like wooden stakes and shit.
It's a great effect. It's a really good visual. You know, it doesn't interrupt the storytelling at all, but it's one more piece that you get information-wise out of that panel.
Got our black border to show off our Dark Knight. And Batman is going home with his pretty blonde girl to the bayou. Also, she's very much like Daisy May, Lil Abner kind of character. The super beautiful blonde who's corn-fed.
Yeah, and Byrne is laying on, I don't know if dialect or accent, what exactly this is, but here they is.
Yeah, super uneducated. Almost a Jaime Hernandez face right there. Really gorgeous. And then this is something that I attribute to Art Adams quite often on his comics. Heck of a drawer, but when it comes to storytelling, you know, that takes a sideline a lot. And this is like a big moment, and it's so squeezed in to the narrative.
I also wonder if that should have been flipped, as if those old people are looking at, as Batman comes in, like they're sort of looking face to face on those.
That's true. Breaks that 180 rule. For sure. Some more Art Adams lettering with the hospital stuff right there.
How weird is it if you're the sheriff or deputy and you're walking Superman around town?
Yeah, man.
Like, that's the stuff that I would have so much more fun.
Yeah.
Dude, give me the slice of life version of, like, when Barney Fife is walking Superman around town.
Yeah, totally. So,
and this is Walking Dead hospital treatment here. You know, we've got this ward boarded up and padlocked.
Right. Whenever Batman escapes from the girl, breaks through this stuff, this is a great page. He goes into the quicksand, sinks, and the way the compositions here are just fantastic. Art Adams really thinking out like those boards that Batman kind of pushed through, and that worm's eye composition with her standing there, and then we see over her shoulder and just bubbles. It's almost like thematic rhythm of what she did earlier.
Yeah, it's a good page. Very easy to follow and all looks good.
Yeah.
I like this page too. I thought having that like giant face and then like silhouettes of the building and stuff, like it's just very attractive comics. You know, you're not repeating images or kind of compositions, but easy to follow.
Yeah. And you see when you see these big faces, it's more of those young Liefeld marks.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, this shit too, man. So the guys in the ward broke out, and we know that, you know, when a vampire does their thing, they kind of possess the townspeople until they turn.
Yeah, it feels a lot like a zombie story, the way these vampires are treated.
Yeah, and they're wilding out. Flipping cars over, burning stuff down. So now you get your fun Superman stuff, building a wall around these people.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
It builds a pretty good structure.
Seeing all that black on that Superman's body it really works.
Yeah, but you know, you could have filled it all in and just had black, and I think it'd still read. Like, that's that classic character design where the shape, the silhouette would have read, especially with the red boot, is where I think this could have got lost if it were all black, but because of the red boot, you could have just had black for his for the blue parts of his costume, and it'd be about the same as what you get there.
It's true. The elements like this, man, like really make me think of Mignola.
Yeah, there's some in there.
So
Definitely.
certainly not showing the feet. And having the smoke hatch that exact way.
This vampire's ability to affect both Superman and Batman really makes her a great villain.
Yeah.
A powerful villain, I should say.
There's a character in Excalibur called Megan, and this is almost Megan, because she's like a beautiful blonde chick that turns into, you know, pretty crazy, hairy looking thing. It has like a hair lip. You notice those like lines going up through the nostrils?
That's strange.
Yeah. At first I thought it was Batman rocking the house, and it was blood, but it's just not.
Superman has something like that coming out too. I wonder if that's just those two exerting battles of the will on each other. That thing should be dripping though.
You know what? It is blood. They're just downplaying it in the color.
You know what? That's probably right.
Yeah, they're just downplaying it in the color. Wussy DC.
Yeah, you wonder if the colorist turned that in red and they were like, gotta tone it down.
Right. Because it's almost flesh tone. It's literally, you know, the stages. It's 50% cyan instead of 25. But maybe you have to save up all that blood for this, man, because that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, Batman not messing around. Once he decides that's a vampire, no qualms about killing it.
Yeah, man.
I kind of love the sinking.
Damn near Charles Paris.
Just nothing there, you know, just a very abstract mark that we read as Cape.
And every time you see the vampire girl, she's getting more and more emaciated and just like withering away. Batman very matter of fact about the whole scenario. And you know, he's prepared. He was like, you know, I don't like the idea of a Superman vampire, which by the way, like do that comic running around.
Yeah, and bring Kelly Jones in for it.
Yeah. And then the final page. See, this is more a Batman comic than it is a Superman tale.
Yeah,
really.
You're right about that. I never even thought of that reading this, but 100% it's we get much more Batman. I bet page count wise too.
Yeah. Superman is really, you know, he's there for the fight, but that's it. And Batman really saves the day. Yeah, it's a Batman comic. And maybe that's a thing where like Art Adams, because like Art Adams calls his shots in a lot of ways, and he might have been calling his shots even at this level. And you know, Batman probably speaks to him more because Batman speaks to everybody more. Like I don't know who's itching to do a Superman
think it's
story.
possible this was written as like a Batman story, and then at some point they flipped it to be like put it in Action Annual.
Right. Yeah, possibly.
Because it does feel like this is a Batman comic.
Yeah, it has
with a little Superman guest star, maybe a World's Finest or something. But
totally, like you even have his supporting cast with Commissioner Gordon right here. There's no Lois Lane.
Yeah,
there's not one other supporting, and it's bookended with Batman. But the way this ends, yeah, we're gonna like lay these people out, but we need to be sure, and that last panel communicates everything.
Yeah, and they're back in Gotham City, so do you then load up your vampires and dead bodies and be like, I'll take these, you know, let me take these back to Gotham. That's kind of an odd detail.
You and your men are free to leave if you don't feel like watching. So he knows that they're kinky. He knows that some of them might want to see some gore.
Yeah, I want one more panel where one of them's like, no, I'm into this.
Yeah.
I'm here for this Batman.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
Don't pass one of my favorite Paul Galassi comics, Slash Murad, with their ad there. A fun comic. One of those few, whenever I started binding books, I bound that because I don't think there's ever been a collection of it.
Right.
But very far out. If you guys are Galassi fans at home, this is one to go into the back issue bins to find.
Super cool. So, shouts to the Kayfaber who slid this copy of Action Annual #1. It was a heck of a comic to go through. Very surprising that we haven't done this earlier. And I think what happened was you had options one week.
It must have been.
And I think what the option that we went with was the Playboy Penthouse Hustler option, which is our most popular video. So we chose the right video that week. But we could have done this the next week, you know?
Yeah, if you guys at home haven't watched the Playboy Hustler Penthouse comic video, check that out because I want to see that video hit 1 million.
It's close.
It is.
It's close. that would be a good five-year anniversary
yes,
present for the channel.
That'd be awesome.
Have 1 million video. Good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We're a daily YouTube channel with nearly 1,500 videos live as we speak, and we might have talked about some of your favorites. If we did not, make sure you put something in the comments. There's a magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and you can search for your faves. We have a Patreon where you can directly support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and there are 3 different levels of support there. If you become a King Kayfaber, you get all the videos before anybody else, and you have access to a live stream recording session. So when we talk about a comic like this, Action Comics 1, and we present a new Art Adams comic to people that might not have remembered or knew that this one existed, the King Kayfabers are buying the cheapest copies off of online markets, eBay, Amazon, places like that. You're going to have to pay the more expensive versions, so the subscription pays for itself. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Before you is a pretty healthy bibliography of what we've produced over the years, but we're always keeping busy. So Jimmy, let the people know what you got.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is coming to your comic book store in November. You can pre-order that one now. Let your comic shop owner know that you want a copy, and it pairs perfectly with Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also from Image, these books will be similar size. They make up a set. There's no overlap, but together these 2 volumes collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. So get those pre-orders in so we know how many to print. I've also been self-publishing lately. You see the BW zine on the left celebrating the black and white explosion of the 80s and 90s, True Crime Funnies, a collection of non-fiction stories, and 1986, celebrating the greatest year in comics history, in my opinion. These will all be available on jimrugg.com October 26th as like a fall holiday sale. So mark your calendars now, and once they're all stocked up and ready to go, they'll be available for you. And Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design saga, covering the Hulk's 60-year history in one handsome oversized volume, sold out at the distribution level, which means pick it up if you haven't already, because once these copies are gone, no guarantees when it'll be back in print, if it'll be back in print. So if your comic shop has one of these and you don't, pick that up now. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can download a lot of my zines and mini comics.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming. It's just 4 weeks away as of this recording session, and you got to account for your copy right now because there's a finite amount of these that we printed up. It is the 50th anniversary of hip hop culture. It is the 10th anniversary of the Hip Hop Family Tree series, and this is the ultimate statement. It's the best book I've ever made, and I hope you guys add that to your library. Not the only holiday release coming to you this year. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is forthcoming, and it will be available in November. Collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. Some of those volumes are out of print as we speak. Red Room is the stuff that I've been working on lately. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, and we just recently completed the 3rd season of Red Room comics. It's called Crypto Killers, and 4 issues of that are out there. Every issue of Red Room that you find is completely self-contained, so just scoop any old issue up if you see it, give it a read. If you dig it, grab another. Latchkey Kids is a backup feature in issue 3. I've changed the title to Switchblade Shorties, and these are the characters that are going to show up in my daily comic strip that I'm serializing exclusively on my Patreon right now to early adopters, patreon.com/edpiskor. But I'm going to be putting this comic out to the wider public come January 1st, 2024. So there you have it. There's a good chunk of our bibliography, and you could scoop that stuff up to support the channel. But there's some other ways where you can support Cartoonist Kayfabe and keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe merchandise like t-shirts, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
You know, it's like area. It's like, I'll do a commercial real quick. The one that you did last week, dude, with the editing, I got that down to 38 seconds.
Yeah. You need me to lock those in?
I will. Yeah.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy has forthcoming Street Angel Princess of Poverty. It's a good companion piece to go along with Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. He's been self-publishing lately. True Crime Funnies, 1986 zine, BW zine. If you didn't get these at Comic-Cons, he's going to put them live on his website in late October. And the long out-of-print Hulk Grand Design. Scoop up those comics. I have the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming to you. 10th anniversary. Make sure you scoop it up. Best book I ever made. The current focus has been Red Room. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room that are out there. Trigger Warnings and The Antisocial Network. Just wrapped up the 4 issues of the final season, Crypto Killers, with the 3rd issue containing a backup feature of my forthcoming daily comic strip, and X-Men Grand Design Trilogy coming out in November, collecting long out of print X-Men Grand Design books that I put together. Before you is a healthy bibliography of a bunch of stuff that we have out on the stands today. Now that we're done paying the bills, back to the video. All right. Yeah, because my next videos are going to be the biggies. We got to change the camera. Let me make a tea, man. I think you're right, man. I think there was a Batman comic. But probably Art Adams with his deadlines, you know, was just taking a little too long.
You know what I didn't notice in it? Any kind of like rush. You know, like a lot of times you'll see like 5 pages towards the end where it's like, okay, these.
I think the rush was in between.
These are deadline victims, but
I think I saw some rush like on the interiors, man. Some talking heads with Barney Fife and the sheriff, and. But there was also nothing so hyperbolic that looked like it took too much extra time either. You know, it's kind of a mid-Carter.
All right, guys, up next, we're going to be looking at Wizard 60. Hefty issue. I've been very critical of some of these anniversary issues as being lousy. There's a lot of stuff in this one. This is about 2 issues worth of stuff.
Yeah.
We're going to be breezing through some of this.
The cool thing is that just watch the Wizard playlist, you know, the magazine playlist that we have, and that covers that one section.
Yeah. We have a 59-hour version of this one article.
Yeah. Shit, man. Some of those old episodes we did, like, damn, they're 2 hours, some of them.
Is Dick Giordano still alive?
I don't think so.
We were talking in the weekly, we mentioned Charlton Comics, which is where Giordano came from.
Yeah.
And man, and then you get into like the 1986 zine, and he's all over DC Comics.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the influence and the big books that come out of there.
High up.
I mean, I feel like he was close to both Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns.
And yes. I mean, like
doesn't get much bigger than that at DC Comics, not just for 86, but forever.
There's behind the scenes, there's some stuff where the word on the street is that he went to Miller and was like, all right, you fucked around with your little Ronin project. Do a Batman. Now you got to do a Batman. This water?
Yes, man, water.
Yes, sir. Let me pull up the
also,
chat.
a lot of good stories about him. He's one of those
Nothing
guys
bad.
that, like, anytime people have stories about him, it's usually about how generous he was with feedback, with encouragement, with tips.
Yeah.
A guy who really added a lot to comics.
Okay.
All right, I'm signing out of here. Yeah, Dick Giordano passed in 2010.
Nice job, huh? Plus, Giordano was a part of like that ground level stuff, like Star Reach. Like he has comics in that.
I didn't realize
stuff.
that.
Yeah.
Man, what a career.
And he might be in even Sojourn. I think he has some stuff in Sojourn.
Be interesting to see that list of like dudes who have really given a lot to comics. I feel like there are wrestling equivalents of guys who, put young guys over and really were generous with what they knew. I feel like he'd be in that camp.
At the show, one of our guys gave a bunch of his comics to Chaykin, and Chaykin like looked through this stuff and was like, how old are you, kid? And the dude's like, 34. And Chaykin's like, you should be better than this by now.
That's a tough feedback.
But he was just, he was being, talking out kind of professional Marvel type caliber shit.
It is interesting, like the feedback people give, because usually I'm like, looks good, keep making comics.
Yeah, always, yeah.
And somebody had gone, I think it was to Klaus, and Klaus was talking about like 12 different panels, compositions, and you need to use more of them.
Mm-hmm.
Was the feedback, which is good. You see that with Young Cartoonist, is like that couple panel compositions just repeated, right? But I never heard that number 12, and it makes me wonder, like, what are those? Because I have that How to Draw Comics,
his
the
book.
DC Way or whatever that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me want to dig back into that and see if he has that theory outlined, because I'd never heard that before.
Right.
But there is some truth there. I remember like going through the Harry Lucy Archies at one point and really looking at them as like, oh, okay, you need like there weren't 12 compositions in those, but you also kind of don't need them. Like they were like
it was like 5.
Yeah, there's like icons, right? It's like, this is Archie straight on, this is 3/4, this is side.
Oh damn, you're talking about like the
really
characters
simple
designs and
yeah
shit.
Very simple, but even perspective, like you're not going to get like a bird's eye view shot in one of those Archie comics. And...
what's interesting doing this daily strip is like when you look at the classics, there's mid shot, full body, constantly, and I want to do an episode of that where it's like be damned Marvel style or cinematic style, comic strip style, and see what that looks like for a strip.
Do you think that's predominantly pre like 1930? Like is a stage influence rather than a film influence?
Right, yeah. Like it's when the filmic stuff comes in and you see it with Kniff, really, which is like 31, and you see him playing with this stuff and doing very complex things. But yeah, I do think it's just, and also it's time. Like once you build those characters enough times this way, you could fucking slap them out.
Yeah.
And you know, like I think that's part of how Barks was able to do 3 pages of what I do a day, is because it's all like there's iconic, like, you know, he spent a lot of time doing in-betweens, so he fucking probably could like slap those characters out. It's probably like,
it's probably like 2 circles too. Like there's your body, there's your head.
Yeah, it's like circle 2
those couple
head.
of...
But then the other thing is like creating the balance, and I'm figuring that out, like of the characters, the weight, and I just can't do that off the bat. But like when I build the shapes, like I'll play with the head and I'll move it around. I'm like, oh, there it is. You know, like I'll just be able to take it, but I can't do that on paper yet. Like I'm not good enough to figure that out. But like I'm figuring it out like that way, where I'm like head, oh, there it is. It's like the optimal head placement for the balance of the little cartoon body and shit, and it's real fun because it clicks.
Right.
It really is like Legos, man. It's like, okay, there it is.
I want to say it was Coop on WTF, and he was talking about that. Like you go through enough drawing where whenever you're then doing those loose sketches, the one that's right, you just, you know, you click.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's right. That the physics, the anatomy, the gravity, whatever, it feels right on that one, which is impossible to explain to somebody that hasn't drawn, 10 million bodies.
One more piece. In that Carl Burke's Conversations, he cites the artists that he's looking at now who are kind of sexy, who are kind of cool to him. And this is like the earliest interviews from 71. And he says Russ Manning and Wally Wood are his guys.
Interesting.
Because he's very much into the Alex Raymond, Hal Foster camp. Like he's very steeped in that. He says that everybody makes fun of his tastes because if it isn't like Gene Autry music or Roy Rogers, he doesn't care about the music. And if it's not, Alex Raymond, Hal Foster, he doesn't even care about it in terms of like comic art.
That's funny to think of Russ Manning in that Wally Wood kind of camp.
Yeah. Ready when you are, Jimmy. Did we lock in? Let's do it again. Make sure. Looks good on that black and white background.
Mm-hmm. That's a good Hulk image. Yeah, man, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
And we are a daily comic book YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe to our feed and go to our homepage on YouTube. Hit that little magnifying glass to search and search out your favorite comic books or creators. We have over 1,400 videos. We've probably covered your favorite title, but if not, give it a search and then leave a comment below so that we can add that to our reading list, or we can move it up our reading list if there's some title that you want to see us cover. I also want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon with 3 different levels that'll give you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll have access to our videos first, including our recording session. We've got a bunch of King Kayfabers sitting here watching us get ready to go through this Wizard magazine now. But being a King Kayfaber means you'll be the first one in line whenever we cover a video of a book that you need to add to your collection. If it's rare, if it's hard to find, you can get those before the prices go up and before they disappear completely.
Had a couple guys in the chat room just say that they bought copies of the comic that we just recorded right before we're making this video.
Very nice. So you pull the trigger on the right one of those books, and it'll pay for your Patreon for the year. So without further ado, the 5th anniversary bash of Wizard. This is issue number 60 from August 1996. 5 years into Wizard magazine. I don't know when Wizard peaks, but man, they're near the height of their powers probably at this point. And you see Bart Sears with a big Hulk cover right off the bat, blasting through a wall that is wallpapered with old Wizard magazines.
It makes perfect sense. He was one of the sort of names that did original cover work for Wizard pretty early on.
I'm going to say this. If it weren't for Wizard, I don't know that I would know Bart Sears.
That's true.
He did a lot of work. He did the Brutes and Babes column.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of surprised they don't bring him back for some kind of hurrah on that. That was a big feature for me for a long time in the early Wizards. Probably the longest running like how to draw column in Wizard was probably Bart Sears' Brutes and Babes.
Yeah, maybe, man. And not worth, it's worth noting that Cartoonist Kayfabe is nearly 5 years old, man. So it's like we caught up.
Yes.
We've averaged about 12 issues a year or something.
Maybe we'll cut back on our Wizard coverage now. Maybe not. We got a couple more probably to go. Love this ad. Batman Grendel by Matt Wagner. This was cool when this came out because Grendel had been like locked up in legal turmoil for several years, and whenever it shakes free, you get new Grendel from Dark Horse, and you get the Batman Grendel crossover. And this is part 2. Like I believe there's 4 total square-bound books of Matt Wagner doing Batman and Grendel.
Yeah, man. The other is Grendel Batman, which precedes this.
Probably a book that we've gotten some comments on to cover, and probably at some point we will cover it.
I do have this one from the ad, but I don't have those others. Never seen them.
Yeah, I don't think I have a complete all 4 issues, but we'll have to see what we have, because it's a good-looking series.
I think they were, when we were kids, I think that those were like wall books. Pretty expensive to get your hands on.
All right. Another fun piece here. We're coming off of maybe a couple of months removed, I think late 1995, Marvel and DC crossover and do great numbers. So you know what that means? Let's all do crossovers.
Oh, yeah.
And here we have Marvel crossing over with Image, bringing back some of their popular guys like Rob Liefeld, creator of X-Force and Youngblood. Bring him into the fold. Let's do a crossover of this. Smaller print, Stephen Platt, Roger Cruz, and many more. And Stephen Platt getting the smaller print treatment.
And I don't know what he does in any of those, but Roger Cruz does the X-Force Youngblood joint, which is super sad. Also, when we looked through Youngblood number 6 with Rob Liefeld, what Rob was doing, and he admitted that he created that like Colonel Bravo and stuff, riding on the Akira bike and shit, and he had the zappy eye and was this old codger and all that kind of stuff, just cutting promos on Marvel. But what he would often do is he created this Youngblood logo that was the X logo, but just didn't have that piece. Mm-hmm. But now that he's making nice, it's almost like the peace sign.
Or the Mercedes sign.
Totally. But also, this is a piece of the deal for Heroes Reborn, it seems, because there's the Jim Lee wing of these crossovers that are going down. They're going to be ads for the Deathblow Wolverine and stuff.
I think Platt does a Cable Prophet crossover, but somebody else inks it. And I've looked at these a few times, pull them out of those dollar bins and look at them, and
Probably
leave them
not good.
behind. Yeah, not my favorite, and that's saying a lot because there's not that much Platt out there.
Platt was a supernova, and there really might be like less than 5 comics that really are the sexy ones.
There just aren't inkers that can keep up with Platt.
Right.
So you do get a little bit of a trade-off whenever you do that. All right, so
dude, the letter from the cosplay girl is worth noting, man.
That's true.
Where she had an address, and she's just giving feedback on different metrics.
It's amazing. I'll run through a few of them. 571 total letters, 565 from males. I think 549 say they aren't geeks. 3 from prisoners.
I've gotten prison feedback, and it fucking bummed me out real bad.
Oh. A couple people sending photographs, 41 photographs, 16 artwork. 5 that appeared to be real psychos.
Poor kid.
That seems like a low number. I would have guessed a little bit higher in your 571 fan mail from Wizard Magazine letters.
Like a Patrick Bateman, like sometimes they could hold it together in a letter amount of space, but you meet these guys in real life, and then you're toast.
Could be. But they re-up, man. Here's another round if you want to write to Paula.
Yeah, she's into it. And I want to point out the Peter David, Gary Frank Supergirl comics. Like I supported this comic. I thought Gary Frank did a really, really great job. Cam Smith was his inker on the Hulk stuff, so that's the entire Hulk creative team right there. They have a couple of years worth of work together, and we've made mention before the Gary Frank Hulk. Maybe it was a story element, you would know, but he was kind of like pussy-ish, like just kind of like look like
Professor Hulk.
Dude. Yeah,
cleaned him up, took the monster out.
Right, yeah, and it's not that cool.
I want the monster.
Yeah. So go do Supergirl and give her that grunge look. That's fine.
Yeah,
and it was good. Like story-wise, I can't remember a damn thing, but Gary Frank always turned in like great artwork. I want to call attention to the Radioactive Man video that I did with Brian Moss. We called it something like the deconstructionist superhero comic that you don't have that you need. And those things, man, when we went to Ides the day before, the dollar bins had so many Radioactive Man comics of the ones that we were talking about. You will not find that many anymore there.
Yeah, I have. I think I have the first issue of Radioactive Man, and it makes me want more of them. So
It's pretty cool.
unfortunately, I may have blown my chance by not scooping those up before that video goes out. Got to come clean here and say, James Rugg from Indiana, PA.
Yeah, where you went to college,
Where I was at this time.
where you were at that time,
This is not me.
man, I think you were on the dust. Jim Rugg was on the dust, man, because there can't be... Listen, man, it's Indiana, PA. What, 30,000 people in that town?
That's
or
probably
something?
generous.
Yeah, and there's 2 Jim Ruggs? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm telling you, man, this is not my letter, but boy, it looks guilty. I don't know if I'll be able to convince any of the Kayfabers or not, but I promise that is not me writing. Although I don't disagree with their points.
Right, because it reads like you. It reads like you when the cameras are off.
We always talk about letter art's always good. Nothing stand out there, but always good. It's amazing how people would decorate those envelopes. Talk about a bygone time period. More of these crossovers. Now we have the Jim Lee Wild Storm part crossing over with Marvel. We're going to see Top Cow crossing over with Marvel. We did this Deathblow Wolverine, Aaron Weisenfeld, Richard Bennett piece. So if you guys aren't familiar with this, I'd say check out the video. Very cool art in that comic.
And it's fascinating because none of that comic looks like this.
Not at all.
This is like classic Wildstorm looking shit. And classic kind of like Wiesenfeld, like the stuff that he was doing. You know, he would push those trunks super tiny, super giant legs, very butch. And completely different approach. Goes Jeff Darrow with that comic.
Yeah, and it may be Richard Bennett influence on that comic. You know, he's doing like
He's the brass
finishes,
guy,
I
right?
guess. So yeah, definitely a guy that does detailed work. So maybe that book deserves more credit in the Bennett side than the Weisenfeld.
Wade leaves X-Men. Sites clash with Lobdell, and we made those jokes. What were we looking at, man? Like maybe like the X-Men Alpha, like the thing that was like pushing us toward Age of Apocalypse, and the joke was like, how many jobber writers does it require to like write this comic? Because I think probably Fabian's name was on that shit too. And it seems ridiculous that like Wade at this point has at least 10 years of professional experience, gave Lobdell his first job. But it's that confusing thing that you want to shake the editors, right? Because, like, Lobdell had the catbird seat with X-Men because the cartoon was super popular, and that initiated probably the bulk of the sales of X-Men in that post Claremont run. So he's the writer of a very popular comic. It has nothing to do with his talent. His talent fucking sucks. It's trash comics. And Wade does what he does, you know, like it's serviceable. And I never read a Mark Waid comic that I was like, oh, this is crap. But I also never read one where I'm like, this is the fucking ultimate.
Well, this is building on, I don't know if it was 1 issue ago or 2, but Dan Jurgens had come in for a cup of coffee on a new Spider-Man book, leaves after 6 issues. And I start to say, like, look at Marvel, whatever they're doing, because these guys are like, you know what, let me stay at DC and write, you know, Flash and Impulse in the case of Mark Waid. Teen Titans, I think, is what Jurgens is going back to, and it just makes me think like Marvel must have been just chaos at this point.
Yeah, and we'll get into it with the Bob Harris interview, but Wade very cogently, and as a writer, he's throwing shade with like in a very subtle way, and in a way that probably Lobdell doesn't even realize because the guy's barely a writer; he's a sales guy. But Wade says, like, I like to we build stories in different ways. I like to build character and have them interact with plot, which is the way every great writer describes story construction. Plot is shit.
This is Lobdell's quote. I write the plot around characters, whereas Wade's tendency, is to try and shoehorn characters into the plot. I don't even know what that means in terms of what they're saying there. One is saying the word character ahead of plot, and one is saying plot ahead of character, but like, what does that actually mean?
No, I mean,
in terms of that sentence.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure, but like the way Wade puts it, it's just like the Marvel method is plot, you know, where you just have cool characters running around doing stuff. But if you don't have a character you care about, it's the old Stephen King phrase is like, like I make you care and then I give you a scare, he says, man. So it's like you have to build a character that somebody gives a fuck about, and then you can put them in peril, and then that's how stakes are created. There are no stakes in a Scott Lobdell comic. It makes for good imagery when Joe Mad is running around doing whatever the fuck he wants and having ninjas and you know, the steam demons and stuff like that. But it's as surface level as could possibly be.
Kayfabes Nicieza taking on the editor-in-chief role at Acclaim, and that is formerly Valiant Comics, and he is taking over. He's replacing Bob Layton. Did Layton replace Shooter? Because if so, like, he's there almost 4 years as editor-in-chief. Had no idea that he was there that long. I was thinking it was a revolving door of editors.
Right.
But man, if Layton was there that long, that's nuts. A lot happened in those 3 or 4 years at Valiant and Acclaim.
Silvestri leaves Image.
I did not remember this.
Oh, yeah.
I would hear about this like when you watch the Image documentary. They don't name it here, but he has a problem with another Image guy, and in the documentary, it's Rob Liefeld,
Right,
is who he says he has the problem with. But this happens pretty quickly, and I'll be curious over the next couple issues of Wizard how this shakes out, how long it takes, because what's ultimately going to happen is Liefeld leaves, you know, I think kicked out, maybe voted on, I think, by the founders, and Silvestri comes back. So
Totally.
it's not a very long time period.
No,
and
yeah,
it's in that Image documentary for people that want more info on it.
Yeah, man, and I quote. And what happened was, I mean, we can be specific because they don't get into specifics here, but it's public information now. Mike Turner's established, and he is a sexy Top Cow artist. Like he's one of those dudes that is very, very attractive, and Rob is poaching. Rob is like calling like the Top Cow offices to get you know, Mike Turner's phone number and shit. And then the quote is Mark Silvestri picks up the phone and says, "You know who this is? This is Mark motherfucking Silvestri." And then he got really, really pissed off about the poaching of his guys because maybe a couple others, you know, got I can't think of any who would have turned heel and worked for a rival territory. but maybe it's just, you know, Rob extending those hands, because I think Rob was had a very, very, very successful line, and Top Cow is just finding its footing with like Witchblade and Darkness and stuff, but it's earlier stuff with nothing really. Like it was the low man on the totem pole, so they probably couldn't compete financially with what Rob was putting together, and it was frustrating for him. He Silvestri says like guys, it's I'm out. Like if I have to run this business and then be nervous that like another founder's poaching my guys, like I just don't want anything to do with you.
It's really interesting because this idea of like Image breaking apart is mentioned by a few other Image guys in here. Jim Lee, I think McFarlane might be quoted somewhere in this issue. So like it's this thing that, you know, the sharks in the water are kind of circling this story of like Image breaking up.
Yes.
So kind of interesting. You know, you wonder if there's a lot of turmoil behind the scenes that insiders know about, that there's this speculation, and guys are doing different stuff. At this point, Liefeld has launched another company. Maximum Press is operating. And Jim Lee has Homage Studios, which is still under the Image banner, but is very independent, or very much like almost its own publishing company.
Totally.
So there's definitely this interesting growth in terms of the Image guys and them playing outside of that Image sandbox that was created in, you know, 90, 93, 92, 94 time periods.
Yeah, for sure, when the bubble bursts. And we're actually seeing, and it's mentioned a little bit here and in the Homage Comics, which is not Homage Studios. That's a different thing. We'll be getting into that in this episode also. But I think in this Silvestri piece,
I think I'm pointing at it,
the non-exclusive distribution. So that's very illuminating, because like whenever, you know,
let me give the rundown of what that is.
Yeah.
At this point, Marvel has purchased Heroes World, and they're going to distribute Marvel exclusively. I think that's mentioned in here because there are hiccups.
Yeah.
DC has gone exclusive with Diamond Comics. Image has gone exclusive with Diamond Comics. And Silvestri is now saying that Top Shelf will not be exclusive.
Yes.
And when we get to the Homage article with Jim Lee, Homage is not going to be exclusive to Diamond. So, like, the destruction of the distribution system of comics, which is happening, we're in the middle of it. These guys, I think, are starting to look around and go, oh boy, this is not a good thing. These exclusive distribution deals were going to wreck these distributors. And people, to me, this is guys looking around, smart guys, being like, second thoughts. We need to keep these other distributors healthy.
Yeah. So it's
Probably too little, too late, but
yeah. So it makes sense when you, because like as kids, it's like, well, why does Rob have Maximum Press, and then he's promoting that in his image books, and like, what's the point of that? And the point of that is that it just isn't contractually bound probably to those distributor deals, man. So he was able, he was the first one to be able to use whatever distribution was out there, and then these other guys are kind of follow suit off of Rob's lead.
This is kind of a fun thing to look through. This is the Wizard Awards, which were voted on by fans, so you get an idea of like the readers of Wizard, where their interests lie.
Yeah, this is just nominees.
Nothing stood out there, but it's a lot of kind of it gives you an idea of the popular stuff at that time. Yeah. Popular with fans. Yeah. Little article on Garth Ennis, who is writing all kinds of stuff. Preacher has really become a hit. It's going to be #1 in our back issues story back here. And it kind of lists all the stuff he's doing, like Hitman. He's working for Vertigo, DC, Top Cow, and Wildstorm. There are Preacher specials. Unknown Soldier, Enemy Ace, Bloody Mary, part of the Helix sci-fi line that DC is doing. Heartland, a one-shot with Steve Dillon. I picked this up not too long ago, but haven't read it yet. I'm very curious about these guys that do like a one-shot, like a standalone. Seems cool.
Yeah, I've had that sitting as a potential episode for a long time.
You could convince me of that, because I'm eager to dive into it. The Darkness with Mark Silvestri, speaking of Top Cow going off on their own, Medieval Spawn and Witchblade. So he's all over the place.
It's so funny because he's a good writer, and he's got to make sense of his image bullshit. So like the language, I'm going to develop themes I first put forward in the just completed Medieval Spawn Witchblade series. It sounds like he did too much work for his pay.
Yeah,
with those guys.
Boy, he looks young in that photo. That's what it is too, man. It's a young, ambitious guy going for it. Memorial for Siegel. He had died earlier in the year. This is not the announcement of his passing, but it's a memorial that DC is holding for him.
How about give him some ends, man?
Barbed Wire does not succeed at the box office. We all know that,
and we all knew that it was going to happen too. And then they talk about the other kind of failures and stuff. And it's like, yeah, Batman Forever. Oh no, Batman Forever is success, but Judge Dredd, Tank Girl, Power Rangers, Street Fighter, and then somewhere there's going to be a talk about like that Captain America movie. I guess it will be in the retrospective stuff, but that time period, it's almost like the Hollywood was doing everything they could to make you not like the comics, the source material.
They were struggling to figure out how to do comics movies. Especially the indie, the weirder stuff.
Yeah, and that Barbed Wire one, like you just know whenever Stern had Private Parts, the movie come out, he was actually having a lot of turmoil with his wife and stuff. But the whole movie is about how he's a loving father and stuff. And Ivan Reitman literally told him, "Yeah, you better chill out on that divorce for about 2 years because we're making a fucking $10 million movie about how you're such a great father and stuff, and we got to do promo and stuff." Like when Pam Anderson is doing Barbed Wire, she was like very pregnant and stuff, and like the titties that you see in there, it's body double titties and shit. So they I think they show nudity, but like it ain't even her, and you just know that like the little spank offs are like, nah, fuck, it's not even Pam. Because like
I actually haven't seen any of that movie.
Yeah, me neither. But like, why would you? What's the other attraction to that? You're so caught up in the Barbed Wire universe.
If you have any standouts in these company updates, shout them out. I don't have too much that popped for me.
Yeah, no.
It's funny, these news bites, but again, a lot of this stuff is very much of that time, and I don't know that it had long-reaching impacts in terms of comics history or, again, anything that really stood out to me too much.
Yeah. Ellis is leaving probably his like last Marvel book, Excalibur. He's going to be concentrating on his efforts on Wildstorm Stormwatch, which will then convert into the Authority pretty over in the next couple of years. So that's kind of a noteworthy piece.
I had a friend who really loved that run of Stormwatch. Mm-hmm. Like maybe that's their favorite Image Comics. And you see Helix is now the name of this sci-fi imprint from DC Comics, and it's such a weird thing. Their science fiction comics now has a new name. It's so weird the way that we would promote in comics imprints and publishers. You know what I mean? Whenever you go Stephen King, you're not going I don't even know who his publisher is.
Right.
You know, like it's this thing that doesn't exist in other bits of publishing very much, but in comics, it's the biggest name on the page is the DC imprint title.
Yeah, so you gotta
Stuff's so out of whack.
you trace it back, and you ask yourself like why, right? Like what for? And I think Vertigo did really really well, whenever, but it happened so naturally.
Well,
you know?
I mean, you can trace it back to like Marvel Zombies and all the way back, like 30
like
years.
when I'm talking about imprints, I'm talking about a very like this is very specific.
Oh, this is definitely jumping on the Vertigo bandwagon.
But like it happened naturally. Like so, like Doom Patrol was out there doing weird shit. Alan Moore for years was doing weird shit with Swamp Thing, and then Neil Gaiman's Sandman was just a regular comic for a number of years, and then it just turned out that like there's all these comics that are like kind of like of a piece. So like let's create this imprint, and then that obfuscates the comics code and all, and it creates a brand. But like this is trying to do it the other way, where it's like the brand comes first.
Yeah, this is building the universe. This is Ultraverse.
It is, yeah.
Although the creative team, like, there's a lot of great creators there.
Yeah, but it's an unnatural contrivance.
So Dan Jurgens, not happy with Spider-Man, heads back to DC to do a Teen Titans relaunch.
Yeah, the promo isn't very interesting, and when they show the characters, it really lets you know that there are really two big moments in superhero comics. There's the Golden Age, and then there's the Marvel Silver Age, and everything else looks like some off-brand bullshit. This could have been a Lightning comic for all I knew, Like that,
look at that dude.
and it's the names. So now you got an old boomer trying to come up with like Image comic sounding names like Prism with a Y and stuff like that. It just comes off real false.
Yeah, it's a fun or like the background of new Teen Titans. Whenever Wolfman and Perez launches them, it's kind of interesting to see just how that was lightning in a bottle. Like that series went
totally
hard.
And Dan Jurgens' thesis of that new Teen Titans, and we weren't there, so we don't know, but his thesis was like it wasn't Kid Flash, Robin, the Wonder Woman girl sidekick. It was like Cyborg, Starfire, like the new characters are what made the new Teen Titans sexy. So I don't know if that's true or not. I thought this is a fun game. Like, who's the artists on these pieces, man?
Well, that's Gary Frank. We were talking about him a minute ago.
But is that not Del Keown from that one 300
It
cover?
does look like Del Keown. That totally looks like Del Keown. That is Del Keown.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is Gary Frank with the Rick Jones, Liam Sharp on our Abomination.
That's Liam Sharp also.
I'm not sure this is the She-Hulk graphic novel, but I don't know who does that cover.
I'm just going to say Juiceco. But I have no knowledge on that at all.
There are Byrne-esque elements.
There is. The face.
I wonder if it's,
he might do the color on top or something.
Yeah. I wonder if that's the situation there. Ooh, looks like McFarlane Leader coming in.
Yeah, with the butt head.
I think that's a Del Keown Doc Samson.
And then no idea that last one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that either.
And that looks like John Romita
I
Sr.
didn't even catch him. Yeah.
Or it's probably Trimpy.
Starting to talk about the Spawn HBO series.
I'm so shocked that it took so long because
Me too.
Because there was absolutely coverage because they had some kind of like Madhouse type like anime studio doing the work years ago in our coverage, but it's just now kind of really taking shape. And to me, it's the supreme Spawn. Like we know what McFarlane's capabilities are and things, and they got actual TV guys to kind of like bat something out that kind of makes some sense. And I'll replay that often while I'm drawing comics, and it really holds up for what it is. It was a cool era because Bakshi had Spicy City, which was an adult comic series. It was kind of like a noir, like a neo-noir, like crime show. And so like there was some movement in like adult cartoons, and this fit in well. I think it did 3 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So you get 3 hours pretty much of.
It was pretty impressive to be like a nighttime HBO show.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. But I was shocked too with that timeline because in my head it was like this and the Max and Wildcats and Savage Dragon were all, cartoons, early cartoons. Those have all come out.
They have.
Like this is Max, a little bit later than I remember.
Yeah, Max is on VHS tapes.
This version of Spawn I think looks pretty good. Same with the Angela. Like it's interesting to see these characters stripped down.
Yeah.
I don't know how well from an animation standpoint, it seems like this is nightmarish. Totally. But it is kind of cool to see them stripped down into this just like a line art version.
What's funny is I reading that Carl Barks Conversations book, whenever he was taking tests to be an in-betweener and stuff, one of the tests is animate a waving flag. And so that you get that cloth. And he was like, my flag looked like leather.
Yeah. Shoot to Hurt. This is Rob Schrab's Scud, which is probably about a year or two into its run.
Yeah, he's working on like issue 13 or something.
Dan Harmon is mentioned in here for you guys that have kept up with Rob Schrab and Dan Harmon as they have gone on to make some movies and TV shows and gone more Hollywood direction. This article makes me want to buy that omnibus. Because I can't imagine putting together the issues. And I haven't read this series. I have a few issues. I love some of his work.
Right.
I often talk about Heat Vision and Jack. And I like the designs of Scud, so I think I need to just break down and buy that omnibus and read it from the beginning.
I looked at a bunch of interiors, like we did some of the features recently where he was covered.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say it, but unanimously, the color pieces that are like on covers is so strong, and he does not use this level of work on the inside. He just doesn't, and it's unclear. And it's amateurish in a lot of it. I don't know if he grows up as a cartoonist, but the more I read this, it's like clearly, this guy, creative fella, interested in making stuff. He's nowhere yet. So pen and paper, I'll make a comic, but it's no different to me than when some Hollywood guy comes in who is established and is like writing comics, it's that level, and you could clearly tell, and he hasn't really come back, right? So it's a Hollywood dude that's dabbling in our medium.
Homage Comics ad here. We're going to see you buy some ads, you get some feature inches, right?
That's it.
That'll be coming up. Hulk animated series. I don't have too much to say about any of this stuff.
Nah, this is Cartoonist Kayfabe, and we don't mean animated shitty cartoons used to sell toys.
There's your homage article. So Jim Lee kind of outlines some of the differences here between if you're doing a book with image versus if you're doing a book with homage. And homage is a little bit more hands-on in marketing and things like that. So if you're a creator, basically you can focus on the creative part, and they'll do a little bit more of the heavy lifting of the business promo distro behind the scenes.
Yeah, he lays out the difference between being an homage comic and being image proper, because there's stuff that stays image proper. Bone, they stay image proper, and he sort of lays out the differences. But I actually wonder if there are even more differences, if there's some sort of split, at the end.
That would make sense.
When it comes to royalties and stuff.
I would expect that would make sense. If you're getting more services from the publisher, I assume the publisher is going to take a little bit more of a little bigger piece of the pie.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what other titles they ended up publishing. Astro City had been an Image comic, the first 6-issue run, and now it's going to be under this Jim Lee banner. Strangers in Paradise, of course, self-publishing, and now he kind of talks about the success of that book had gotten to a point where my book had gotten to the point where I couldn't do it anymore. The business end was taking up so much of my time that I couldn't do what I was supposed to be doing, which is write and draw. So it's pretty interesting the position that Jim Lee has created here, because it does sound like if you're a successful self-publisher, this may be a great service for you.
It goes with my thesis that I've said on the channel innumerable times, man. If it's 10,000 copies or more, it's worth delegating some of that responsibility.
Right.
In my self-published WYSIWYGs, man, there's 30,000 of them that I sent myself, and what that looks like is spending all day at the post office, and then at night getting some drawing time in, and then filling envelopes up that you take out the next day. I ain't complaining, because that shit happened during that subprime mortgage 2008 bust, and I did well for myself, but I don't think I have the energy to do that as a 40-year-old man, which is what Terry Moore is at this point. You know, he's 40 years old. And like, I think about that, and the reality of that is not something that I would be interested in tackling myself.
Yeah, in this article, you're basically seeing glimpses of each of these books. Leave It to Chance on the previous page, Strangers in Paradise, and Astro City here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the interesting thing about Leave It to Chance is it reads like Robinson and Paul Smith made the comic, and they were kind of showing it off to different places, and, you know, the Jim Lee brand, you know, makes the best deal.
This is one I'm curious to kind of revisit. I have some of those issues. I don't know if I've even read them, but they're the single line comics, and I'm such a fan of that kind of like, man, single line means there's nothing to hide behind. There's a little bit of computer coloring for sure, but that single line is where you can really see drawing.
Yeah, but it does not look like inspired comics at all. I have a couple too, and it's just like there's nothing about it that makes me stoked to read it.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, he's in everything.
What a prime spot to get like 2 pages in Wizard magazine as a cartoonist.
Yeah, he's like the wizard Fred Hembeck.
It's hard. I feel like that's an insult to Fred Hembeck.
Yeah, totally. This is cool because like so 100 comics every modern day collector should own, because this gives us a little bit of a template of like future episodes that we got to do.
I thought
Jimmy.
that too.
And we've covered a lot of it.
Yes.
We've covered a lot of it. So like stuff like Astro City, that would probably be a Sunday video. Like rather than do issue 1, like do the 6.
I don't have those.
Well, you know, digitally even, or a trade paperback. The Spider-Man, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that one. And Animal Man 15, I was surprised that's the one they would hotshot. Makes me curious to read it, because I haven't read that run.
Yeah, you would have thought that it would be the Coyote joint, which we did do an episode on. We did episodes on Batman Year One, of course, Dark Knight Returns, Killing Joke. We did a couple on those. Like those Captain Americas. I'm curious about what that is. We did Daredevil 181.
Daredevil Born Again.
Yeah. The Trial of Galactus came up in conversation at Baltimore.
I'm ready for this one.
Yeah.
And you know what? To be fair, I don't have these comics either, but I'm very curious to read those. But so if you got them.
They're needles in haystacks, and if I come across them, I'll pull them out. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be the same deal. Like if I find them somewhere in a dollar bin, I'm going to grab them. But if you find yours, I can certainly read the digital, and then we can go at it. Hulk 340, like I say it all the time, this is a fantastic issue. That's the McFarlane Wolverine fight.
Yeah,
it's really well done.
Don't quite know the I probably read 258, which is another burn.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and read it like the synopsis, but that might be one. The Infinity Gauntlet, that came out when we were kids, and when we were picking up like our Extinction Agendas and all of that stuff. But I just glanced by it. Like I never gave that stuff a shot, because to me it was all the also rans. And it would be guys like Star Fox and shit, like characters that you just don't give a fuck about at all.
It's amazing how that has like come around to be such a huge MCU, like the movie stuff.
Yeah,
I remember hearing it helped those guys a lot over the years that this became as popular as it did in terms of royalties and things, which I like to hear.
Yeah, it's interesting because what this was during our time was a nostalgia piece for the older fans who liked Starlin in the 70s. So we had no context for that at all. And we were on that Todd McFarlane tip and that Jim Lee X-Men tip, but like it would be the older heads that were fucking with that. So like as time has gone on, the older heads are built in. They love that shit. But some of us must have fucked with that, because I mean you would see it all the time. Very arresting images, certainly.
Yes. Yeah, look cool.
The George Perez joints and stuff, unforgettable, iconic imagery.
I don't know the Iron Man 149, 150. There's a really good run. I think it's towards the end of 150, like 159, around there. 3-issue fight with the Hulk. That's really great, where Iron Man like uses all the power in his suit to knock the Hulk out. Marvel's 1 to 4. We've looked at that one. A lot of past videos here for people to choose from.
Exactly. Anatomy Lesson, Swamp Thing. We've done that.
Yep. It's interesting what gets like a big chunk of issues and what gets one issue, because you could probably highlight several of the Alan Moore Swamp Things.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I was actually just talking about this with somebody, and they actually cited the Anatomy Lesson as like they clenched their pillow and like couldn't believe it. You know, like just completely rethinking that character. Sandman 1 through 7, we did several videos of that.
Yeah, and that's one where I think if you're going to do like a great Sandman story, I'm not sure those are the 7 issues you would point somebody at.
That's the truth. It's a very like questing by the numbers type of a comic. Superman 2021, I don't think we did those, but we did the porn tape one.
Right. This is the end, I guess, of Byrne's run on Superman, it sounds like, from the description, so I'm kind of curious about that.
Me and Tom did Superman Annual 7 like in year 1 of Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Super Annual 11, yeah. I think that was probably when you were at Angoulême, whenever that was.
Tales of Teen Titans. This is that Judas contract. We have not covered this, but I think I have all of those except Annual 3.
I have an issue or two.
Perez's art, man. I don't know how that guy drew that much stuff in a month.
And then you're like, man, we ain't even close to 100 issues yet.
Right, and so here we go with Thor, where you get like more than a year's worth of issues. And look, Walt Simonson Thor, badass. But again, like one issue of Alan Moore Swamp Thing.
And the whole run of
yeah.
Simonson's
Those
Thor.
are great, though.
Yeah. And we haven't covered any of that.
And by the way, so are the Kirby Thors. You know, like you could do this list with, you could probably do several of these like 100 comics to own.
Oh,
lists.
totally. Of course.
You know, no Ditko Spider-Man in this list. Like there's just a lot of stuff that's not in here. X-Men gets quite a few and all kind of from that same run, like that Byrne run.
Totally. It's the Proteus story. It's the Dark Phoenix, and then Days of Future Past. We did a Days of Future Past joint.
Yeah.
It's funny what they cite as the Dark Phoenix saga, because it's like 3 issues, but it's really like spread out over a very long time.
It's also interesting at this point where like they're doing reprinted as classic X-Men issues, like before everything is collected in trade paperbacks and omnibuses, you would get like issue reprints.
Right.
Which is kind of a different era.
Yeah, and that Walt Simonson Thor got none of it.
Yeah. Watchmen 1 to 12, of course, we've done that in great detail.
Dave Gibbons sat with us for issue 12.
Exactly. And then a few extras here, you know, if you want to supplement that list with some stuff, comics best kept secrets, stuff like Miracle Man, Magnus Robot Fighter, Valiant. You know, they reprinted some of the Rest Mannings. How about those if you're going to track down some Valiant Magnus Robot Fighters? I feel like those would be a time better spent.
Miracle Man 1 through 16. West Coast Avengers in the chat was like, yo, Thanos Quest is badass too. Guess what, man? It gets the it's a comics best kept secret in this article.
Yes. Elementals, the classic Kamiko series gets a shout out there. So some fun stuff. Hawkworld, I love that they say the gorgeously illustrated, dark and graphic origin tale of Hawkman. That's Tim Truman doing some cool stuff. Whenever everybody was getting like the 80s revamps, that was the Truman book.
I look at it every day I'm in my comic room. Like when I'm back there, I'm just like, man, we need to do Hawkworld.
That's a really cool Dr. Fate looking
it looks like computer. It doesn't even look like paint.
All right, man. The Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld Heroes Reborn stuff. I think they get several pages every issue of Wizard. Wizard has stock in something at this point. These are now sketches that Liefeld and Lee have done of some of these characters, and then little tiny notes on what they're thinking, where they're coming from. You know, having a female Bucky, just kind of wetting our whistle. We want this. You know, like this clearly has spiked interest. So give the fans what they want, and there's not a lot out yet. The books aren't out yet, so just keep giving us whatever we can.
With the big Image thing happening, and at this point it's like 4 or 5 years old by that point, and history, like the explanation of what Image was over that 4 or 5 year period, it really changed from public perception, and I think a lot of that has to do with the firm stances that Todd McFarlane has, where he's like, I'm never going back to Marvel. Fuck that shit. I'm running my own business. Image Comics is forever. Even if I just have to put it on my own books, Image Comics will always exist, blah, blah, blah. And I think people took that as like a blanket boilerplate for like all the Image guys. So this was a big deal because everybody thought that the boats were burned whenever Image was created. And as we do these videos, there's never once been a moment where Rob Liefeld says that like he's done or anything like that. He said that like I would go back under the right conditions and do things, you know, under the right conditions. And so I think a part of the deal with this like revamp stuff really is those team up books and things, and you really hot shot your own brand if you put, you know, your Youngblood characters with X-Men, like that'll do well for you as a holistic business.
We'll have to keep an eye on that top 100 list as we go forward and see how those books perform.
Yeah.
See if it's diminishing returns. But after the Marvel DC stuff and the plummeting sales, like everybody's looking for any kind of life raft.
Sure.
And, you know, those things definitely spiked, and this is spiking. You know, attention-wise, this is doing... it's making a lot of noise. We'll see how that sustains, but it's making a lot of noise.
I love that Hulk drawing.
Yeah, it's a cool drawing. And this is that old school Hulk of just like that wide as he is tall monster, which is my favorite kind of Hulk design. And that's what Jim Lee talks about in here, in the notes that go with this, is he likes that savage version, not the bodybuilder version that has become the character of late. Bob Harris, he's taken the role of editor-in-chief, and so you get to hear him talk through some of Marvel stuff like the Spider Clone. 2 years of that. 2 years of that, and that is just a punching bag in Wizard magazine.
And he's just like that fucking middle management speak this whole article. It's very boring, and it's the reason why I have like no interest. Like if Jim Lee hit me up and was like, can I do an interview on your channel? Like, I would be like, hey, Jim, you want to go interview fucking Jim Lee? You guys could handle that? Because he's not going to say anything, and he's just promoting and, like, would use the opportunity. Like, Harris says nothing in here that is anything but company line, boring bullshit. So, like, he's even defending the Spider Clone saga and spinning it in corporate speak to try to get his way out of that paper bag. Oh, it just proves that people really, they adore these characters and blah, blah, blah. But just, clearly not admitting that it was a mistake, it was shit. One thing that is interesting, though, man, is that on top of the editor-in-chief duties, which I bet are kind of immense, he's still editing some X books. So he's delegating, so, probably gets paid for those, too, on top of his editor-in-chief duties. So, yeah, keep your name on the biggest books.
It's funny, too. It reminds me a lot of, like, we saw Valiant interviews early in the Wizard coverage where it'd be like Steve Mazzarski talking about Valiant. Very similar speak. We were critical of that interview back then, and it feels like you guys are going the wrong direction. Yeah. This company tanked, and now you're copying the way they present. Lady Death Half still have the coupon in mind.
Same. Nobody's going for that Steve Hughes joint.
I didn't pull anything from any of this stuff. It's just what's going on with kind of the bigger, more popular books.
Yeah, the heat is on is the title of the article, and just telling you where things are gonna go, where things are heading. But when you see stuff like a Spawn amongst all of the
or a Preacher.
Yeah, well, like, that's still a DC comic. I still just very impressed by self-published comics or, independent comics. Every issue of, I told you, it's been 4 issues at least. Like, this image gets repurposed so much.
How an issue of Wizard is made in 22 easy steps. I don't have too much to say about this. It goes from basically these take longer than a month to make. You sort of lay out your concepts, and then you got to run down the content. Which may mean interviewing people, research, gathering art, and putting it together.
Yeah, you get to see Bart Sears kind of working on the page there.
Yes,
cover needs to be done early.
Rough pencils. Wish that was a bigger image, but rough pencils of this issue's cover.
But these are the guys who are guilty for this magazine, and it's all kind of Peckerwood type dudes, and so the mag reads like you would expect these guys to create, the magazine. Just goofy.
Pam Anderson cut out.
Of course.
Some is funnier seeing like their setups. The old computer stuff is really fun for me.
Yeah, they got cubicles and shit. And look
Some of these cubes are nuts.
And look at this pasty fella who has to do the price guide stuff.
Yeah, that dude doesn't get out in the sun much.
And that just has to be... That's just the biggest sham ever, too. Because, like, I told you about that one documentary with the trading card stuff, the wax junk era. And the people from Beckett were like, we like arrows. Because, like rather than, like, the pinks and the greens that are in Wizard, it would be up and down arrows for the fluctuating value of baseball cards and shit. So, I mean, this guy is just like, well, I gotta make sure I get some greens and blues and reds on every page. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, if you're interested in this kind of process stuff, there's a good one on Saturday Night Live, like the making of an episode of that in a week.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might be on, you might be able to find that on YouTube. I don't know if that was officially released,
no.
But you can find it if you dig.
Yeah, it was James Franco's thesis for NYU, but it's hard to find because type in Saturday Night Documentary.
Yeah, right.
Like, good fucking luck.
There's also one on This American Life that they did as a premium giveaway comic that's kind of cool, and I think that's like 8 months lead time for an episode of that. So all this stuff that we consume in 20 minutes of reading a magazine or listening to a half-hour radio show or whatever, months and months of preparation for this stuff.
Yeah, like, dude, we're at day 105 for an issue. That's 3 months and change for a single issue. This was last Wizard episode, but we used the She cover.
Yes,
I think it's a terrible. It's Joe Quesada, and we'll look at that cover closer in this one. It's a terrible cover for what it is, man.
We'll get to it.
It's Superman in a bubble bath.
All right, this is Ed. Before we started recording, you made a comment to the King Kayfabers. We've got 59 hours of this.
Right.
This is a recap of basically since Wizard has been publishing the big stories, the big artist. It's somewhat like with the artist and the writers, almost the same from year to year. You'll see a couple new names, and usually they'll come out of this on the rise. It's kind of funny to see things like the top grossing films, best pictures, things of that nature. I enjoyed reading through this because a lot happens in the 5 years that I don't remember, and they do stuff like pop culture, like Magic Johnson retiring because of HIV. There's stuff about O.J. Simpson when we get there. So it does kind of like paint a picture of what's going on, and memory-wise, I don't have this stuff all straight, so it was kind of interesting going through some of that. Batman Returns kind of gets lambasted. I think one of these, I think it's in this article, it might be later, where they pan it for being, terrible flop or whatever. Top grossing film that year, which I believe the next Batman movie also top grossing film that year. I don't know if Batman's ever laid an egg at the box office.
Right. But they are shit movies.
Well, yeah, I'm not defending that, but you could say that about a lot of the top grossing movies. But Batman performed, at least in terms of compared to all of its other stuff. Like here we go. This is the Batman Returns. Classic disaster is more like it. Well, it's still #1 film of the year. So the most successful movie that came out that year.
Yeah, just fanboy talk.
It's funny how that happens, that you have this sort of narrative around something.
Well, I mean, it sucks. So it's like they're being emotional. Like they're not, they didn't make money off of it. Like they paid money to go see something that they wanted to see, and it's a piece of shit. So, I get it. It makes sense.
I bet the accountants didn't care.
Yeah, the accountants didn't write the article, Jimmy.
That's true. Like Brandon Lee dying on the set of The Crow. It's crazy how much is in here for 5 years. Like this so feels crazy. Like my childhood. Maybe would have been a third of my life at this point.
Yeah.
It's like a lifetime, and it's 5 years.
And I'm so young. Like I remember that morning because I go to bed at 9 or 10 on school nights and stuff, and that was the talk of the news the next day, and I just couldn't. How does that happen on a set? And then in the span of Cartoonist Kayfabe, that Alec Baldwin shit happened, and it's unbelievable that that's even possible. Because even with a toy gun, you don't really point it at people as a adult, so it's why wouldn't you do every check and balance?
Yeah, totally. This is something that I remember was a mystery to me. There was the announcement of Continuity Comics doing Todd McFarlane's Spawn crossover and Neil Adams' Valeria She-Bat #3.
Yeah.
And it's never published. And so they mention it here, and then they're going to follow up, I don't know, a year later or at some point that that's canceled. But I never got the official cancellation until now.
Right.
Also, it's funny to think of guys like, this is all of Dave Lapham's career, and it goes through Valiant, Defiant, and Stray Bullets.
Right.
Like a lot happens in this time for different arcs for different people.
Yeah, you see Defiant, and then the Dark Horse superhero universe is
Man.
constructed.
Ultraverse and Dark Horse, 1 month after the next. They're funny though. They have 12 books for $12. I think it was 16 books for $16. I think. I feel like there were 4 sets of those things. Image Axis titles and Legend is formed. There's so much going on here. Jack Kirby passes in 1994.
Yeah, I definitely encourage people, man, go to our magazines playlist and just start it from episode 1. Especially the makers out there, man. That's good company while you're drawing comics, which is sort of an impetus for making this channel.
They track Wetworks being, about 2 years from its announcement until it's actually shipped.
Yeah,
you see Jim Carrey's Mask, one of those early superhero success films on the indie side too.
Absolutely, Dark Horse.
Gen 13 with 13 variants.
Hugh Grant getting caught with a prostitute. That was such a big story because Liz Hurley was his girl, and he was caught with like not even just a prostitute, but like a crackhead. And I mean, that speaks a lot about, how things go sometimes, man. Dude had a supermodel girlfriend, and that didn't juice him up enough. Topps Universes, Generation X movie, and they should on that suitably. Turn it off is the caption.
Right. Alan Moore shows up later than I realized with some of these books. Like here, he's taken on Wildcats. The page before, which was also 95, has spawned Blood Feud. I was thinking like he did 1963 and 1993, and then was just like all over all these different Image books. And there was a gestation period there.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Amalgam.
Yeah, Amalgam and Marvel versus DC.
We're pretty much caught up. Like Kingdom Come is still coming out.
Kind of a weird bonus, right? What does this have to do with Wizard, the black and white Jim Lee Batman cover?
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody loved it, but it's just weird that it's included here.
Totally. Yeah, there's no context. Maybe that'll come next issue.
Possibly. Although I think Black and White is done. I think issue 4 might be listed in this issue, in their comics to watch or whatever. And I feel like that book did not get much coverage.
No,
it didn't have a special feature, and with all those artists.
Yeah, it was a weird thing, and I don't know that it sold so great at the time. But I think like how there's like box office and then video. I think that that book did amazing in trades.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think so. I mean, it's spawned several sequel volumes, so
right.
Must have done all right for DC. It's a cool format. I remember loving it. I think I bought some of those off the stand. Like, it even had newsstand distribution. I didn't spend any time on this. You can kind of hit the headlines for what this stuff is, but it's Wizard looking 5 years in the future, and most of it's them being silly, I think.
Yeah, totally.
This is noteworthy. American artists will be studying the work of Masamune Shirow.
So I was here, man. I was buying this magazine, right? And this stuff was pretty meaningful. And like the most meaningful piece was the Image Comics as we know it will be no more. And at the time, I was like, oh, you guys are nuts. Like of course they'll still be there, even though like you saw the Silvestri thing earlier. But I mean, just look at what's playing out. Rob and Jim are doing this Marvel stuff. We knew that it was for a finite period of time, but you never know what comes from that. Like over time, it's pretty clear that McFarlane's just going to keep doing his own Image stuff. He's not really interested in doing the Spider-Man stuff, but he hedges and says, never say never. 57 channels with nothing on. Try the Comics Network. Now there's like 900 channels, and there's still no Comics Network.
No.
But what they're citing is like you could play like all the old classics, and Sci-Fi Channel would kind of do that. Like they would have the Mighty Marvel Marathon, and it would be like 3 whole days of like every Marvel thing that existed, all the Ferrigno movies and every episode of the show, the Spider-Man ones.
Right. You'll see chains of Marvel Entertainment stores. I think that's just a matter of the brick and mortars, like malls going away. Yeah. Otherwise, I think you might see those now.
I think they tried to do that, and I think that was like part of like their implosion. World, yeah,
I think so. Man, this idea that Superman's going to somehow be great, that never lands.
Tomorrow's writers will not come from comics, and that bears out. But like the way that it works, it's just stunt casting. Get the guy who wrote First Blood to do a Captain America comic, or get Ta-Nehisi Coates, the son of a Black Panther, to write Black Panther.
I like their examples of true writers like Peter David.
Oh, I know.
Traditional artists will become obsolete. I suppose that's happened.
Yeah, for sure, and it's gone farther than they realize because they're just talking about inkers and coloring and stuff, and now you have like AI shit.
So my takeaway is the manga influence is what they really nailed there. Basic training, how to draw a killer cover. So this is the Wizard cover that you're talking about a minute ago, Ed. This is Joe Quesada walking through the creation of last month's Superman cover, starting with rough thumbnails, very draw them small, draw them quick.
Yeah.
Pretty common method there. Get your layout, what actually goes on. size, logos, all of this stuff. Very true. Companies usually will just provide that so you know exactly what you're dealing with. And now he's blowing up these roughs and talking about which ones work and why and what doesn't.
Yeah, and they all work like better than the one that they ended up with. But I describe this cover. This cover to me is Blues Hammer, like from Ghost World, because you're really trying to like update a vestigial icon, and it comes off very silly.
I wonder if Quesada feels that way because he kind of talks about like it's hard to do a Superman by himself because it's been done. Everything's been done with Superman.
So
the takeaway.
So he's supposed to be flying through clouds, I believe, but I've never thought of it as anything but him in like a hot tub with steam and like a bubble bath.
That it does look like steam.
But also the black, like the shadow face and all that stuff, it doesn't have any like Superman qualities, and the black all over it. Like he's clearly trying to do something that sets his Superman apart from everybody else, but it's the silliest tone, you know, like that's why I call it Blues Hammer, dude, because you know it's the electric guitar version of the Delta Blues.
Yeah, there's some disconnect, I think, between your artist and your colorist. He talks. I was hoping it was here, but I think it's somewhere further in that he had to put the mullet on him. Everybody was against the mullet. We talked about the animated Superman, and that was a point of contention with them of not having the mullet and fighting with him. And Quesada apparently didn't want to do the mullet, but was told, you know, that's the deal.
Because he's in bands and stuff, and like if you look at him, you know, he looks like Donnie by the Docks. Like he's a stylish dude for the time and stuff. And the mullet,
Who
the
liked the
was
mullet?
out, it was
like
not
DC
cool.
corporate was like mullet Superman, and nobody seems to be in favor of that.
Yeah, it's just chicks that like that "She's My Cherry Pie" song, fucking like some dudes with mullets back in the day. But I feel like it was out at that point.
All right, Palmer's picks. Tom Hart is the subject here. I'll be honest, I have read almost no Tom Hart. He would do a series called Hutch Owens when I started reading alt comics.
Yeah.
And like Top Shelf would distribute those is how I would see them at like say SPX. They'd have like a box of what they're distributing. That's the extent of my Tom Hart would be seeing some of the Hutch Owens stuff.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's a late period
weekly
strip.
Definitely after this stuff.
It's an alt weekly strip, like one of the kind of last vestiges of those.
Hutch Owen, a character, he is listed here. So it is a character that Tom Hart has done, like, I think several works with. The Sands is the series that he's doing at this point about some couple that moves to the Middle East for the woman is studying bugs there, and the dude's kind of wandering around and having little adventures locally.
It's really cool because like as comics are just plummeting, it's beautiful that you have cartoonists with no major kind of profit motive. Like with this kind of aesthetic and shit, you know, you're probably not going to attract a big readership of like 1996 comic readers, but he's still doing it. And that really opens some doors for us.
There's some interesting talk here where he gets into, like, clearly he's also a formalist.
Yeah.
But he talks about trying to balance that to make it reader friendly. And I think that that's something to be like conscious of whenever especially if you're doing something that's a little more formally experimental.
Yeah.
Don't forget your readers.
Yes.
And Hart talks about that.
Yeah, that's everything to me, man. Because like when you go to like a SPX and you see people just trying to impress other cartoonists with their like little devices and stuff, it's trash. But this is also, I mean, just take a look at that. We're getting to that stage of like the famous, Kraft is dead conversation, and and Tom Hart is a part of that. You know, like. Yes. Clearly his work fits into that rubric of like, just make comics, you know, make them, get them done. Because like ultimately that's the conversation. It's not like, don't be meticulous like Dan Clowes. It's like, just make comics. Like there's more than one way to make them.
Definitely. And the other piece that I liked out of this, there's a lot of Tom Hart interview mixed into this column, is he talks about getting a light box, adding a light box to his tool set for redrawing panels and moving panels around like page layouts easily. I think it's always fun to hear the shop talk, tool talk part of that stuff. Because
it would be a tragedy to erase this and then redraw it somewhere.
It'd be hard to redraw that. Trailer Park, usually don't spend too much time here, but a couple of things to note. Anti-Gravity Room getting a second season. 26 episodes of the first season. Did not realize it was that big of a run.
I got more hunting to do. I only got 16 episodes on my little database, man. So I need to find the others.
So that's pretty cool. And the other part, Kevin Smith doing Chasing Amy being called out here. Mike Allred part of that.
Yeah.
And this was a big movie to me at the time.
Totally.
And I'm actually kind of eager to go back and revisit. It's been many years since I watched it.
We should do a review on the channel. It talks about how Mike Allred gets the first line of the movie. Do you remember what that line is?
I don't.
I do. So it's that Ethan Suplee guy.
Yes.
The big dude.
That's a good fanboy. I assume he's a fanboy.
Yeah, totally.
That's a good fanboy cast.
Or actually, like, he comes later. But anyhow, Allred's talking to fans. And Mike Allred signs his comic, closes it, gives it to the guy, and he's like, I love Chow Yun-fat. I just don't see him playing Madman.
This was such a crazy movie to me just because, like, I had never seen that version of comics on a screen, let alone like a movie, like a widely released movie. Pretty revolutionary in that way. Like one of the first, probably as comics really become like Hollywood accepted, has to be one of the first things to show that comic book convention kind of weird culture.
That's all I wanted. Like it's two movies, you know, and I just wanted the comic part.
There's a lot of comics in it. You know, a lot more than you would typically get in anything else.
Yeah, the studio setup is dope too because their drawing tables are on the incline facing one another. So like the inker's on one side, and he's like, "This is the best street light you ever drew." and then Ben Affleck's like, "Oh yeah, that's the one across the street from by the bank." And Jason Lee's like, "Oh, looks just like it."
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Also, Jason Lee's a big part of that too, because he was in Mallrats too. And like, I had skateboard tapes with that dude where he's like singing songs and shit. Definitely the most charismatic dude on these old skateboard tapes.
The that article says that that Allred helped with that studio setup, kind of based on his studio. So,
that's pretty fun.
Fun stuff there. All right, getting into like a comics picks, Monkey Man and O'Brien is finally getting its release, its official miniseries release here.
One and done comics, single issues complete. He has 2 issues done and is working on the third. So just to let everybody know that, like, you know, it will be coming out. I had these on my pull list and definitely got them like the second that they came out and stuff.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Yeah, really cool.
It was exciting to buy Art Adams like new comics because I don't know what all he had released from the time I started reading until then. Like New Fantastic Four was Art Adams comics I bought off the newsstand.
Yeah,
but after that, I don't know. It might have been a little while.
Yeah, there was like Days of Future Past. No, what
Days of
what's the old one called? The Burn one. Days of
Future Past.
And this one was called like
Days of Future Present?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Boy, that's a weak name when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
It doesn't work as well.
Yeah, he did at least 1 or 2 of those annuals. But you know, he's a 1 or 2 comic a year guy, you know.
Yeah, not it's an event whenever one of his comics would come out. So here's your Batman Black and White number 4 of 4, wrapping that one up. And by the way, Katsuhiro Otomo in this, you know, like talk about a heavy hitter that you're getting. Brian Bolland has that great story in there. That was such a cool miniseries, and it is funny that it's barely, I think it was a news item maybe in Wizard.
Right.
Almost no coverage of that.
Yeah, it's such a oddball product.
Right.
That they don't, you know.
Somebody's a Kane fan. They keep listing Kane, which I don't object to, but it's surprising to see a very, very small indie crime comic, Black and White there. Month after month, though, they give it some ink.
Makes you wonder if it's just a matter of, like, get your press release to them
maybe
on time, and maybe you get some juice. So Hitman is out. That really hasn't been covered that much. Hitman 5. And we haven't done any Hitman on the channel yet. So I have trades. Like, I don't have the single issues. I wasn't picking it up.
I'd be up for checking that out because I have not read Hitman.
Yeah.
And I kind of like John McCrea.
McCrea is how I call
it. Like, his stuff's so different. You know, and I like that.
It is.
I'd be curious to check out some Hitman.
So I was not, like, I did not pick up Hitman because I was not a fan of that artwork. But once you start drawing and you realize like who the drawers are, like you come around, and I'm a big McCrea guy also.
You know what I have of his is Dick's, the Caliber series. That I think Garth Ennis also writes that one. You know what's funny in the 5-year recap? They talk about like Toy Biz releasing figures, and it'll be like 50 figures one year, 30 figures one year. Like they were just dumping stuff out there on the market.
I mean, I still have my Gideon figure. You know,
Gideon.
What I mean? I have them, dude. I would scoop them all up. The MTV News, dude.
This is a fascinating article. We've talked a little bit about some of the, like, the bumper animations that MTV would play. Like,
Straight
maybe
up mentioned it here, dude. The cartoon sushi
But
bumpers.
they do a bunch of stuff, a lot of different things, from MTV News, having Sienkiewicz talk about Lone Wolf and Cub, like way more MTV coverage of anime and manga than I realized.
Totally, man. A lot of Kurt Loder stuff. It would be on the MTV News, man, and they would did Akira coverage, and they were trying to figure out how to get Akira on the tube on MTV, but it pushed beyond like what the bumpers do, because like the bumpers for Ninja Scroll are the bloodiest pieces,
Right.
You know, it's the most provocative imagery that doesn't have titties, you know. And but like if you release a full movie of that, like the little, you know, the parental chip or whatever that was like in your remote control, like it crosses boundaries.
Right. It says their policy is not to air anything completely unsuitable for those under 12. I feel like there were a lot of questionable music videos.
I mean, the fire Beavis and Butthead stuff, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's still really fascinating. Like, talk about like a column of history here. Amazing to think of just how much anime was shown to millions of people who did not see it anywhere else, and were probably like, I remember my reaction to seeing those bumpers and just being like, what is this?
Totally. And like I had to seek it out, because like the cool thing was they would, at the Cartoon Sushi marathon, they would have the credits for the bumper. So like that's how you get the name Ninja Scroll. And Ninja Scroll is the first thing I bought from a comic book store. So it's that late. It's like 95 or something.
Even their sidebars are pretty good. The Ghost in the Shell is making it to video. Amazing. As good a looking anime as I've seen. Just a production, you know, almost a different media in some ways. But this Star Blazers, I did not realize what this was, because I see these issues in dollar bins.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's an English adaptation. You know, they list some of the creators. The way it's written here, it's kind of confusing. Like, is it manga? But I don't think it is. I think it's English. I think it's an adaptation, and it's done by American artists, writers, because you see like 1 3-parter by Bruce Lewis, who would do like Robotech comics. So it's like, I guess Amera manga is the way you would describe it.
Yeah. Like,
but an adaptation of Battleship Yamato.
I'm quite sure that Kamiko did a run, and it might be just a reprint of that stuff. But in recent years, you know, it's Leiji Matsumoto is the creator, and in recent years, that Seven Seas Entertainment, like we did a video showing off like all the new kind of classic reprints, and Space Battleship Yamato, which is Star Blazers, like gets the full treatment. So you could buy one book that has the full run. Plus, if you're a Matsumoto head, Leiji Matsumoto, there's like 3 volumes of Captain Harlock that you could get. So yeah, the Lord's work is being done, and these are comics that I've been wanting to read, like his version.
Right.
Like when you find out that there's a real version out there, you don't want the fucking Gaijin version. And he's dope, by the way. Great cartoonist.
All right, drawing board.
We saw them holding up that piece whenever they were like deciding on artwork.
Yeah, the only future pro that I recognize is
Lionel Yu.
yes, who's
And-
been in previous issues.
Yes, at least 2 times, and I wonder if this is a repeat. Like, I wonder if this was in the last Lionel Yu thing.
Yeah, the Batman looks familiar. I don't remember that Joker piece.
The
but
problem,
maybe.
the problem is that when I was a kid buying these magazines and reading them and rereading them a million times, it's really burnt into my head.
Yeah,
You know.
wish they had the ages. They used to do that. I think like some issues they'll have the ages listed.
Yeah.
Wish that was listed. Top 10 comics. I mentioned Preacher #1, Hitman there in the #2 slot. So Garth Ennis really up there. And Witchblade in 3 and 4, Garth Ennis is doing Darkness. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's almost like the adjacent book to Witchblade. A lot of heat in that section. You know, it's almost like you catch these moments of lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
And you want to build on them, which you know, they seem to do. I usually skip over these contests, but 101 comics you win,
1001.
or 1001 comics that you win. They don't have the list of the comics, and they have a couple of things like Amazing Spider-Man 23, Kamiko Primer #2. You know, like stuff that it's enticing. Makes me curious, like, what are they all?
I bet a lot of it is the stuff we see exactly right here, like Chapel and stuff.
How about this? Sponsored by Joseph Koch's Avalanche of Wonder. Joe Koch, or Koch, has a warehouse in Brooklyn
Yeah.
that is pretty legendary.
Yeah.
So you wonder where the rest of his comics went to. It's a Brooklyn address.
He was getting a chaff out of his space.
That's one of those destinations I wouldn't mind finding myself in that warehouse one of these days. Back issue info, Kingdom Come, obviously popular. Kind of the same on your top 10 artists and writers. Usually not a lot of churn there. The top 100's always fun. You see Spawn 50. A little bit of a gimmick issue since it's a 50, but hey, claiming that top spot, however you get there, that's a big deal. Kingdom Come, DC with a big debut, and Gen 13 in the top 10, which would be, that book was a hit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going to start waning because I don't know how much longer J. Scott Campbell's going to be on that book, and they already have like fill-in issues here and there and stuff, which got me off of it actually, and I think I put together more of J. Scott Campbell's run like over time in the quarter bins, but whenever Al Rio or whoever those guys start showing up and too much, I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like it's a real lesson. Like you really want to try to keep the sexy creative team that made the thing popular on the book, because when Greg Capullo becomes a Spawn guy, I'm done.
Yeah, and that book really hurt the Gen 13 because it's like there is a youth energy. Not every artist has that.
That's true.
And if you take that away, it takes a lot of charm out of there. A lot of DC books here in this mid-range, it's kind of funny to see that gigantic block of stuff that they are that they're putting together. But there are names like Chaos, Crusade that are top 25 comics.
Chaos a lot.
Tops, Dark Horse, like this is probably about as diverse publisher-wise of a top 25 as you're going to see in these Wizard charts.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to the chaos of what's going on at this time.
Right. I'm going to look at Miracle Man real quick. Let's see if we're there yet.
Yeah, we should have one of these episodes sometime and really make everybody mad where we just go through the price guide, because Femforce caught my eye and I was like, Femforce, what are they selling?
So dude, this is officially the issue. So in that top 100 comics to have on your shelf, the sort of like side note was they mentioned Miracle Man 1 through 16. This is the very first time where it's anything more than anything else, and they call it scarce.
Yeah.
And it's $12 here. It was just a $2 book, like the last issue or something. Like this should be, blue or yellow or whatever the fuck.
Yes.
Man. Because it was just a regular issue last thing, and it's gonna show up on that good and cheap at some point, and then it just fucking skyrockets and never stops.
I like to imagine this is they're cleaning out their Valiant,
right?
Their Valiant insider trading lots, because they mentioned that in their top 100 and then blow it up here in their price guide. Aquaman character profile.
Just fanboy shit.
Hey, you know what is on here? A hard-boiled computer game.
Yeah, for Sega Saturn. And they show a screen capture, which leads me to believe that it exists, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, 3D graphics on it too.
Yeah, it's that era.
Yeah.
It's that era.
Nice Jeff Darrow cover art. And our Wizard profile, Todd McFarlane. Any takeaways from this? Very competitive guy. It's kind of the origin that we've covered in previous interviews with him and stuff like that.
So we covered some Spawn comics, like some of his, like, I was gonna call them late period, but it's just late period for me. And we use the term folk art and outsider art, and that's something I've been reading about a lot lately. The history of it, some of the sort of big namers there, and like one of the major pieces to be considered like folk art, outsider art, is like lack of education in the craft, and he possesses that. Self-taught, it's all over this thing, which is another sort of point towards the folk art aspect of like what Spawn is. He's an outsider guy, man.
He is, and I wonder about that, because it's fun to say self-taught, and I sometimes say that, like I didn't take any comic classes or whatever, but he does have a graphic design degree, and like I've also read in interviews where he talks about that, like some of the Infinity Inc. stuff being a lot more wild layouts, and consciously going away from that to be a little bit more readable, and his popularity skyrockets. It seems like he's very conscious of that part of it, and maybe that's not something that we think about in terms of comic book illustration, but I do think he's conscious of it and does think about that and applies it very well.
So you and Todd have the same education, right?
Yes.
You're a graphic design dude.
Yeah, I did something wrong somewhere, I guess.
Well, you didn't play D1 baseball.
Maybe. Um, First comic read, Jerry Lewis comic. Looking at some Neil Adams, maybe.
That could be, man. That could be.
Detective Comics is a favorite. That's kind of interesting. I guess he's done some Batman, but not a ton.
As a kid, it was his Hot Wheels. It was his favorite toy. As an adult, his funny car. And
Love
you know what
this.
that funny car is?
Person you would most want to meet? Hook me up with Jesus Christ. That's such an answer. Tracy Chapman, favorite musical performer.
Oh,
Fascinating. Last good book was Helter Skelter.
yeah, right. You didn't read that.
So, kind of fun. He does talk about, like, he has no habits anymore. Time just isn't there. He goes and runs his empire, and then at 5 o'clock, he has nothing left.
Yeah,
I don't listen to much music. I don't watch much television. I just play sports, bounce my kid, kiss my wife, call it a day, and start all over again.
Yeah,
It certainly seems like a workaholic.
he's always been that way too. He's always promoted that idea that like the last thing I want to do is read a comic at the end of my workday after I'm drawing. And as a kid reading those like little snippets and interviews and stuff, like I just could not relate. I couldn't imagine that part where it's like my love for the medium is like so much deeper that like
Sure.
I will put in that whole day's work, but also like when I hit the treadmill, like on the lectern, is comics for like 2 hours a day.
Yeah. You know what? This is pretty great. There's some, give us some parting wisdom. And he says, I've always stood up for what I believed in. If you're getting screwed in life, then move on and stop bitching. I'd rather leave that with a kid than this is how you draw Spider-Man. I love it.
Yeah. Well, if we could put that message out to the people of the internet.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, and he seems very self-aware to put that out there. So, interesting note to leave 5 years of Wizard on.
Yeah, man.
Wow. What a journey, Ed. We
Yeah,
talked
for
about
sure.
Wizard for probably 75 hours at this point, just with the record button on.
Yeah, and what that signifies really is the speculator boom that we were a part of. That was kind of the genesis point for the Cartoonist Kayfabe project. We grew up within that speculator market. There was so much value for somebody who's going to grow up to become a cartoonist in that space because the most popular comics were drawn by guys that looked like they made achievable artwork. I'll say in a diplomatic sort of fashion. So we cut our puppy teeth on that kind of stuff. It's something we know really well, and we use Wizard as the MacGuffin to carry that conversation on. I don't know how much more Wizard coverage we'll be doing because there's very slim pickings. There's some decent stuff coming up sooner than later, like the Adam Warren is going to be doing the drawing stuff, but I think we covered almost everything that I have in my mind. There's a Randy Bowen, like how to sculpt shit, where he makes a Boba Fett statue that is fucking super cool, but that might be it.
Hey, these are all new issues for me, so I have no idea what's coming up.
Yeah.
But fortunately, we do have
I have
a
about-
lot of 80s coverage with Amazing Heroes, comic scene, and we've got mostly the History of Comics Journal going from the late 70s up. So there's definitely a lot more comics history we can look at outside of Wizard as well.
Yeah, Jimmy, it's been a pleasure this past nearly 5 years covering this stuff. And very serendipitous that we are looking at this 5-year anniversary joint of Wizard Magazine. If you're good to go, I'm good to go.
Let's do it.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have nearly, if not more than, 1,500 videos that are live at this very moment. If you go to the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, pop in some of your favorite titles. Maybe we talked about them. It's there's a rare Kayfaber who has watched all of those videos, but they are out there. So you don't know what's out there, man. So give it a search. If we did not cover your faves, then make sure that you put something in the comments so that we can push those comics a little bit higher up on our reading list. We have a Patreon for our supporters who want to directly contribute to Cartoonist Kayfabe, and the King Kayfabers on that Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else. They're hanging out in the chat right now. We got about 36 dudes kicking it in the chat room at this very moment, adding some context. And after we stop this record, we kick it with them for a little bit. It's almost like we have private episodes directly for them. ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and before you is a pretty healthy sample of a lot of our covers and comics that we have out in the wild. But we are working and functioning cartoonists, and we need you to support our newest books. So, Jimmy, let the people know what you have going on.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release. This will be out from Image Comics in November, but you can pre-order this one now at your local comic book store or online wherever you buy comics. This is a companion title to Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive. Together, these two books will collect all of my Street Angel comics. They're basically a 2-book set. Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design series of books, features 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk, along with several of the top artists that drew the Hulk. And you can pick that one up now while supplies last, and they are out of print at the distribution level. So get it at your local comic shop if they still have a copy, or online wherever you can find it, because once this is out of print, I have no idea what Marvel's plans will be to bring it back or to do more of it. I've also been self-publishing. These are 2 of my latest zines, the BW zine celebrating the black and white explosion comics of the 80s, 1986 celebrating the best year in comics history, and True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories in this comic book. These will all be available in late October, October 26th. Mark it on your calendar. I'm going to be selling them on my website. If you can't wait that long, you can read these on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg.
The time has come. I need you guys to order Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus through your comic shop, because the print run is here, and it's coming out within like 4 weeks of this recording session. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and this is the best book that I've made so far in my life. So I really hope you add it to your bookshelf coming October 18th. Plenty of time for the holidays. It's going to be a great Christmas gift, because the comics world is a niche world, but the rap music transcends, right? So you put this in somebody's stocking, they're going to have their freaking minds blown.
This is the kind of book, like I used to say, like, buy comics for everybody for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
This is a book you can give somebody that doesn't read comics.
Exactly. And I like making those kind of comics. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming out in November. What you're looking at is one of the Treasury editions, or should I say Ed Piskor editions, of the original X-Men Grand Design. But a couple of those volumes out of print. So we are ganging them up and putting out a nice Marvel trade paperback in November. Also, just in time for the holidays, for the the X-Men lover in your life. Current focus has been Red Room. 2 trade paperbacks of that are out there in the world: Anti-Social Network and Trigger Warnings. We just completed the 4-issue run of the last season of Red Room called Crypto Killers, and this 3rd issue has a backup feature called Latchkey Kids, which I've retitled as Switchblade Shorties, and these characters are going to be the focus of the daily comic strip that I'm going to start to release to the wild January 1st, 2024, but on my Patreon, I'm exclusively sliding that out to the audience there. So hit up my Patreon, patreon.com/EdPiskor. You could read several episodes of Switchblade Shorties. There you have it. That's our bibliography, the books that we have out in the wild and forthcoming. But there are some other ways to support the channel. Let the people know, Jimmy.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There it is, man. Buy our books, support the channel that way. But we laid out a number of ways that you could support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. One final set of marching orders. Jimmy, let them have it. We'll be out of here.
Read more comics.
Do that Black Panther joint, and then we got to reset up the cam. Make me a little fresh joint. Hit the head. We're breezing, Jimmy.
Yep.
Good conversation on that episode.
Yeah, I could see that being the last wizard for a while.
What's that?
I could see that being the last wizard for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Should I try to get Don Simpson next week?
Will he come over, or will that be a Zoom?
Might be easier just to Zoom it for him. Does he drive?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, in person, if you like, might be it's always better in person.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. I'm happy to have him over though.
right, guys, the next one we're going to talk about, I bet you don't have in your collection. You guys ever see this comic before? This is one that I found from Jason Hamlin, the retailer to the stars. And you might, I'm trying to think, whenever we had, we visited him and we were looking at his collection in I think we may have showed this a little bit at that time because he's had it for a couple years and just lent it to me. So this is one of the few books that we're showing off that is a borrowed copy. Usually we don't do that. Don't want to encourage people to send stuff because we just can't really send it back. But in this case, he offered it at Baltimore, and I think this is going to be a great episode. So hopefully it'll be something new for everybody and something of interest. We're trying to figure out titles for it as well. Something about like the real Black Panther comics, something along that line, because this is done by a Black Panther and featuring a Black Panther as our main character. And if you guys know anything about this comic, please post in the comments, because there's definitely more mystery to this comic than what I know about it. Did a little bit of research on the artist and the publisher, and I think it's Eldridge Cleaver. I think is the Eldridge in the title, although it never says Eldridge Cleaver inside of the book.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a real Black Panther near the top of the Black Panther hierarchy, so
Yeah.
I assume that's who it's based on.
Did you do any Googling? Because I did, but nothing comes up except like images.
Yeah, I found some prints that this artist had made, and I found a few copies of this book in various places. I think that had been sold like on auction for between $300 and $900.
I seen it for way cheaper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, $50 on some website.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't see it that cheap. I think you might be able to read the whole thing online though, because I did see pages of it in a couple places where I think somebody may have digitized it, so it could be read. Yeah, I think there's a lot here that'll be a fun video. And I had not heard of it outside of Jason Hamlin, which makes me think that people in the comics world, this is not a commonly known book.
Yeah, but this is one that I'm gonna like. I'm gonna pay a lot of attention to like the thumbnail, because like there's a way to sell this, and it ain't really with this image.
Yeah.
It's about Black Panthers and pulling some kind of okey doke that way. Is the Pittsburgh area art scene huge? No idea. We ain't part of that shit, man. We just do our own thing. I think it was very, very important and very smart when we were younger to look to the wider world, because Pittsburgh is a town of 300,000, and if you're a big fish in this pond, it doesn't mean anything. So our focus was New York, LA, real print media, worldwide. So I'll tell you this, man, there ain't too many artists here that I identify with. I'm super thankful to have Jimmy and Tom in this town, or else like there would just be nobody for me to talk comics with, really. It's Tupac's mom in it. Come on now, man. The Black Panthers was much bigger than you may realize. She's like a Baltimore area chick. Let me take a look at this real quick. Yeah, pretty cool. Because it really fits comfortably with that underground stuff. Oh, is that Gil Scott Heron? I feel like I could tell the references of some of this imagery. Oh, dude, that's badass. And he knows not to have tangents,
That's a really neat page.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just not, it's off a little bit. It's kind of interesting. You don't see those kind of comic moves.
Amazing. setting it up. Ready when you are, Jimmy.
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite daily comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And as I said, we are a daily video series. We've been doing this for 5 years. We've got about 1,500 videos out there.
You know what, Jimmy? Like, I've been in this mindset of, we're your favorite YouTube channel. Your favorite YouTube channel of all YouTube channels.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And we are a daily video channel about comic books. We have probably looked at your favorite comic book or creator. We have 1,500 videos. So go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe homepage on YouTube, hit that little magnifying glass, and put in the title that you would like to see a video about or the artist that is your favorite. And if we don't have a video featuring that, leave a comment below so that we can add it to our reading list and cover it eventually. We are also have Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels there that will get you access to our videos earlier, and at the King Kayfaber level, you will get all of our videos first, including sitting in on the recording session. That means whenever we show off a book like we're going to show today, you can be the first one trying to track down a copy, because some of these books are rare, hard to find, they disappear, and they get more expensive as time passes. So check out our Patreon and see what level of the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon suits you best.
This qualifies, huh, Jimmy?
Absolutely. So we are looking at a fascinating piece of comics history here, The Adventures of Black Eldridge by Ovid P. Adams, a cartoonist that I had not heard of before this. This is a borrowed copy from Dealer to the Stars, Jason Hamlin. We saw this in a previous video. I think we might have showed it whenever we were visiting Jason Hamlin's comic book area and looking at some of his outstanding titles, known for getting stuff that I've never seen before, indie stuff, and in this case, very much an underground comic that was published as a Black Panther comic. You know, I don't know if Ovid P. Adams was a Black Panther. Would not surprise me considering the content of this comic that we're going to get into, but it comes out in 1970. This is your publisher out of San Francisco, and you can see, you know, it's a black and white comic, very much in the vein of those underground comics that were maybe starting to taper off, maybe starting to actually start up in 1970. That would have been pretty early on in the underground comics movement, and this is the heart of it, San Francisco. So I think this artist looked around and said, let's make a comic about something that he's clearly passionate about.
Yeah, for sure, man. And the last panel's the cover.
Yes. You know, it's interesting too, like you see it's almost cut off the artwork down here. We would see this in a lot of comics in that people would draw them at a size that may not be suited to that weird 2:3 ratio that comic books are. And I wonder if that's what you're seeing here.
Totally.
Often you would see that with underground comics or self-published comics where they're just a little bit different than the standard comic book size. And it's because you were not part of an infrastructure of comics. This wasn't printed by the companies that print Marvel and DC Comics. This is printed probably by some local printer in San Francisco, and it's almost comic book size.
Yeah, totally. Like the comics book size is a very weird contrivance, and nobody can agree on how that size was created, because if you have your own press, it's usually 8 pages to create a signature. You fold once, you trim the top, and you trim the side. But the way that the trim is, like on the side for comics, it's like 1.5 inches too much. Like there's scrap,
right?
And it's a very confusing thing when you see the typical layouts of what print has to offer. So maybe this is just with no scrap.
Very possible. And right away, like, one of the reasons this caught my eye is I think it's a very striking image, but you see like ink washes as well as like heavy hatching and stuff. So graphic artist that I think probably works a lot and is able to bring in some of the non-comics making elements, because that wash is not something that you see a lot in the underground comics, at least.
Totally. And you don't really see it on the inside. It looks like almost like rapidograph everywhere.
So Eldridge, I assume, is a reference to Eldridge Cleaver.
Yeah, of course.
The Minister of Information in the Black Panther Party. I don't think his last name is used anywhere in here, but that was my guess, just kind of like trying to get a little bit of context for what we're looking at here.
It's fun to think about because 70, like, would blaxploitation movies even be being made at this point? Was
Sweetback was out. I think Shaft is 1970.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, that is definitely something that's ramping up as well.
Yeah, so this fits into that because like that title, it's a very hyperbolic title that has like a lot of good baggage to it that makes you curious.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and it's one of those things that comics don't always get credit for, but like I've heard it described as a low barrier of entry, and what it means is you can make a comic book. It's relatively inexpensive and it's relatively low tech, which means almost anybody can make a comic book, you know, compared to say a movie.
Yeah, it's really time, like the time is the equalizer, and you just got to put in that time. And sometimes that means like put in the time to get good enough to make something that is readable. And this fits the bill.
Really like the artwork too. It's pretty solid throughout this issue.
And it fits in with that black and white, like the old underground motif, like there are like traditional like underground cartoonists that have these chops, that kind of lettering style. But it's pretty cool that he gets a little iconic, plays with camera angles a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, when I looked up this artist, Ovid Adams, like I found prints and things of his. So, I think he's a guy who probably better known for his other artworks than this comic, but a guy who does more art than just this comic too. This isn't a guy of our generation that's growing up reading comics and decides to make comics that look like other comics. It's a guy who's coming from more of an art background, but a printmaking background. Like most of what I found from him is prints, so it is reproduction and things that would lend themselves to doing a work like this. So our story is this African-American artist in Chicago, and now he's driving home, I think, to the Bay Area, and stops along the way at this antique kind of road shop where he finds this drum, very happy with it, wants to add it to his collection, does some bartering with the woman who is selling the stuff, but unfortunately he's going to be confronted by a very racist husband who comes out.
The man.
Yeah. And
which, by the way, this follows the blaxploitation tropes, man.
Yeah,
where,
definitely.
Like, the white man is the villain.
Definitely. Man, it feels like this guy should have done other comics. Doesn't it feel like not someone's first comic? There are elements that may be a little bit first comic-y, but overall, like, that's a pretty complex spread compared to what I think of as a lot of the, at least the black and white explosion comics of the 80s.
Yeah, for
Maybe
sure.
the underground comics a little more developed like this. But man, for a guy who I don't think did other comics, pretty good stuff here.
Yeah, the chops are there. And, comics is propaganda. Like that's what this is, like this is like an information guide or something.
Yeah, so here's your shop owner coming out with a strange looking gun.
He almost has devil horns, man.
He does.
And you'll hear that language about the devil and stuff like that.
That hatching is really amazing, though. It's very tight, very fine penline hatching there. But he shoots our guy in the knee, blowing off his leg pretty much. Like, what'd he shoot me with, a cannon? It's .357 Magnum, the editor note, which, again, is another staple of comics writing.
Yeah.
Probably one that we don't even do anymore. But certainly something that dotted the Marvel comics of my youth. All right, so somewhere in North Africa, word gets back to Black Eldridge that, the story of this artist, and that's enough for him. He's going to settle this score. So he sneaks back on a jet back into America with this letter that he sends to the local newspaper, basically telling people to take responsibility for this. Who's responsible?
I'm loving this lettering. This is an incredible page. It looks like he drew that plane without penciling. It looks like a sketchbook thing. And just all this lettering all over the place is real attractive imagery.
You see him move through these different styles from a very sketchy, loose background to, solid spotted blacks. It's definitely a graphic artist. This is not an amateur artist that's drawing this. And like some of these kind of things with atmospheric hatching in the background, that'd be something that I would almost see in like Guy Davis, Vince Locke caliber work.
Yeah, this exact kind of strokes feel like those 60s Crumb sketchbooks.
You see police headquarters, so these guys have read this letter and they're kind of pretty confident in themselves. Let's put it that way. Although the leader of the church here may be a little bit more nervous. Pulls out a crucifix like he's fighting a vampire.
When did Blackula?
This is not Blade Vampire Hunter.
When did Blackula come out?
Yeah, that's maybe influenced by this one. Should have dates on all of these movies to see exactly what was out at that time. This was a page, Ed, we were talking about off camera, where it's very cinematic, but it's almost like something that could go wrong where it would have been like one image, but they're staggered a little bit each one, so it's clearly separate panels. And no gutters, like the traditional comic book gutters, not a part of this language.
I bet you that was a discovery he made for himself, and clearly having chops like with graphic design, art making, he knows about tangents. So it's a very calculated move, but it still looks on the surface real quick, it looks like one piece.
Yeah, it's a fascinating page. I found myself lingering on it quite a bit going through this book this week. I thought this hand is just exquisite. Mm-hmm. Really loved the rendering on that hand. Good jacket too. It kind of reads as that leather texture.
Yeah. Leather can be dicey, man. Like it's a tough thing to make, the tough thing to convey in pen and ink.
Multimedia. Now we're putting photographs in of atrocities, again from the Black Panther standpoint of atrocities to African Americans.
Yeah.
Fascinating document. I wonder how many of these were produced.
Yeah.
It feels offset printed, so I would guess at least 1,000.
Right.
And how about that for your graphic? And does the swoosh, the
yes.
sound effect that we all draw at some point.
Goes Basil Wolverton with it. Chops the dude's head off. I mean, this is Amwat, Ben Mera energy.
Yeah. Then back into the blackness of night, like a panther, this black warrior did slip.
Yeah, it's such an interesting image, the way that it all goes, because it's almost like he's a bat or
an angel.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost a wing behind him. But again, like very interesting drawing marks. That night is not like hatched. It's almost Vincent van Gogh
exactly.
in line work.
Yeah, Starry Night. But also there's a psychedelia to the lines, because you could imagine, you've seen color fields like that in like the Rick Griffin posters and the Victor Moscoso posters. These are very timely marks of the era. Probably even a little dated. Like in the 60s, you would see those kind of swirlies. And
I'm going to be very curious in the comments.
Yeah.
Who tracks down copies of this?
And who knows about it, and who knows more information.
Too.
We literally had comments from Carl Barks's granddaughter this past week. So we've had comments from Russ Cochran's family and people related to the people that we talk about. So there could be some connection that it adds more light to the image. I love hand done coupons.
Me too.
I'm a sucker for that stuff.
And you can see these posters by Ovid P. Adams. So the artist of this comic. Also, you want to promote your own stuff. This is a playbook out of every alternative comic. Like what else does the artist have available? And I think combined with this Marcus bookstore, which may be a very legendary place, wouldn't surprise me. Interesting book. Whenever I was Googling it, I found copies of it at Penn State and at VCU. So, something that I do think is in some of these archives, these academic archives, as a historically noteworthy, interesting comic book, and one that, honestly, I'm surprised I didn't know about until just recently. Because this feels like the type of outsider art comic, that interests me. Yeah,
you wonder if, like, Paul Gravatt even knows about it. Like, what was it in that Leather Nun and Other Stories collection of all of the oddities in comics history? Because, like, this might spark his interest.
You know what? I'm very curious now if it was in there, and it might be something, because like whenever I got hold of that book, and we have a video on that book, I would go through and I would look for all that stuff. Yeah. And some of it's foreign editions and things that I just found nothing. Mm-hmm. Like there was no Google response. This feels like it would be perfectly in place in a book like that. And I can't remember if it's in there or not, but now that you mention it, it feels like I may have seen it in one of those kinds of, weird comics collections.
It tracks. It makes sense for it to be in there.
So, part of the reason I was excited to show this off is really to hear the discussion, to hear what people know about this comic, what they know about this artist, and just in general, I feel like this is that exciting, like, make your own comics. This is DIY comics, which really, by and large, are my favorite comics. This one kind of stands out as being like a cool example of that.
Totally. Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have about 1,500 videos up there as we speak. We might have talked about some of your favorites. The way that you can find that out is to hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Search for your faves. If we talked about them, check out those videos. If we did not, you have to let us know in the comments what comics you want us to cover in the future, because these videos are daily. The King Kayfabers on our Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else, and they're kicking it with us right now in the chat room as we speak. So they get access to all the comics that we talk about on the aftermarket before anybody else. And something like this Black Eldritch, you've seen it go for what, a couple $100?
I saw it up to $850.
Yeah, so you know, like they're getting the cheapest copies. I saw one for $50, and that's gone when the King Kayfabers took that one already. So it, you know, the subscription pays for itself. Before you is a pretty healthy sample of our bibliography over the past couple of years, but we are functioning, working cartoonists, and we need you to check out our current books. Jimmy, what do you have?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next release. This will be coming out from Image Comics in November, and it collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. So you want to get both of these books. You'll have a complete set of all my Street Angel comics, but you need to let your store know to order a copy of Princess of Poverty for you. My contribution to the Grand Design series is Hulk Grand Design. This is sold out at the distribution level, which means if you want a copy, buy it whenever you see it off the shelf at your local comic store, if they still have copies, or online, wherever you can find a copy, because once it's gone, I don't know what Marvel's plans are. They don't keep stuff in print, so maybe a long time before you can pick that one up. I've also been self-publishing. You see the 1986 zine celebrating the greatest year in comics history, the BW zine celebrating the black and white explosion, the DIY comics that I love so much, and True Crime Funnies, an anthology of nonfiction stories. These will all be for sale on October 26th on jimrugg.com, kind of a holiday fall sale. I am stocking up to make sure that I'll be able to meet all the orders, is why it's a little bit of a delay. But mark it on your calendar, October 26th. If you can't wait that long, join me on patreon.com/jimrugg, where you can read and download a lot of my zines and mini comics that have been out of print.
The time is here, guys. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to us within a couple of weeks, in mid-October, actually. 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop culture, and this is the best book that I've made in my career to date. I need you to add it to your bookshelves, and you got to let your comic shop know to order this comic for you ASAP, because we made our print run, you know, and it'll be a while before reprints are had, and a lot of people pre-ordered this stuff online. Now, make sure you hit up your shop, and if they scoop it up for you, make sure you grab it and pay for it expeditiously. Not the only holiday effort coming out. In November comes the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback. This is going to collect all of my X-Men Grand Design work. 3 big Ed Piskor-shaped volumes came out earlier, and some of those books are out of print. So it's your way to get your hands on all of my X-Men Grand Design work. Red Room is the current project that has just completed. There are 2 trade paperbacks of that out there, Trigger Warnings and the Antisocial Network. And it's Red Room Crypto Killers that has just recently saw the light of day completely with a 4-issue run. And it's this 3rd issue that, if you scoop that up, there's a backup feature called Latchkey Kids. And these are the characters that are going to be the focus of my daily comic strip that I'm serializing exclusively on my Patreon right now. Patreon.com/EdPiskor. $3 get you the archive, and all of Red Room is up there. Plus, every Tuesday I put up new Latchkey, well, it's called Switchblade Shorties now. And there's going to be a serialization online to the wider world, probably starting January 1st, 2024. Now, you just got the rundown of all of our new books and our past works, but there are a few other ways to contribute directly to the Cartoonist Kayfabe cause.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics. I'll be very curious what comes back from that video in terms of, like, people knowing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It fits very well in the Power Comics, Outlaw Comics
Absolutely.
group. So it's weird that it's not known. I also wonder if it's in the public domain. Is this one that the camera needs raised?
Quite sure. Ready when you are, Jimmy. We're going to be looking at the Big Damn Hard Boiled.
I have never seen this book.
Yeah.
And I've been looking for it for years.
Yeah, man.
This is fun. All right, hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And we are a daily comic book video channel. We have put up almost 1,500 videos. I recommend you go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe homepage on YouTube, hit that little magnifying glass, and look for your favorite comics or creators. If you don't see a video on them, leave a comment below this video so we'll know to add them to our reading list or to move them up our reading list. We also have the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, where you get access to our videos early, and in the case of the King Kayfabers, you get access to all of our videos first, including this recording session. So whenever we highlight maybe a rare out-of-print comic book, you'll be the first one tracking it down. It means you'll get the best prices, you'll get it before it sells out, and we often have that happen in the course of even recording these videos. So check out our Patreon, see what level suits you best. All right, today we are looking at Jeff Darrow and Frank Miller's Big Damn Hard Boiled. This is an oversized book to give you some sense of scale. That is a comic book size. And if you guys know Jeff Darrow's work, you know it is hyper detailed. And this kind of oversized treatment to me is the perfect way to experience Jeff Darrow artwork. That said, I have never looked inside of Big Damn Hard Boiled. This is a series that showed up, or this is a book rather, that showed up at Baltimore Con. And first time I've had a chance to actually touch one of these books in person. I can remember this sitting on the shelf, I think at Phantom of the Attic maybe.
Right.
And it was outside of my price range, and it disappeared quickly, and now it's expensive. But this is your original hard-boiled size to, again, kind of showcase at least twice the size of the printed comic books.
Right.
So without any further ado, let's dive into this classic. Very nice to see the Jeff Darrow treatment too, because this is an art book. I don't think there are even words inside.
No,
of
that's
this.
the whole point.
Oh man,
is to see his work, you know, at close to original scale.
I think we're going to sell a few copies of this, Ed, because this is a book that I look at on the aftermarket, and like I said, having not opened it before, uncoated paper, beautiful. Like already it feels fantastic, and you guys can see the sharpness of this image. Wow. So excited to dive in. 1997 year date, so about 5 years after the original series was published.
Yeah, I remember seeing these like at Ives and stuff. I know, right? There it is. And they would be in a plastic bag and shit, and they were about $60-$70
Yeah.
in 1997. And you know, might as well have put 2 more zeros on it. Jeff Darrow self portrait, I believe.
That's fantastic. And you know, this is before artist edition, so the idea of like, let's strip this artwork down to the line art and show it off oversized, not a common treatment back then. And I linger on this page to show, like, we talk outlaw comics a lot, and the outlaw comics like Faust, what stands out is there's a lot of gray from all these lines, but then you get the black ink for the blood, and that's what you're seeing here. That is primo outlaw comic art right there.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
The other thing I think about when I look at Jeff Darrow art is Pity the Colorist.
Right.
That is, you know how they have like the adult coloring books, you know, supposed to be calming? I don't feel like it'd be calming trying to color this.
Yeah, no, it's amazing, and you know what? It also speaks to where Jeff's work has grown, because he's done a lot of images with like the cowboy that would be at this scale with that kind of stuff, but the cowboy shows up way more.
Yeah, this is just chaos personified. And it was always interesting that you would get these kind of panels that would be like next to the panel where every square inch is drawn on, but then you would get like some of these like almost cutouts.
Right. And Jeff revealed to us, we did several rounds of hard-boiled coverage. We went through this series ourselves, and that was kind of like what got us discovered by Jeff Darrow. And then he's joined us to kind of go through the series and kind of talk about the intricacies. One of the things we learned is that each illustration is its own piece of paper.
Yes. And this black is something that really I don't think of with his work.
No.
It's
it
not,
really stands out.
It's not something that he does a lot of, and I wonder if it phases out after this hard-boiled run. But it's striking at this at this stage.
I mean, I think it's a storytelling element. Like it's oil.
Oh man, look at the barbed wire, the glasses in him. This is like a death match image.
Oh yeah, totally.
Ready to sign him up for some hardcore wrestling comics.
He's got the NFL veteran hands.
Yes. Oh, and then you cut to this kind of stuff, just the intricate details. Coke or Pepsi cans just pouring into this guy like IV fluid. Fantastic detail. It's amazing too, like he still has this kind of level of thinking, like in even like the comics we recently looked at his latest Shaolin Cowboy, and it has that kind of stuff where the graffiti's funny or the mock advertising is clever.
He's a great letterer.
Yes.
He's an incredible letterer, man.
Really like seeing the sound effects in some of these panels.
And he doesn't get any credit for that because it's all just like built into the artwork. But this isn't John Constanza doing that or somebody.
Yeah, beautiful. In perspective as well.
Oh, totally. Like a 3-point perspective. And like this kind of like Art Deco imagery, it makes me think of shades of a Big Guy. And then this makes me think of shades of Matrix, this piece. Like the Sentinels.
Yeah, considering what these things sell for now in the aftermarket, I don't know why there isn't subsequent printings.
Totally.
I think you'd have a market for it. This is cool too, seeing the silhouettes. Something that he would end up doing in the Shaolin Cowboy end pages that did stand out to me because you don't see him do solid blacks, but whenever he does, it's that same level. You can see the martini, even the olive sticking out of the glass.
Yeah, this is entertainment for these people. Squid Games.
Incredible. Just incredible.
And funny. Like with a tap and stuff, plumbing.
Companion piece to your Barry Windsor Smith Weapon X with the wires everywhere. Yeah, this is great. Prying open the eyes. It's so body horror. Turning up the voltage. That's an impossible drawing to make.
Yeah, totally.
Looking up and squinting like that. And then you look here at this guy in the middle of this. How big must the original of this piece be?
I know, yeah, that's pretty congested. And he would talk to us on the channel about, like, having to trace the wire back into here to try to like get it all to make sense, and he would do that level of thinking.
Just incredible. And we've seen a lot of his pencils. There's even been Dark Horse has put out a collection of them, so you imagine that the detail that you see here he has worked out both in pencil and in ink.
Right, yeah, totally. And he said even these are single pieces of paper imagery.
Yeah, it's neat to go from those super detailed full page splashes to these pages that have 20 images. Very European in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I think he's thinking bigger. This is where I think you can see that there are different, like that he's drawing the images on different pages.
Right.
Like
yeah,
I wonder if this is
reduced
reduced more than
Yeah.
like this image or even this one.
Totally.
I also think these things are great to have a point of reference of like normalcy.
Oh, right.
For whenever you get very outrageous and stuff.
All you gotta do is
Even
turn
on the
the
next
page.
Yeah. Amazing. Spam.
And all the kind of kawaii stuff that he can do so well.
Yeah, there's almost too much that he does well. It's the go home and break your pencils, but it's also very inspiring.
Yeah.
I used to copy this stuff when I was a kid. Man, I wish I had those copies to kind of look at now. Love this car too. This series is very much that almost post-80s action motifs. Almost everything that I would have identified in those movies I used to rent on VHS. It's like the Omega version of them here.
Yeah, just an incredible designer. Like you could imagine this in a blockbuster movie, and it would cost however many tens, hundreds of $1,000s to create this vehicle, but he's able to do it on his own.
Love these quiet panels too. This car reminds me, we saw recently in a Wizard, there was a hard-boiled video game. I
Right.
don't know if it was released or not, but there was a screenshot and it looked like that car in 3D.
There's physics to it all, you know, like transmission and stuff getting blown out the back.
Yeah, tires buckling. All the stuff in the car being upset whenever the car's like flipping over.
And it's all legit, you know. It's like a straight razor and just like a full ballpoint pen, shells. What are these things, man? Is that like Xanax or something?
I don't know what those things are. There's a lot of them. French fries. Crinkle fries.
Yeah.
Had some fast food sitting there on the side of the passenger side with them. And then, of course, causing this multi-car pileup, and you see people going through windshields.
Fish dicks, man. That's a classic South Park joke. A mushroom cloud in the midst of things.
Yeah, nuclear reactors powering some of these cars.
All of this stuff. You get this sense, certainly when you're looking at it at this scale, you get the sense that Jeff just is like dives into the world.
He must, because otherwise this is 2 weeks of drawing.
Right.
You know, if you don't have some kind of like, I don't know, ability to really jump in here and almost lose yourself and go.
Totally.
It'd just take too long.
Because it all feels like legit and like, you know, there's to just get to be at a stage where you're good enough to do this stuff in perspective. That's stage one of like the skill, but then you have to make it weather beaten and feel like it actually is a world that people live in. And so like these marks are extra.
Yeah, those are sharp. And if you start looking at the cars, there are so many different designs of cars
all
that
of
play
them.
here.
And it's like the subtlety, you know, like all the every line it makes sense.
This car's a Hyman. There's like the little Jesus fish on the back of this car. So much stuff that I do not remember.
He just zeroes in, man.
I always like these kind of signs, like the neon stuff that he's really great at the neon lettering.
And then just pussy, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the stuff that he amps up in his Shaolin Cowboys.
I love seeing the lettering effects on many of these panels. This is an image that I copied.
Looks so heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, that one must be closer to size. With the bigger lines.
Yeah, the body language of this one always struck me. Just that cocking that head over to the side, over that shoulder. It all feels legit. It feels like there's real weight holding this character. And
this is me carrying a cat around.
Right.
Like once I get it picked up, it just kind of goes limp, and I feel like that's what that is, just dead weight under her arm.
Yeah, he captures it real good.
Spark plug lodged in the head. Man, all of the stuff that have like bullets flying, it reminds me of Platt specifically, which would have been, you know, a year or two after this that we see his Prophet work at Extreme. This stuff, I don't know how.
Right, because it's character designs, it's fashion design. Every single person is interesting.
How big must the original be? You know, these lines aren't that heavy, so I'm assuming it's reduced, you know, a standard amount like the rest of the book, and this is large to begin with. Like what we're seeing here is pretty big.
Everybody's head is kind of on a different pivot. It's not just like you know, Lemmings where they're all kind of facing one of like four directions.
Right. Drawing chain links and over.
Right, and it's like bike chains. You know, that shit is tough as fuck to draw. And you know, we've gotten to know Jeff pretty well as a consequence of this channel, which is super fun. And he swears like he doesn't do sketchbook shit. You know, like he did whatever, and he said even as a kid he wouldn't do that much. He figures stuff out on the page.
And I need Dark Horse to reissue this book.
Yeah,
this is almost a new experience seeing Hard Boiled without color like this. Also, I wonder what it would be like trying to read this or follow it if you had never read it before.
I bet it works.
I think it would.
Because it's like, you know, it's Jeff doing this stuff. So he's just, you know, it's almost like a Shaolin Cowboy, like where it's just actions. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I made a statement about like the visually oriented comics. Like that's what you get, you know, like there is no Marvel method anymore, but this is pretty close to Marvel method. I mean, I would say damn close. Like he sent us some synopsises of like Rusty and Big Guy, and it was like 2 captions that Frank Miller provided.
It is incredible seeing it like this. The storytelling feels totally different to me in black and white like this.
Yeah.
And it does feel much more like you can follow it panel to panel in a way that, I don't know, in my head I just think of these images.
Yeah.
But seeing it like this, stripped of color and words, it really does feel like, yeah, it's pretty easy to follow.
Yeah, totally, man. And like the interesting thing about taking the words out of it is that you hear music while you're going through this. You could like picture the soundtrack.
This is an incredible panel by being tilted and having somebody come through and having all those handholds like swaying.
Yeah.
That's the other thing with art that's this detailed, is having motion really hard to do.
Right.
It's here. Nailed it on that one.
And like every little bit, you know, every little piece of that webbed broken glass is completely drawn. Like there's nothing that's like out of focus. You know, he's slowly drawing that stuff. And that's one of those things I would always notice, like when he would have like dabs of blood coming off of like a blade or something. It looks like real liquid.
The big fight scene.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the physics feels right. When you see the blood spraying and stuff, it all feels pretty good.
And you see, like,
you can get that wrong.
Like these cars, they're not all the picture plane is what it is, and the cars ain't just all exactly kind of like starbursts, like in the same line.
Right.
Like they're off. Like he basically had to put different vanishing points for different cars to keep them on the picture plane, but to give them that little bit of sense of chaos.
Right.
Very hard to draw.
This again with the hardcore wrestling matches.
Yeah, dude.
So we see our gorilla press here.
Each of those one drawing, dude. The people who own those are very lucky.
And there's your shells flying. We've seen several panels of that. It's kind of weird. Like a lot of this stuff I feel like has worked itself into comics. At least the genre comics that I read so much of as a kid.
I mean, Jeff Darrow like was a force. Like it was such a major influence. I mean, think about what Wiesenfeld's art was before, like, you know, before and after, kind of the Darrow influence.
Yeah, and you can imagine, like, guys, we all look at comics. Like, whenever something like this that's truly different comes out, everyone notices.
Nobody could believe this work. Nobody could believe it. You know, he did, and all those guys sucked him up. Like, he did Sandman pinups and Spawn pinups and
right.
and Ash pinups for Jimmy Palmiotti and Joe Quesada.
Just chaos. Complete chaos. We often talk about, like, how do you do a supermarket? Imagine Alex Toth doing it. This is the opposite.
It is.
The opposite of the Alex Toth approach.
But in a lot of ways, like, this would not be the example, but like Jeff still keeps it clear, you know.
It's pretty neat to see these pages too in terms of the contrast between like a big clear static image like this versus the height of chaos.
It makes so much sense too now that we know that things are blown up and shrunk, because like I would say that if that's not two size, that it's probably blown up. Like you see like all those thick lines, you don't see those anywhere else, and these are clearly reduced.
Yeah, I do wonder if that is about like 100%. Man, stuff stuck in the soles of his shoes.
I know, and you see the tension in the soles. You know, like they're squash and stretch. That's one of those super classic images.
Yes. That has some classic potential too.
Great weight to that gun in
There
that boy's
is.
hand.
Love having like the cartoon characters around it as well.
He's real good at kids too.
Yeah, it's neat to see him doing domestic. It doesn't seem like he should be able to do all of these things. Like, fine, you're into robots and cyborg violence, okay. But a person sitting on the couch with their bowl of Fruit Loops, it shouldn't work just as well.
Another blow up, I would bet.
That one definitely looks like it may be blown up. Which is really a bold choice. Like, knowing Jeff Darrow, I'm surprised that he would do that.
No, he didn't do that. He said he didn't want that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and the whole last bit, he says it in the coverage that we did with him. He wasn't so happy about it. But like they just wanted it, you know, like they wanted to put it out, so they figured it out.
I think it works really well. I can see why he wouldn't have wanted that, But I do think that contrast actually works nice in a collection like this.
Now this is going to be fun, because he's redrawing all of this.
Yeah.
You know, in a world where people are copy pasting those backgrounds, and sort of like, you know, this is the same car.
Yeah, these are just bizarre.
You know, these are the same.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see the lines are different.
Right.
Even though it's based on the same background.
And all the debris stays the same. And that's one of those things. You do it once, you could maybe light box, but still you're still putting in the pen mileage, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that move, dude.
Incredible.
And then I just think of Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah, definitely. Section. It's cool to see something like this where it's like all robotic stuff, parts flying apart as they fight. Because like earlier it's humans.
Yeah.
Like he's punching heads off bodies and you get to see like windpipes and things coming out.
What else is real good about that sequence we just looked at? It's very dark in the printed comic. Very dark. You can't even see half of the stuff.
Right.
That's going on. And then the physics of this.
Yeah, this is great. The punch throughs where like all the little bits and pieces coming apart.
So thoughtful.
Things falling off of him. That's great. Almost your foreshortening.
And he worked in a factory, man. What was the, like, it wasn't Nabisco, that's Pittsburgh. He worked in some kind of factory.
Keebler?
No, it's one of those, man. We're getting warm. But you know, he would notice like all the rivets and how machines work and things.
It is funny the little things that are instructive when you're learning to draw. You know, like having the little seams on the floor and tiles and stuff like that. The lip on the stairs. All those little pieces really sell it.
Yeah, it's that observational thing, and stuff like this. It's like you just do that to give depth.
These crowd scenes blow my mind.
I know, just impossible.
It feels
because
like
the figure drawing is just so sharp, and so everybody's so balanced, and he doesn't have a cookie cutter like, you know, here's a jacket, here's some pants. Everybody has personality, weird hairstyles.
The variety of graffiti. That's not that easy.
Shouting out to the future.
That's right. I'm still looking for the gym shout out. Incredible. What a book this is. This is fun too, going home and going through the fighting through the defenses. Even the attention to like these books.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Yeah.
You see like the weathered paper and stuff.
Yeah, like this book is wider, so it droops down.
Andrew Vox.
Hard candy.
This reminds me so much of the Matrix, the hotel lobby or bank lobby in the Matrix scene.
Yeah, like when this shit starts getting shot up and stuff.
Yeah, you can almost picture it.
Gun through the wrist.
Out of bullets, let me stab you with this. A compound fracture bone sticking out. Wow. And here we go. Just impossible.
And just look what that turned into, man. Just like rebar and things sticking out of it.
Here's a no prize for you guys at home. Pause the video here and tell me how many human bodies are in this image. It's got to be hundreds of them. And if you look close, like completely detailed.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows how to draw a figure at every angle. In proper perspective, you know, according to the picture planes. Just a set of skills that the guy has it's incomparable. And looking at a book like this of his work, it kind of shows you where like the Avatar press guys who kind of crib his style like all fall short, because their shit was all like very much surface level.
Almost nobody can do this kind of drawing. Your ability to understand like form,
yeah,
you know, to do 3D where it's bodies on bodies going back.
It's like he sees
just
it.
Nobody really. Very
sees
few
it.
artists possess that kind of thing.
And some of the hardest stuff ever would be like these circle things, you know, tubes and perspective.
So I had a little bit of drafting, like before computer drafting totally takes off, and drawing threads,
Yeah.
like on a bolt, would be a thing somebody had to do. If you were, if that was a part, you had a drawing for it. And it was like this kind of stuff, and it was always amazing to look at.
Right.
Not easy to draw, but amazing to look at. And these are even wrapped in like perspective, so
Yeah.
even more difficult. Almost your Aeon Flux eyeball.
Yeah, dude. He knew Peter Chung around this time. Peter Chung said that when Jeff went to France, like
Psycho House, right?
yeah, dude. He Jeff gave Peter Chung like a bunch of his stuff. Yeah, so these are the bits that are like super blown up to just get out of the.
So there are your covers, and I guess the that first page we looked at is your cover to issue 1. So you have issues 2 and 3 covers, and then trade paperback cover. Pretty famous image there.
Yeah, I think they used that for that video game that we were just looking at.
Edited sequence. Robots reading. The only character sketch of Nixon done for Hard Boiled. Talking about the sketchbook or lack of sketchbooks. Edited Bulldog spread. It's amazing. Like, how could you cut anything like this out?
Totally. Makes you wonder.
What a freaking book. What a book.
And
only $30 when it came out.
Yeah, quickly went to 60
Yeah.
at the local comic shops.
I blew it on not buying this whenever I had a chance.
Yeah, me too. Like,
phenomenal though. Like, you never know how this stuff is going to read and look either. They made good choices. The uncoated paper, I think, flatters this line work.
Yes, sir.
I can't imagine doing a better version of that.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Problem is, man, we just got one copy.
That is a problem.
We just got one copy. But there is a consolation prize, which is tomorrow's video.
Yes.
Is the City of Fire Mobius Jeff Darrow set of portfolio plates.
Unbelievable.
Full color. So 2 very, very rare items.
I have never seen either of these. Tomorrow's video will be the first time I've seen the City of Fire plates.
And then what we're going to have to add to the mixture, man, is a coin flip.
Yeah.
To see who's getting what.
High drama, Ed.
Yeah. And who knows if the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel can sustain it.
This is going to be a true test.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We're a daily YouTube channel. And with 1,500 or so videos live to date, we may have talked about some of your favorite comics. So go into the search feature on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Pop in the titles of your favorites. And if we talked about your faves, obviously, you got to take a look at those episodes, see what we have to say. If not, put something in the comments cluing us into the comics that we need to be covering, and we'll push those higher up on our to-read pile. We have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to support us at the highest level. You get all the videos before anybody else. You have access to this live stream recording feed that we are doing as we record the videos. So the cheapest copies of Big Damn Hard Boiled that are online, which are still expensive, the King Kayfabers bought those already. You're going to have to spend $1,000 in order to get your copy if you can even find it at all. So subscription pays for itself. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So Jimmy, let the people know what you have forthcoming.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. This will be out in November, and you can pre-order it now. And in fact, I ask you to pre-order this at your local comic shop. Let them know how many of these we need to print. This is a follow-up to Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. If you get both books, you will have all of the Street Angel comics that I have made to date. Hulk Grand Design is my contribution to the Grand Design sagas. This is the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk in one handsome volume, probably one of the nicer books that I have designed and made. I've also been self-publishing lately. A couple of zines here. Black and White zine celebrating the black and white explosion of the 80s. 1986 zine celebrating the best year in comics history. And True Crime Funnies, my nonfiction anthology series that I self-published. These will all be available October 26th on jimrugg.com in time for the holidays. Going to have a big fall sale there, but got to make sure I have quantities in order to satisfy orders. So circle October 26th on your calendar. If you can't wait that long, you can read these on patreon.com/jimrugg, where I post my latest work and have some out-of-print zines and mini comics that you can download there.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is now orderable, and it's coming to your comic shop October 18th. Make sure you put this one on your list. Tell your shop to special order it for you so that you have your name on a copy, because the print run's going quick. Amazon scooped up a ton of these things. It is the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture, and it just so happens to be the best book I've made to date, and I need you to add it to your bookshelf. Thank you so much for supporting Hip Hop Family Tree over this past decade. It's been amazing. Not the only holiday effort that I have coming out in 2023. The X-Men Grand Design trilogy of trade paperbacks is coming out. Some of these volumes are out of print, so it'll be a way to get all of my X-Men Grand Design work in one fell swoop. The current focus, though, is Red Room, and 2 trade paperbacks exist right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, but the Crypto Killers final season has just wrapped up. 4 issues of that are out there. If you see any issues of Red Room, they are self-contained. You can check them out, and if you like them, check out the others. But this 3rd issue of Crypto Killers has a backup feature called Latchkey Kids. I'm going to be doing a daily comic strip called Switchblade Shorties, which is these characters in some slightly different version. I'm serializing the strips exclusively to my patrons right now. For $3, you get the archive every Tuesday. I put up fresh strips. But I'm going to be putting this daily comic strip out at the beginning of January 1st of 2024. So stay tuned on that. Now, these are the books that we have out, the books that we need you to support to keep the channel going. But there's some other ways that you can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel and keep things rocking. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. Several ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Keep these videos rocking on a regular basis. We have one final set of marching orders for you, and we could all be on our way. Let them know, Jimmy.
Read more comics.
Cool beans. 2 more pieces. Want to pass me that City of Fire?
I'm eager to see this. This is going to be very new.
Oh, it's amazing.
Very new for me. This one into
I started following this one Instagram channel where a guy just heats up this steel ball to red hot, and puts it on stuff.
Yeah. I've seen it go through like crayons. Is really fun.
Yeah. Like it's a whole bunch of like rubber banded crayons, and he puts it in the middle of that.
That's funny.
The other one is that hydraulic press one, which is real great. Where he just crushes things.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that kind of video before, but I don't think I follow.
That's more a YouTube channel. I don't know that there's a. I don't know that there's a what you call it, like a Insta. I'm sure there is, but. And it's a foreign dude. so he's got an accent, and and it's a hurdy-gurdy kind of accent. So, and at the end of every video, and now for our extra content, and then it'll be like a little Play-Doh guy that he puts in the hydraulic press or something like that.
Hey Rob, what is the big guy book that you're talking about? Is there a black and white big guy book like that Big Damn Hard Boiled?
Oh, that's amazing if there is. Okay, we'll do it this way. We'll take it out of this. So we're going to be looking at the City of Fire print set. Mobius, Jeff Darrow. I asked Jeff about it a little bit. I was going to maybe chat with him, but things just crazy week, truncated week. Didn't have a chance to talk to him. I'm going to use this.
Rob said there is one. I did not know that.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
I should have asked you that off air, Rob.
And see, Rob was
the problem with the King Kayfabers, Ed, I Kayfabe affect myself.
Yeah, man. Rob is had in the catbird seat too, man. Like being a dark horse dude and shit.
Got the inside scoop.
He was able to get those like half off joints.
Did you do the?
Yeah, let's do that, of course.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're a daily YouTube channel, and we got nearly 1,500 videos that are live right now as we speak. We might have talked about some of your favorite comics. Hit the search box on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Pop in your favorite titles. See if we talked about your faves. If not, let us know what we need to cover sooner than later. We also have a Patreon that supports this channel, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon get access to the videos before anybody else. They're hanging out with us in a live stream recording session as we record these videos. That mitigates the kayfabe effect. Very often, including today, we're talking about some stuff that is long out of print and reasonably expensive in this case, but it's the King Kayfabers who are going to be able to snap up the cheapest copies that are available of the books and ephemera that we're talking about. And today, continuing off of yesterday's episode, we're not talking about a book per se, but we are talking about the City of Fire portfolio set that Mobius and Jeff Darrow collaborated on. I believe within the first month of Darrow moving to France. This is something that he was working on.
This is amazing.
And it was, he said that he could do one every 5 days. It was the thing, and you go, okay, like a week to work or something like. But when you see it, you can't believe that he even drew that stuff in 5 days. Now let's see how we do this. And we got to thank the Kayfabers out there for sending us cool stuff. We received this at Baltimore Comic-Con. The guy said, these are just collecting dust. And he sent the Big Damn Hard Boiled, and then he sent the City of Fire to us. And truthfully, it's hard to figure out like where the division of labor it begins and ends. Like I imagine that Mobius colored it all, but there's elements that feel Mobius-like, and then there's pieces that feel Jeff Darrow-like. He says that Jeff said that there was one piece that was not in like the French set, so there's one extra.
This is interesting to try to guess. I feel like some of the little details around here, especially that shark, feel Darrow-esque, but overall I see a lot of Mobius, and I wonder if maybe the background is Darrow.
Yeah.
And those flying creatures are Mobius.
Right, because like those marks feel like Mobius, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's a thicker brush and stuff, and maybe even the figure drawing has shades of Mobius built in.
Such an interesting, weird project.
Yeah.
See, now we're getting into once I see structure like this.
Yeah.
That to me talks Jeff Darrow. You know, like really making sort of this fantastic stuff work, like all the stairs and everything. That feels, again, just guessing, but feels a little bit more Darrow-esque.
And look at all the chocobos just kind of like pointing their heads all different places. Getting ready for their flight, getting groomed by their, equestrians.
Amazing the depth, which is something I associate with Mobius, but it's cool to think of these guys collaborating. And I do wonder, like, color-wise, what Jeff Darrow is doing, if he's doing some of the color work.
I don't think so at all. Like, I don't think that's his interest at all. I think it's all Mobius. And
it's so wild, like, these creatures. I just imagine these guys like passing stuff back and forth. You see something one of you does, and then it inspires you to be like, well, I got to add some creatures here, if the other guy's drawing all this stuff. Things like some of these motors and things, too, I think reminds me of Darrow just from a mechanical standpoint.
It's a seamless collaboration.
It really is.
Like,
yeah,
it's
it really is.
It's a peanut butter and jelly, man.
Also, these are probably pages that if you just pour over for hours, you're going to see more and more detail. Like, I was noticing some of the creatures on the floor and in the background, and it's an immense amount of detail for these things being very oversized. This is probably maybe about the size of 4 comic books,
right,
for people at home, and yet it seems too small to me. Like the amount of detail that's contained on this piece.
The lighting with the shadow on this structure right there.
I love this too. It's a drawing table,
yeah,
even with a triangle and a T-square.
And the highlights on that cracked cement. It's just every square inch has thought put into the drawing and the color.
It's a great example of how perspective can give you a real sense of depth. Like this looks like it's a mile away.
Right.
And I think part of it is because we have beams and things that suggest that perspective.
Right. Yeah, good call.
Wow. This is neat.
So let's look at the other section. And are we telling stories now?
Yeah. That's so interesting. Wow.
It's the same drawing with 2 color treatments.
Wow, that's so cool.
So this might be the thing where it's like the 2 plates, like the extra plate or something.
Yeah, it could be. It's so neat, like how dramatically different. At a glance, I thought it was 2 different pieces, like things had moved and stuff, just because the lighting makes such a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, that goes to show you the importance of color and stuff. And then it's such a bright day outside, so that would create that kind of darkness inside because the light outside dominates. Think of like when you're trying to take a selfie or something with the sun behind you.
Yeah, backlit.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really neat. Again with these bizarre creatures.
It's a world. It's a world, and they're creating cultures and lived in universes that have existed for a long time. Like, look at how weather beaten that statue is. Mm-hmm. It's been there a while.
Love all the modified instrumentation as well. Like this kind of stuff.
Yeah, man.
Pretty far out there. When I look at stuff like this, it makes me think, like, I really like when we talk to Jeff and he talks like Mobius.
Right.
And what his impression of like Mobius's immense talent is. And I feel like you're seeing it here, and it's cool to think of like Jeff interacting with that visually, being able to have that conversation on a drawing.
Right. See, like these faces, that feels like Mobius' face, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But, you get into the instrumentation and like, that feels like Darrow, right?
Right. Yeah, like there's like Mobius marks right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe they split the difference with the little rabbits. You draw half, I'll draw half.
The colors are extremely bold.
Yeah, it still is held up.
Something aqua like this, and then having your couple of bursts of like warm colors.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. This is the kind of stuff I look at this color and I think like everybody wants to do brown desaturated colors. This is what you're leaving on the table.
Yeah, totally.
And once you see this, I just don't know how you can look at the brown grays and feel anything but contempt.
Right. It's interesting. Just like that one piece that Mobius colored twice, he was choosing different things to pull out and focus on, and one of the things was birds, like a specific bird, and it's cool to see these red birds against the and that's a very bold color because that's like far away from what you would consider to be like a focal area, like it's nowhere near your like golden circle or whatever, but really calling a lot of attention. But if you do something like this, like what's that design rule? Like, you know, you got to do it 3 times kind of thing. You have this right here, and then it's balanced with like that red bird too to create, you know, something that isn't too left heavy or anything.
Makes me wonder the size of this because we're seeing different shapes.
Right.
You know, it's not like we're working with the same canvas on all of these. That's kind of neat. And just the way he approaches some of the organic elements with totally different color treatments. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now,
like this has to be massive, the original.
Yeah, totally.
Wow.
I wonder if Mobius colored the original. I think you could only do that if there's no whiteout on the page.
Right. I'd be surprised. Like, I mean, you know, maybe. I don't know. I would be scared to death to do that. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Not going to project onto Mobius.
I think a Mobius could handle it, but yeah, I wouldn't have the balls. I've seen this image before, but I've seen it like in thumbnail. So it's just incredible to see in real life.
This one feels very blurred to me in terms of who is doing what, because we've seen these kinds of amazing crowd scenes with Darrow.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a lot of Mobius here. You know, like certain figures and clothing and stuff remind me of Mobius. So I think he's certainly involved in this crowd scene a bit. But then, like, once you get into this dragon creature, the stuff that's on it and hanging off of it, I just can't tell who's doing what.
Right. That looks pretty hardcore Jeff.
The colors are so complementary. Having little bits of, like, highlight to suggest, you know, a harder, more almost shell-like or metallic surface on this stuff.
Yeah.
Combined with very organic, almost like stone and cement.
Yeah.
Like, you know, there's like a layer of dirt on there.
Weather beaten. Yeah, water damaged.
Love all these wires that run along the sides.
Good scales with lowlights and highlights. When you could like reverse engineer a little, like when you really study, it's like you have your base color, then you have like a dark color, and then your highlight up top.
Even this, I guess, driver is casting a shadow.
Absolutely.
You can see his chair casting a shadow on the neck of that thing.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. And thinking about like where Mobius is deciding to put that stuff, because it's not like there's a shadow here, but there is back here, and there's certainly a down plane along this creature.
I have a lot of questions. Because this almost feels like you're just playing with textures, you know, in some ways you see like the rock, the wood, the tracks. There's so many textures here. Like, I just wonder what goes on in the head to be like, okay, here's an idea for a drawing that we can do.
Yeah, now I wonder if it's 5 days for a complete plate to be done, or if it's 5 days for Jeff's contribution. And then if that's the case, how many days for Mobius's contribution?
I also want to know, where are the original drawings of this?
Yeah.
Are these on display somewhere that you can go and see them?
Right.
There's 2 there, I think. This is so neat to see. It reminds me of like the hard-boiled crowd scenes and everything that I just drool over.
Yeah, with the Mobius flavor, with the sort of setting, the Arzak people and things. But I'm sure Jeff is like adding plenty of stuff.
Man, I can't wait to talk to Jeff. Get some further insight into this, because like I said, I've never seen it before today, and I'm kind of bowled over. When I hear portfolio, I don't think major work. Right. And whenever I see these plates, I've completely changed my mind. Like, this looks like a gigantic, huge undertaking, something that you would really commit to, and it looks like everything is on these pages, you know. Like, does somebody commission this? A publisher, an agent? You know.
And we know what Jeff thinks of Mobius, so he doesn't want to. He wants to show and prove. You know, he's putting all his effort into this.
One of the great pieces on this page are the light sources coming out of these. You know, you picture this as like maybe nighttime or late evening, but you have those lights popping out of the windows. I'm such a sucker for that.
Do you think he puts a wash, like, of everything that's not lit? Do you do a wash of like a kind of blue like this on everything to start?
Probably. That would make sense. Like, if I were working digitally and coloring it, that's probably the way I would go. And if you know your light sources, your windows or whatever, like, you could go that way. That would make sense to me, because then you pull out a couple of highlights,
right,
and you put in your shadows. Although, like these green elements don't look like they're working over.
Yeah, could have left some of those open.
The oranges.
Some of the faces. Yeah, the oranges.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow, that's pretty.
Now this is a piece where once again, the division of labor, because it doesn't even look like there's ink on it.
That's stunning.
It looks like, if I had to guess, I would just say this is a Mobius piece, right? Because it's so different than everything. There's no discernible ink line.
It's possible. You wonder, like, is this a Jeff Darrow pencil job that Mobius finishes? Like, I have no idea how they were playing with this stuff, but it's incredible. Like, this doesn't look like either of them too much. This foreground element reminds me of Mobius for sure, but like going from that sky,
his level of depth, he's captured that plenty of times. Like getting dotted into the horizon line and stuff. But yeah, this is one that I looked at the con and was just like, man, who did what here? Wow. Now this one feels half and half.
Yeah.
Half and half. Though, like, I can imagine Jeff doing this piece. And I can imagine Mobius being like, you draw the bench. I'll draw the person on it. But this is 100% Darrow drawing. I mean, that's the cowboy. And it's all the Darrowisms, man. A big turtle.
Big time. These floating bodies are really strange because I think of this background, like the art hanging on the wall there, as being very Mobius and not something I've seen Jeff do. But then like the floating babies in front of it.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like I was like thinking that they were part of the art, but like no, I totally see.
Yeah, they even break the plane a little bit on the left side.
Yeah, that's how you know.
I also, I mentioned the light in the last one of Viking, but I like this stuff where like there are flat elements. And I've seen lots of artists do versions of that, all the way like Norman Rockwell would do stuff like that, a person standing in front of a painting or something. But I think it's another way to create depth by having something super flat.
Right.
And then having something with volume in front of that. That's cool. Nice color too, that blue, almost a neutral gray.
Yeah, and it looks like some of it was applied wet on wet.
Yeah, there's little bits of like...
Maybe airbrush? Or are you thinking airbrush?
Yeah, I am.
I think I saw airbrush on some of the lighting for the background, like whenever the little chickens are flying out of the hangar or whatever.
Man, airbrush seems like a nightmare for having to mask off some of this stuff. Yes. That might be something you'd put down as a base.
Right.
Because you could almost just mask off your paintings and kind of like do a very light...
Look at that, what you're cutting out with your frisket.
Yeah, that
something that close. Fun. That's a bitch, man. Have an assistant do something like that. Pretty fun, huh, Jimmy?
Yeah, this is an awesome find. I'm very happy to share this too because I'm sure we obviously have a lot of Darrow fans in Cartoonist Kayfabe land.
And certainly Mobius fans.
And I don't know, like I've never seen these.
Right.
So I bet a lot of our audience is also watching this for the first time. And boy, thankful for high definition. It's a chance to really share this stuff that otherwise, where are you going to see it?
But it's only 1080p. Here's the thing, though, Jimmy. We received these riches at Baltimore Comic-Con, but we only received one of each. Big Damn Hard Boiled. This is an episode we did yesterday. So check that one out, man, and to see the interior of that. Mobius Darrow City of Fire. So we have the equalizer, Jimmy.
Okay.
Two-sided quarter. And I'll have you call it.
Very tense. I'm going to call heads.
It's tails. It's tails, Jimmy. But take that big damn hard boiled, man.
You're very kind, Ed. Although I'll be honest, neither one of these is a loser.
Doesn't matter at all, man.
I was actually going through these videos and thinking, I might frame some of those.
I know.
It's really spectacular.
I'm stoked on this.
I'm excited to hear from Jeff a little bit more, and it may be something we share in a future video when we
talk
to him,
like have him
or
kick
something
it with
that
us.
we recap in next week or something, because I don't know anything that looks like this.
Yeah.
My favorite stuff is show me, and same with Big Damn Hard Boiled. Like my favorite stuff is show me something I've never seen before, and this is it. This is the epitome of that.
So the guy who hooked us up, he said it's collecting dust. And if either of these are collecting dust in your library, P.O. Box 3071, Munhall, PA 15120, Cartoonist Kayfabe, especially if you have a Big Damn Hard Boiled, because I really want that also. But
This is
I'm super happy to take this guy, because I know you've been looking for that for a long time.
This is a great 1-2 punch. I feel like for back-to-back video days, like, you're welcome, everybody.
Yeah.
And once again, thank you to the Kayfabers who do bring this kind of stuff to our attention and allow us to share it with everybody. You know, like, this is awesome.
Yeah. And if you could just let me borrow that every now and then, man. Like
we could trade. We could trade now and then.
Yeah, that would be excellent, man. Kayfabers. Like, follow, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube stream. We have about 1,500 videos that are out there in the wild as we speak. New videos all the time. We may have talked about some of your faves. The way that you figure that out, because we have such a big-ass filmography, you got to go to the search feature, a little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe page, and give your favorite titles a search. If we did not cover your faves, you have to let us know in the comments so that we can bump those books higher to our to-read pile. We have lots of that stuff, but some of that stuff we might not. So you might have to share your copies if that's the case. We are supported by the Patreon, and our King Kayfabers on the Patreon get access to all the videos before anybody else. So it's very key at a time like this where these plates, the portfolio, the big damn hard boil, these are nearly $1,000 a piece. So King Kayfabers getting the cheapest copies of all that stuff. Ultimately, though, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, I want you to illuminate the people. Let them know what you got.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. This will be out in November. You need to pre-order it now. Let your comic shop owner know that you want a copy. And this is a companion piece to Deadliest Girl Alive. It'll be the same size as Deadliest Girl Alive, but they don't overlap. So get both books. You'll have a complete set of all of my Street Angel comics to date. I want to let everybody know my Hulk Grand Design, my contribution to the Grand Design trilogy, if you will, out of print at the distribution level, which means if your store still has a copy and you don't, you need to pick that up, because once it disappears, Marvel's reprint policy is not the best. Things definitely go out of print, and it looks like Hulk Grand Design is there. So pick that one up if you haven't already. I have been self-publishing. These are my latest two zines. The BW Explosion is black and white comics from the 80s and 90s that I love. 1986, best year in comics history, loaded with stuff from Dark Knight and Mouse all the way to the dozen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle knockoffs, and we'll look at that a little bit closer, along with True Crime Funnies, my nonfiction anthology comic. I'm going to be selling these in late October for a holiday fall sale, October 26th. Circle the date on your calendar. I will have these up on jimrugg.com, and if you can't wait until then, you can join patreon.com/jimrugg, where you can read a lot of my out-of-print zines and mini comics.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, you got an extra copy? I'll pay shipping. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is becoming closer and closer to reality, man. It comes out on October 18th, and it's time for your comic shop to order them. Your comic shop needs to know how many of these things to order and who wants them. So don't take it for granted that it's just going to be on the spinner rack at your local comic shop. It's the 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the 50th anniversary of hip-hop as a culture, so we had to do it upright. This is the best book I ever made. 500-plus pages, a whole bunch, over 100 pages of, almost 150 pages of material that isn't in the first big book, the first four volumes. So make sure you get that. Please put it on your bookshelf. It's the best thing that I made to date. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming to you in November, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works, and some volumes of that are out of print, so that's your way to get your hand on all of it in one fell swoop. Red Room is the current focus. It is in 2 trade paperback editions so far, and we just wrapped up Crypto Killers, the 3rd season of Red Room Comics. The 3rd issue of Crypto Killers has a backup feature that contains the characters that I'm going to be covering in my daily comic strip that I'm going to begin serializing publicly January 1st, 2024, but I'm serializing it right now on my Patreon. Every Tuesday I put up new strips for $3, plus there's a whole archive including all of Red Room up there, just for $3. So become an early adopter and support the strips. Those are the books, and we need you to support the books in order for us to continue keeping the channel going, but there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you'll let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under the video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the channel. Jimmy, if you don't mind giving them the marching orders, we can be on our way.
Make more comics.
Excellent. Get that out of my sight. Yeah, I was thinking of framing some of these things.
Yeah, really.
Getting some color on the walls.
The color's so nice.
Where's the... Let me put this back.
You want that tape down?
I think we're not going to have it.
Got it.
Yeah, you can take it off, man. I got to take the shrink wrap off of this. So, guys, the last vid of the day is Nexus, the newspaper strips that you can get off the Rude Dude's website. They had this big book on, like, a lectern, and his daughter came by. She's super cool. And then, like, the last day, she came by with this bitch and was like, enjoy, motherfucker.
I'm curious to see this. There's a slipcase.
Yeah, there's going to be a more manageable reprint of this, 9x12 softcover, coming later this year, and I promise to make a note about that.
Yeah, you guys did well by Steve Rude whenever we covered the Nexus Flesk book.
Yeah, his daughter was giving props, and like had no idea where this stuff was coming from, you know, and was very, very thankful.
That's quite a package.
Pause. You're so immature. Yeah, and as you can tell, I didn't take out the shrink wrap because I wanted to. We took a quick look when we were at the show, but
feels good.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you, for being I assume this is a self-published.
Yeah, it's Rude Dude Productions.
They did a nice job on this book. Doing some of that gold foil printing on the cover there too, Ed.
Yeah, man. The green is for the money and the gold is for the honey.
I locked that in already.
Okay, cool.
You all ready?
Yes, sir. Welcome to your favorite YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
And we recently were at Baltimore Comic-Con, got an embarrassment of riches to bring back to the studio, and we have a very, very exciting video for today. But we are a daily YouTube channel with nearly 1,500 videos live to date. That means we have a lot of stuff out there that you might not have seen yet, and we might have talked about your favorite comics. So hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, search for your favorite comic titles. We hit a bunch of the American canon at this point, but we might not have talked about the specific comics that you dig the most. So let us know those titles. We'll push them higher to our to-read pile and get to those sooner than later. We also have a Patreon where you can support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel by kind of subscribing that way. And as a King Kayfaber, what you get is first dibs on all the videos that we provide. You get the videos before anybody else. I think we have a queue at this point of about 25 videos that you have immediate access to that we have not put live yet. and that number increases every week. We do one extra video every week, man. So we have a suitable queue of videos that you get way before anybody else, including the next week's vids. So consider joining the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon, supporting the channel, and without further ado, let's take a look at Nexus, the newspaper strips, a Rude Dude production. Shouts to Jess Rude, who came up to the table and was kicking it for a little while, and then she came back with this baby.
I want to emphasize the size of this. So there's your comic book size to give you some idea.
Yes, sir.
And these newspaper strips were done as tabloid size. They were even bigger than this collection, right. The original. Much more manageable size here, but a beautiful slipcase and quite a large book.
Yeah. So off the bat, right now, obviously this is a deluxe edition that you could get your hands on, but certainly limited. You know, the dude put this together himself. So how many of these can you fit in your garage? King Kayfabers are snapping these up right now, and those things were flying. A lot of people came to the table at Baltimore Comic-Con, had this under their armpit. Coming in December, however, there is going to be a 9x12 soft cover. So in October, it's going to show up in the Diamond Previews Guide, and you'll be able to put in orders and pre-orders. And talked with Jess, and I think she's going to make it all work out so that we do some Zoomers.
That'll be great.
A shoot interview with the dude, and probably should time it when this thing is in Diamond to let everybody know.
Yeah, definitely.
To scoop this thing up, because I have a feeling as we go through these pages, Jimmy, everybody's going to want a copy of this year.
And it's worth noting, like, we have looked at some Steve Rude stuff in the past, sketchbook, a sort of an artist edition like book that Flesk could put out. So check out those videos if you're unfamiliar with Steve Rude. For my money, one of the best figure drawers to ever draw American comics.
Yeah.
Also with a healthy influence from Jack Kirby. So it's not just some kind of slice of life figures. These are action adventure comics, cosmic even.
Right.
He's also fantastic at page layouts. One of the things we've shown in the past are his page layouts that he draws small.
Yeah.
But you see it on display here where, like, we're not getting 6-panel grids. You know, he's really known for this kind of thing of trying to keep these pages exciting.
One of the great figure drawers in comics. He doesn't fake any of that stuff. And I think it's pretty cool to see. I mean, he's basically bringing back, like, I'm doing his daily strip. He's bringing back, like, the tabloid adventure comic.
100%.
With this. Where was this published?
He self-published them as newspapers. I've got a couple of them. I probably should have dug them out. But when you say, like, the Sunday papers, that's what I think he was totally drawing from. You know, we've seen those big reproductions of, like, Little Nemo and Slumberland at size, and I remember seeing them and just being bowled over. I have a feeling that he got hold of some of that stuff and was like, that's the canvas I want to draw comics on.
Might have cut his teeth on some of that stuff, too, man.
Yeah, very possible.
And it's a good batch. Like, he did this for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't... Right, yes. I think it's also a different way to think. He may have been serializing them online as well,
right,
which would make sense to me, especially somebody that's self-publishing. But it's a different way to approach this stuff. And for a guy who is that into pages, it feels like maybe doing it as a weekly would be a way to really just focus
right
on each and every page and panel.
Yeah, because he's a rigorous drawer. He's going to make sure that all the proportions are right, and he's not cheating. He's not going halfway with stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. And seeing it at this size, one thing that stands out nicely to me, it's a very good size lettering. Like, this is a good reading size. You know, sometimes when you start switching sizes up, sometimes details and things don't always translate to various sizes. This looks amazing, and I think you see some of, like, the Kirby Tech influence on these pages. Very imaginative, this series.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And it is written by Mike Barron, so I feel like at a certain point they're going to be doing Nexus Comics on their own or something. I think Mike Barron has some other stuff going on. I think Steve Rude has his own thing going on. But the gang is still together here.
There's a great, at Phantom of the Attic in Oakland, there's a great Steve Rude piece of Mr. Miracle.
Yeah, Mr. Miracle.
It reminds me of, sometimes you'll really see Kirby on some of these pages.
Yeah, because it's that pose.
Yep. Makes me think of it. It's one of the standout creator-owned pieces too. You know, starting with Capital Comics in the early '80s, going through First, going through Dark Horse, self-published. Just a really, you know, probably 40 years of Nexus has been out there, maybe even more.
I feel like the format starts to change where you have these single pagers, and now it's like 2.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
interesting. Yeah, I don't know if these were all published as the actual tabloid prints or not. Like I said, I think at some point it becomes online.
They're also single pagers. It says continue at the end. I'm tripping.
It's amazing to see his artwork big like this. You know, and again, I just see that and I think Kirby.
Right. Yeah, well, you know, you got Kirby, Loomis, Toth.
Yes.
Is the secret sauce.
Oh yeah, another Rude video we do is he did a Space Ghost for
Right.
Kamiko
Yes.
in the 80s that I think is one of the best looking comics ever. If you guys haven't seen that, I would say go check out that video because there's definitely some Space Ghost DNA in Nexus.
This is sweet, man. Whenever you get a chance to have Rude play with mixed media, you know, hitting it with the Coquille board, which is a Loomis trope.
Yeah, and he's a guy that does various media. I mean, he paints.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can find a lot of his paintings online and studies.
So we flew through the comics portion to get to the process materials because we're all down with process here on Cartoonist Kayfabe. Is that like paste ups?
Yeah, it must be, right? There's been a few of those examples, backgrounds of Cosmos and stuff, and I was kind of trying to figure out, like, what is that?
I think, well, I feel like some of these are media. You
I think this is cut out.
Yeah.
That looks like a cutout line. It's fun seeing him playing with this stuff, and I love seeing like some of the red line stuff on these pages. His pencils are so inviting. There was a book on inking that included, this is fun too, seeing like a partially inked, just seeing kind of like how does he approach that? Where does he start? I always find that fascinating. But like, I always find his pencils just like I want to print them out and ink them. Because it's solid, you know, it makes sense.
I feel like he thinks that way, and he started inking. And he's
Maybe.
like, "Oh, I forgot to scan it for the book."
Could be. But you know, my favorite stuff whenever, like from an inking standpoint, is I look at it and I just think like that's solid. I can picture the form, you know, it's all there. And it's funny because his stuff is pretty tight.
That character looks familiar.
Yeah, it does. What color are we going to color him?
Gold.
But the contrast is someone like John Buscema, who's very loose, but it has that sense of weight and form.
Yeah.
The weight is what I think really makes you the next level of figure drawing.
Sure.
It's one thing to kind of be able to trace a figure off some program. It's another thing entirely to have weight on those muscles and on the clothing and the folds and everything.
Yeah, and like the striations on a muscle, that means something. That's like, you know, strenuous activity, but like most mainstream cartoonists, they just draw, you know, definition all the time.
I also think like the difference between his pencils and inks is pretty dramatic. You know, ink can flatten things a little bit. You get these flat blacks, whereas like in the pencil form, you really get to feel like it's round.
Yeah, it
These
looks
forms are round.
It looks like he uses a very toothy paper too. But interesting, like he's doing the inks and he's still setting up all the blacks. Like you have that
Yes.
school of comic making where they need to see the blacks distributed on the page in the pencil stage. Like the X doesn't do it.
Right. I like seeing the lettering on these. It reminds me of like the old Kirby collectors where you'd see
Yeah.
Kirby putting down his scripts right on the page.
Yeah. And it'll be a mixture. There's sound effects but then there'll be notes for the colorist, I presume, where it just says certain things. There's our guy.
Wait, what's the note here? For future comic artists and writers, note the incredible amount of work and creativity that goes into every aspect of making a comic book or strip come to life.
It's an aftermag, baby.
That's good stuff. It's so true, though. His perspectives, like the low angle on figures, he's very good at that, and it really gives you that heroic sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but he sticks with like Nexus is built like a human.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no like 11 heads tall.
I think that's part of what impresses me with his with the figure part, his figure ability, because he's still able to make that feel heroic.
Right.
Oh, there's the piece we lingered on. Very Kirby.
Yeah, we never said that when we looked at it, so it must change in the inks. Let's take a look. Yeah, see, you see how it goes, man?
Wow.
Like it was a little too close. So
Interesting.
you got to change it up.
That's a nice sequence.
Yeah, it
that
is.
figure going down. Yeah, very nice reproduction of these pencils too.
Absolutely.
That toothy paper that you described, to me, that's indicative of good scanning. You know,
Right.
you're really getting those details of the paper surface. It's something, we talked to Sean Michael Robinson about it, and it's something I've been trying to do more of whenever I scan, is really make sure your settings are right to get that level of detail from the scanner. Again, I love this. Throw some color on those pencils. You got blue and red and gray. Very awesome. It surprises me whenever there'll be like an ink line, but just like a line.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's pencil, but I think there were a couple pages where it'd just be like a little bit of a line starting to go down.
Yeah, I feel like he's just in autopilot mode and getting ready, and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot, I gotta scan it.
And speaking of artist editions, I wonder how close these are to the actual size.
Yeah, that's a good question.
This could possibly be the actual size, could be the reason the book is this size, because if you look, these pages are, they're trimmed.
Right.
So that's often the sign of like 11 by 17, a standard size. That's about what these look like. Wouldn't surprise me if this is the real artist, the real Steve Rude artist edition right here. And if so, good job on the scanning of these, because, man, you're getting all the detail.
And so great that we get like levels of production.
See this. I love this. That's...
You
I don't
print
know
that
if that's inked or if that's a piece of media, man. It's very good circles, but there might be a
out? Is there a
little
little cutout?
Maybe.
Little
There's your
there.
mixed media piece you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, man. And it's even more mixed media than I realized, because like you could see the coquille board here and there, but none of this I immediately recognized. And getting that kind of smooth of a gradient on that paper is not as easy as you think. Like, it takes a very, very delicate, sensitive hand.
You can see why this is an artist who has done Marvel DC work. If you're a Marvel DC editor and you see this stuff, like, yeah, he's born to do those superheroes.
More op art. I wonder if Russ Manning is a part of the soup. Like
I think so.
Like when you see Nexus without the thing, like you can't help but think of Magnus or somebody. Now we got the inks, baby. Let's see how it all coalesces.
Boy, it looks good in black and white, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Classic pose, man. I feel like you see, and see, he's not like too skinny. Like you don't get all the definition, but the figure is completely. He could stand behind this. You could get somebody who knows like medical anatomy, put a tracing paper over this, and show you where everything goes.
And what you get is he's like Rambo suiting up.
Yeah.
You get all those folds and stuff in the material. Like you can see the stress where it's being a boot's being pulled on or gloves being pulled on.
Highly accomplished pages here.
Glad to see him still doing this 40 years in too.
Absolutely.
I say it again and again when we look at these guys that have long careers. It's so exciting to think like this isn't the NFL. Like we're not
Right.
falling off. Like people do this work for decades where they get better and better if they're committed. Inventive layouts, those super close-ups with the hands over the eyes. That's a pretty good close-up, and both close-up on Nexus and then his point of view.
Yeah.
And you could probably find examples of that on damn near every one of these pages.
Oh, dude, we got a little cameo.
Another Mike Barron creation there.
Somebody commissioned a really great piece at Baltimore Comic-Con because a lot of the first comics dudes were there. So there was like a Mike Grell Sable drawing, and then right next to it was like a Chaikin American flag. And the reason I know about it is watching Steve Rude's Instagram and Facebook, because he was inking in
Nice.
a Nexus piece.
That was a great piece. People do those jam pieces with mixed results. You get the original creators doing their creations.
Because it's
that's a great page.
Yeah, it's the usual suspects, like lineup type joint. So
Yep.
like that's the move, get the full figure, not some kind of like dashed out or like remark.
100%. And once you get the first guy to do that, then the pressure's on. Like you don't want to be the weak link on that page.
That's for sure.
This is really nice seeing some of the ink marks. It's a little bit raw, but it's a guy, like if you have the foundation right, you can go in there and just kind of dash those lines out and not worry too much.
But you feel the planes.
Oh,
He totally understands the volume.
That's an extraordinary book. It's so great. So great. Like right out of the best cosmic kind of comics or cartoons you could imagine.
And I wonder where he chooses. You know what? He uses that toothy paper, I think, sometimes so that he could do this kind of thing.
Great lighting on that. Very, very strange.
But also, like, using that toothy paper and getting such elegant ink lines, it shouldn't look like this. But that just goes to show, man, you got a master at work here.
You do.
Hitting a little white. This is a fun set of panels that was fun to watch develop throughout the book. I noticed that in the color and was very curious. Yeah, it really seems like this project is like, let's get all of our favorite shit in here. Because we're even going Ditko-ish.
Yeah, Ditko's a good call there. See, this stuff is so, like the geometric backgrounds and stuff, he pulls a lot of tricks.
Really designy.
You know, and when I say tricks, I don't mean shortcuts, but just like a lot of different ways to make a black and white image is on display here.
Yeah, that's the other thing to notice. Like, when he uses gray, it's never with zips. It's always with his, like, Coquille pencil, you know, his Prismacolor on that paper.
Does stuff like this where it's not enclosed in a panel border.
Yeah.
I mean, this feels really Russ Manning-like.
It does.
He's probably talked about Manning different places. I love this kind of stuff. There have been a few of these that feel sort of like Kirby. You know, just these big shapes.
Yeah. Yeah, the scale is everything there.
It works so well for a cosmic story.
Yeah, I'm stoked to give this a read. You know, working on like a daily strip. Like, let's see how, you know, presumably kind of a weekly adventure strip. How does that work?
Yeah, this should be fun to talk to when we finally get him on the Zoom. It should be fun to get into some of these details because he's worked in so many ways. You know, a monthly book for I think 90 issues, series of mini-series. You know, trying to get new readers. There was a little bit of screen tone. Don't see very much of that, but a little bit.
Yeah, it's a paste-up head that shows up on the front page of a lot of these strips, and it's also like we get to see it in all its glory right there.
Oh yeah. Makes me wonder who's designing these books too, because I feel like this is a pretty nice design overall.
Yeah, not bad.
And I remember he had a call out for a designer maybe a decade ago. So I assume that he found somebody he likes and he's working with them. See, again, I just think Kirby and
what an amazing body of work here alone on this one project.
Imagine if you are new to Steve Rude and Nexus, which I think a lot of people are. It's an indie book. You know, it hasn't been regularly published by a big publisher in 15 or 20 years. If this is what you pick up,
right?
What a page. Wow. Man, and what a spread those two.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Very few artists work this well in black and white.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's almost lost in American comics.
I think this is a comic dealing with the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Moth. That's one of those Dark Horse joints, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I think he wrote and drew that, maybe. Or maybe he co-wrote it with Gary Martin, his longtime inker. Always fun seeing the back matter.
Some of the Baron scripts. Baron known for doing thumbnails for a lot of people. I wonder if he would do that with his guy. It seems like if you have that long of a collaboration, maybe that part gets sacrificed.
That's a great page. Reminds me of some of the Kirby kind of collages.
Right.
And here, we were talking about him working in different media. You can see doing color studies, quick kind of roughs, probably in gouache or something. But he's known for that too, like he talks about that a lot all the way back in the 80s when he's doing his sketchbook, talks about doing like color studies, and it shows very thoughtful artist.
Let's get a sketchbook series going, Steve. See all the sketchbooks, right? They've been trying to make Nexus into a cartoon for 30 years.
Yeah, there's that kind of a heartbreaking story of it being optioned, and then one of the guys higher up the chain being like, "Intergalactic Executioner, we're never going to do this."
Right.
Just the worst thing to hear.
You got your Hal Foster, you got your Alex Raymond, you got your Roy Crane,
Yeah, it's
Steranko,
fantastic.
Galassi, Kirby.
Very cool. Escape Pod Comics is where I got my Nexus newspapers.
Ah, they. Imagine that this is some of the support that helped generate this book and get it to be possible.
Sounds right. Letter from Rude there. A couple of them here in the back. I always like having that. If I were going to do a big art book like this, I feel like you want to put some of your voice in there.
Totally.
Some direct communication.
Amazing. Incredible.
That page you called out, like good enough to make back cover.
There it is, man.
One of Steve Rude's favorites, presumably.
And you see how the computer color meshes with that Coquille board that you actually don't see it. So it's so great to be able to see the actual inked page, to see really where his whole hand is, like apart from the computer color here. So what we're looking at is The Coming of Gormando, Nexus, the newspaper strips, Volume 1, Deluxe Edition. These are going quick. Scoop it up sooner than later. And if you are going to be a little more frugal, coming in December, there will be a 9x12 soft cover of this, which means that your comic shop will be able to start ordering it in October. We'll try to coordinate a shoot interview within the next bunch of weeks, man, because actually October is sooner than later.
It's almost here.
So we'll try to get that to happen. Thanks, Jess Rude, for sending this big book my way. And if you're good to go, I'm good to go, Jimmy.
Yeah, man, let's wrap it.
All right. Kayfabers, right before you see a healthy bibliography of what we have going on. We are a daily YouTube channel. We've talked about Steve Rude's work quite a bit, and there are about 1,500 videos up there as we speak. Give the channel a search. Hit the magnifying glass on the front page. Search for your favorite comics. We might have talked about them. Check out those episodes. If we did not, you must put something in the comments to let us know what we need to cover in the future, so that we can bump those books higher on our reading list. It's a daily channel, so we'll get to those comics sooner than later. Hit the Patreon, support us at the highest level, get all the videos before anybody else. I believe that these deluxe editions are being snapped up by the King Kayfabers as we speak. By the time this video goes live, maybe there's none left for you to get your hands on. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and like I said, before you is a good section of our bibliography, but we make comics all the time. So Jimmy, you got to let the people know what's coming out soon.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty will be out in November from Image Comics. You can pre-order that one now, and you should pre-order that one now if you want a copy from your local comic shop. It is a companion volume to Deadliest Girl Alive, and between these two books you will have all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. Hulk Grand Design sold out at the distribution level. What that means is if your comic shop still has a copy sitting on the shelf, scoop it up, because once these are out of print, I don't know what Marvel's reprint schedule is, but I know a lot of their stuff goes out of print and stays out, so pick that one up soon if you want it. I've also been self-publishing. These are two of my latest zines, BW, celebrating the black and white explosion of the 80s, and 1986, celebrating the most magical year in comics history, and True Crime Funnies, my anthology of nonfiction comics. These are getting, I'm basically putting together some. We sold very well at Baltimore, so I'm putting together stock of these. I will be offering them online October 26th. They will go on sale for a fall holiday sale on my website, jimrugg.com. Circle that on your calendar because there'll still be a finite number of them, and last time they did sell out. You can also, if you can't wait until October 26th, you can join patreon.com/jimrugg, where you can download and read my latest comics and out-of-print zines and mini comics there.
The time is now, everybody. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is orderable from your comic shop, so make sure you get on that right away. There are a finite amount of copies of this baby out there, and so many people have claimed them already through pre-orders from Amazon and other online channels. So get your name put on one of these things, because we have no idea when a reprint will be available when the time comes. That is not the only holiday book that I have coming out. It is one of the best books I've ever made, and I really hope you add it to your library. But the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in November. I'm going to collect all of my X-Men Grand Design work. I believe a volume or two of that are out of print right now, so snap that up, and you'll get all of my X-Men Grand Design comics in one fell swoop. Red Room is the latest focus. I have 2 trade paperbacks of that out in the wild right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. But as of last week, we just wrapped up the 4-issue season of Red Room Crypto Killers. So you see an issue, scoop it up. They're all self-contained, and if you liked it, then grab another. This 3rd issue, I linger on it because of the backup feature called Latchkey Kids, which is, I'm changing the title to Switchblade Shorties, and these characters are the focus of my daily strip that I'm going to be putting out starting January 1st, 2024. Hope you support that comic. You can read these comics at my Patreon right now, including the Switchblade Shorty stuff, which I'm putting new strips up every Tuesday exclusively until January 1st. So, you've seen our bibliography, you see the books that we have forthcoming, and we need you to support those books to keep the channel going. But there are other levels of support that you can give the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel to keep us doing this on the regular.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. It's a way for us to let you know whenever a new book is out, whenever we're going to do an appearance somewhere, and just any kind of news that crosses Cartoonist Kayfabe. Best way to stay informed. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. A bunch of different ways, a plethora of different ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you will be so kind as to give them their marching orders, we could be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. Another good week of recording, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It was one of those weeks where, because it was trimmed down with our travels, we had to do a lot of looky-loos. So I hope to get more interviews and stuff on track for the channel in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think that is something that will definitely be coming up more over these next couple of months.
Yeah, absolutely. And then let us know which comics that we need to push to the top of the reading pile, and we'll keep that train rolling.
But Optics Binding is on here. Andrew, hello. A lot of talk about your book
at
Baltimore, and talk to a bunch of book designers at Baltimore. So I feel like that's a conversation that the great bookmakers are. We're going to keep seeing better and better books as a result of that conversation.
And talk to Mark Buckingham, and was making him jealous that we had a cooler Miracle Man comic than he even possesses.
Yeah, very true. Very true. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us as always, and quite a week.
Yeah, man. So those of you who have been active as King Kayfabers know the deal. As the day goes by, more and more videos will show up on the channel. It's only 1 p.m., so the bulk of the videos might be edited today.
Yeah, it should be.
We're gonna debrief. Me and Jimmy got a little mail to go through, and we're gonna go our separate ways. I'm gonna edit my vids. He's gonna edit his, and they'll start showing up on the channel. But I believe we got some bangers here, dude. We got some real bangers here. And depending on the thumbnail and stuff for the Black Panther, like if it feels like it's a number one, a numero uno, like we'll just put that live tomorrow. But it might be like the big Hard Boiled and then the City of Fire like the next day.
That's a lot of quality right
Today's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very turned around.
Yeah. Doesn't take much to mess up the schedule.
Yeah, just like, like one day of travel, pushing into late Sunday night, recording on a Tuesday. Things are all over the place.
Yeah.
But
it'll be good to be on track for a couple months.
We appreciate you guys so much for coming through. I feel like we hit a record of King Kayfabers this session. We hit 40 a couple of times,
yeah,
and a little over 40, and I don't think I remember seeing that number. So a good, couple, 3-4 dozen people. That's a good sign.
There was a question about skateboarding comics on there, and about like Thrasher and what was it, Shred.
Yeah.
I like both of those. Thrasher's really cool because it's a bunch of people who worked in the skateboard graphics industry,
Right.
out of like where Southern California.
Yeah.
So you get some stuff that's pretty awesome, makes sense as comics, but also feels a little bit like
Outside,
underground,
yeah.
alternative, kind of anthologies. But it's headed by, who was the guy from Santa Cruz that did the Screaming Hand?
Yeah, Jim something or other.
Yeah, we did a video on him. We had a book of his that was like an overview, and you can see his art is really influenced by comics,
Right.
by posters, and there are comics in that book. So I would say if you're interested in skateboard comics, check out that video. And I'm an idiot for not recalling his last name.
Right. Shaw? No.
No.
No, Jim Shaw is a different. It is an artist, but not that guy.
Yeah, it's one of the King Kayfabers can probably help with that. But if you Google Santa Cruz and Screaming Hand, you'll get his name.
Yeah.
And then you go into our homepage on YouTube and you enter it. But it's Jim Phillips.
There it is.
It's awesome seeing that stuff, and it was cool because I think he was the guy that was behind the Thrasher comic books, and there were like 9 of them. It's a nice showcase, some fun stuff in there.
I caught dinner with it's a lady who inherited, I think her husband died or something, and so she's the publisher of Thrasher magazine as well as Juxtapose.
Wow.
And we caught dinner when we were at Ape. It was me. I brought Tom as my +1, Eric Reynolds, Robert Williams and his wife, and this lady. I forget her name, man. But it was a wild conversation, and the sticker shock of what the bill came to was ridiculous. It was like $1,000 dinner, and then I think it was like, and the way it works, man, is like, Eric puts down the card, she puts down the card, but like her shit bounced or something, so like it required a bunch of other stuff, and they left the restaurant first, and so like the maitre d' or whatever like had to chase them down and like bring them back.
Oh no.
But when I got home, I listened to the audiobook for the Walter Isaacson Steve Jobs biography, and like that restaurant we went to is called Greens, because I remember it's a wharf where Ape was, and that's the restaurant. Like, he had his bachelor party at that restaurant that we ate at, man. So man, it's like one of the richest dudes in the world having his bachelor party at that. But like, we went to like a bougie ass place, and you know what? I was still hungry after that dinner. That's what you get on your private episodes of Cartoonist Kayfabe.
That's right.
Between the
There you
King Kayfabers. Spilling the tea a little bit. Good to go?
I am.
All right, take